Hidden Trails. Book 4 of the Montana Trail series. By Bonnie R. Paulson. A second chance at forbidden love. What cowboy can turn away from that? An independent cowgirl needs more help than her heart is willing to accept, and she just might need to beg the one man she loves to hate for help. Stefanie is desperate. She's facing the loss of her childhood home. The place she loves beyond reason. The only thing Stefanie wants is stability in a life where she doesn't lose everyone and everything she loves. When her older brother puts the only home she's ever known up for sale because he needs the money to save his wife, Stefanie has to do something, anything, everything to protect her home and her family. She'll do anything, will consider getting help from anywhere until a pauper-turned-Prince from her past returns and whips her problems from devastating to heartbreaking. Drake isn't exactly the easiest to talk to when her pride rears its ugly head. The prince is Drake Benson, Stefanie's brother-in-law and Stefanie's long-lost dream. He's back with money and charm. Everything Stefanie wants, Drake seems determined to take away. If they can't work together, they might lose more than just land and family. They might lose their one chance at love. Can they ever accept their hidden potential, or are they destined to ride through life alone? Prologue. Drake. Uncle Will plopped into the plush micro-suede easy chair across from Drake's office desk. He sighed, lifting the worn sole of his black tennis shoe and resting it across his knee. I'll never get used to the comfort in here. It's so much better than even at home. He glanced around the amply furnished office and then at Drake. It's pretty lonely, though. I brought you some mail. Drake glanced up from a financial marketing plan he'd been perusing and studied his uncle. He furrowed his brow. Mail? You haven't gotten my mail in a couple years. He'd moved out of his uncle's home a long time ago, well, not like a decade or anything, but long enough he couldn't think of anyone who wouldn't have his address. Except the people claiming to be his parents. Forgiveness wasn't something he was well versed in. Maybe that was a skill he needed, maybe not. But he'd become fairly successful without it. He set his bone pen on the desk and folded his hands. Is it from them? He didn't need to name any names. Uncle Will knew Drake wasn't interested in the Bensons. There weren't many people Drake couldn't stand, but his parents ranked at the top of the short list. His palms itched as his breath quickened. Why couldn't they just leave well enough alone? Why did they have to wait until he'd settled so comfortably into his life? Why couldn't they just stay out of it? They were absent so long, he'd grown adapted to the sensation of abandonment, to where it didn't hurt or bother him as much. Then they'd contact him and stir the whole messy pot of emotions into a tizzy. Uncle Will extended a creamy peach envelope, clutched in his fingers. It is from your family. But remember when you mentioned at dinner a few nights ago that you wouldn't mind if they disappeared from this earth? He arched his eyebrows, concern marring his otherwise stoic expression. Son, you need to be careful what you wish for. He didn't wish for anything. Not anymore. Not when he could buy whatever he wanted. Drake had given up longing for anything, except one thing. One person. But she was so far out of reach. He would have to deal with the family issue before he'd ever be able to wish for her. Did you read it? If you read it, just tell me what it says so I don't have to deal with my mother's insipid whining. Drake ignored the envelope his uncle placed gently in front of him. Carefully shaking his head and frowning, Uncle Will said reproachfully. Drake, I don't read other people's mail. I just know something's off. The letter is thick and it's addressed to you, not in your mother's handwriting. He leaned forward, tapping the top of the padded rectangle with a firm finger. And I don't mind saying, it has the scent of apricots about it. Apricots? Curiosity piqued, Drake stole a glance at the envelope. Thick. Good news never came with thick mail. So many people had turned to email, getting snail mail was uncommon anymore. Drake picked up the missive and turned it over. The slanty writing had more of a quiver to it than he remembered, but he'd recognize Emma's letter B anywhere. He hadn't heard from his older sister in forever. To be fair, he hadn't encouraged communication with her after the first year. Talking with her was too painful, too drawn out. When she'd stopped asking when he was returning, he'd stopped wondering when he would see her again. With an ivory-handled letter opener he'd gotten from his uncle at graduation, Drake slit open the top crease of the envelope. About 5 pictures fell onto the desk, and then he pulled out a tightly folded collection of paper, maybe 4 or 5. "Do you mind if I read this to myself first?" Drake didn't want to read anything out loud and be surprised. Who knew what bomb his sister had hidden in there? She wasn't known for subtlety. Of course, he would share it with Uncle Will. Their relationship didn't have many secrets. Drake just didn't want to read it before he'd had a chance to assimilate the information. Thankfully, his uncle loved Drake almost more than his own children. He nodded and pulled out a novel he'd rolled up and tucked into his back pocket. "Take your time, I've been dying to see what old L'Amour is going to do to this hero." "Drake. It's back. I'm not getting treatment. I love you. Emma." Like a horrible haiku, her simple words smacked of energy depletion and effort. How hard had it been for her to talk of it like an old friend? She didn't have to name it. It had ruled the majority of their lives for so long, it had almost become part of the family. Resentment jammed through Drake. Of course, the corrupt cancer and its stinging grasp would reach him in Wyoming. Drake flipped through the pages she'd included of medical reports and tests, and even photocopies of scans. Anger twisted his mouth. Why couldn't he escape the bitterness of her diagnoses from so far away? Why did the pain of her declaration of no treatment hurt so much? Because having her alive and accessible meant he'd have the chance to see her again. When he was ready. Not when the cancer was ready. Once again, Emma's disease ruled his life. Once again, the cancer claimed his freedom and stole away his choices, shortening the time he had to adapt to the idea. And Emma wasn't innocent. By choosing not to have treatment, she was choosing to speed things along. Choosing to give in. Well, he wasn't going to allow that. He'd go back and shake some sense into her. Drake would go back and do what needed to be done. Judging by her reports, things were progressing a lot faster than they did when they were younger. If most of his decisions were being taken away, then it was time he moved his plans forward. He held up the letter and tilted his head to the side. "Bad news, you were right. Emma's cancer is back." He set his jaw. "She's refusing treatment this time. What are you going to do?" Uncle Will slowly lowered his book to his lap and stared at Drake, concern in his aging eyes. Drake glanced at the letter in his hands and then back at his uncle. He stood, taking a deep breath. "Looks like I'm going home." Chapter 1. 2006. Stefanie. Stefanie traced the whorls and lines of the wood grain in her father's desk with the tip of her finger. Over the span of her life the character of the wood had softened, faded with wear. She adjusted her cheek on the side of her bicep as she lay across her arm on the desk. If she closed her eyes and breathed in slow, she could just smell her dad's favorite soap with a hint of pine. He used to push his palm to the wood and then slap out a rhythm only he could hear. She'd loved that. How many years had she sat there with Dad before he died? Even more since he'd gone. She tried so hard to stay on top of the books, but money had to come in order for it to go out. Instead, all it did was trickle in and gush out. And there was nothing she could do to control it. She didn't own Bella Acres. Her brother did. She didn't have financial control over its upkeep and bills. Her brother did. Nate's most pressing concern, even over the welfare of their home, was his wife's declining health. Which meant the ranch was expendable, the items around the home that were their parents' all had price tags, and even more worrisome, the things Stefanie and Hannah felt didn't matter as much. Not when Emma was dying. Stefanie got it. She did. But if they weren't more careful, Emma would die in the backwoods of Clearwater County, while the rest of them begged for food on the dirt roads in the small town of Taylor Falls. She sighed, unwilling to move. Maybe they could rent out the back quarter. No, that wouldn't work because access would have to go through the rest of the property, which would require more fencing. More fencing meant more money they didn't have. Sliding up from the desk, she plopped her elbow onto the edge of the surface and rested her chin in her hand, twirling the click pen she couldn't get to work right. The stupid thing would write for a little bit and then fade, then write a bit more, then fade. They didn't even have enough money to buy properly working pens. With their debt, Nate was even avoiding going into the bank to get some free pens that they gave away for advertising. He worried they would try to get some of his back due money. Money he didn't have. Money none of them had. A soft knock on the door announced her brother, Nate's arrival. He strolled in, his smile questioning as he perused the office, probably checking for something else to sale. "I'm surprised you're in here and not packing." Stefanie scoffed, leaning back in the seat and pushing herself side to side. "Why would I be packing? We're not supposed to go on the market for another 4 months. That's taking preparedness a little too far, even for you, Nate." She maintained a joking tone, but inside bitterness at her brother's cavalier attitude over the impending sale of their home ate at her like acid on leather. Nate claimed the seat across from her. Crossing his ankle to rest on his knee, he picked at a string on his boot and avoided Stefanie's gaze. He cleared his throat. "Emma's getting worse, fast. I'm opting for voluntary auction, but the bank will only do one every quarter. That puts the next one in 4 weeks. Not 4 months." He looked up, piercing Stefanie with his gaze. "I need the money sooner rather than later, Steph. You know I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't about her." Stefanie got it. She hadn't lived with Emma all those years and not grown to love her. Understanding didn't stop her gut from feeling like he'd just punched her. Her home. She only had 4 weeks. She swallowed the tears climbing up her throat. "I don't want to lose Emma either, Nate. I just don't want to lose our home. This is all we have left of Mom and Dad." She sniffed. He couldn't see her cry. He couldn't know how much it hurt. Stefanie couldn't deal with looking weak and vulnerable. Nate's eyes hardened at the mention of their parents. They should have thought of that. "They didn't leave us money or insurance or anything to help us keep the land. I'm sorry, but I can't hold on to the memory of dead people when I'm trying so hard to hold on to my living wife." He jumped from the chair, thrusting his hand through his hair. Bleary-eyed, he had the look of a man desperate enough to sell his soul. "I'll do what's best for this family. And Emma is our family." Stefanie held out her hands and nodded. "I know." And she did. Even with that knowledge, though, losing the land wasn't an option, at least not as far as she was concerned. "I'll see what I can do to help. I wish we could save this and save Emma and have more money than we know what we can do with." The longing to, for once, have enough for everything consumed her and she almost missed Nate's response. He snorted. "You know what? I wish we had more than enough for everything we need or want. Not because I care about this ranch, because this ranch won't keep Emma alive. Medical help will. I need money to keep her going." We waited too long, his emphatic words faded and he stared into the dim corner of the office. The worst kinds of regret shadowed his eyes. "I wish for that, too," Stefanie whispered, softly drumming the desk with her fingertips. Nate turned pain-filled eyes her way. "Be careful what you wish for, little sis. You might get more than you bargained for." He ducked out of the room, leaving Stefanie to glower pensively at the pile of ledgers and dull pencils. His announcement left her breathless. The more she thought about it, the more overwhelmed she got. No. It wasn't possible. Just 4 weeks. No. Slamming her hand on the top of the desk, Stefanie ignored the biting sting of the contact. She bit her lip. She didn't know how, but she was going to save their land. Emma. Nate's soft touch on Emma's forehead woke her from the nap she'd fallen into. When had she slipped into sleep? Nothing was as easy as she'd hoped it would be. Part of her wished she was going after treatment, but something deep inside told her it wouldn't help. Not this time. Sighing, she opened her eyes slowly and offered her husband a soft smile. Hi. Tenderness lightened the lines around his eyes and mouth. He offered a side smile and continued brushing the hair from her forehead as he stared at her. Hi, yourself. He cleared his throat and glanced toward the small side table Hannah had set up the week before beside Emma's preferred spot on the couch in the living room. Hannah said you're not eating. Is there something wrong with the food? I think her feelings are hurt. He drew his eyebrows together, a line above the bridge of his nose appearing with worry. Emma swallowed, her mouth constantly dry with the pain medication Nate had gotten her. She shook her head. No. There's never anything wrong with what Hannah makes. She's a wizard, you know that. She weakly reached down, bracing her hands on either side of her waist. She couldn't find the energy to scoot herself higher on the couch. Do you need help? What can I do? Nate adjusted to the side, scanning Emma's form hidden under the mound of blankets. Emma relaxed, placing her hand on Nate's and looking him in the eye. You can stop. Don't sell the ranch, Nate. I'm not. I like it here. Please. For Stefanie and Hannah. Just leave it alone. No. What about you? I need you. I can't let this cancer win. It's not going to win. This is just a house. That's all it is. Nate stood brusquely, running his hands through his thick hair as he paced back and forth in the small space in front of the couch. He took a deep breath, the sound surprisingly loud. Emma closed her eyes. She didn't want to fight with him. Not again. Not anymore. She just wanted to be with him. She didn't want to watch him run around, packing. She just wanted to have him hold her. She opened her eyes and spoke softly, Nate, just hold me. Please. He stopped and stared down at her, as if he couldn't figure out what the problem was. He snapped his fingers and headed toward the door. I think I'll run out and see if Two Claw has any recommendations for herbs to try. Maybe there's something we haven't tried that they know about. He blew her a kiss and disappeared out the front door. Emma stared after him. He'd ignored what she'd asked and she didn't have the strength to chase him down. She leaned her head back and let the weight of her eyelids pull down again. Before her tears leaked from the sides of her eyes. He was just trying to help her, fix things for them. The only problem was, the solution wasn't what he wanted. Emma couldn't help that. She couldn't change the course she was on. All she could do was hope Nate didn't ruin everyone else's lives trying to save hers. He didn't need to chase after losing battles all his life. She'd try to make sure he stopped, in the short time she had left. Try as she might, hot tears streaked her cheeks. She didn't want to die. If she couldn't convince herself it was all right, how was she supposed to convince Nate? Chapter 2. Drake. Sunlight glinted off the metallic gunmetal gray hood of the Cadillac Escalade as Drake pulled into the long drive of Bella Acres. He turned down the stereo blasting Chris Ledoux and studied the land around him. Worn and faded siding covered the barn walls. Deck railings sagged as if matching the sagging skirts of the deck itself. Portions of the roof had fallen into disrepair and a window in the top level had been secured with duct tape across a long crack. Drake adjusted the Rolex on his wrist. He'd been gone so long he hadn't realized his sister had been living so poorly. Guilt riddled him as he parked the dark Suburban, dust settling around the tires. A woman on a horse, her hat low over a bright blue bandana pulled up around her mouth, reined in at the front of the house. She wheeled the dark mare around and inspected the new vehicle, her eyes hidden by the brim of the hat. Long dark hair braided in a twist down her back. The tan duster he wore in the heat was splotched and dirty along the edges. Sliding from the horse, she looped the reins around the post and pulled her hat off while yanking the bandana from her face to wipe at moisture along her forehead. Stefanie Rourke. Drake would recognize her features anywhere. She'd grown into the slender height she'd had as a teenager, her curves subtle but womanly even as she tried hiding them under the masculine clothing. The angles of her face had molded her softer adolescent features into a vision of a younger version of her mother with high cheekbones, symmetrically arched eyebrows, and well-bowed lips. Had it really been years since Drake had seen her? His heart tugged him back. He hadn't thought of many others since the last time he'd seen her at that stupid party where he'd kissed her but she'd pushed him away. The red burn of embarrassment branded his skin and he reached for the gear shift. He didn't need to stay there. He didn't need to go through that again. She hadn't wanted him then. Why would she want him now? Top off the anguish of rejection, and he had to remember why he'd even grown brazen enough to kiss her in front of everyone that night. Except he'd used her to try to distract Emma coming for him. Emma had appeared in that clearing and retrieved him home. Like she had sent for him now. Emma. No turning back. No matter how much he'd rather avoid Stefanie. She'd always had a distinct skill at making him feel smaller than a foal. Not a feeling he was accustomed to anymore. He wasn't insecure. He had one of the highest levels of confidence in the state of Wyoming. Too bad he was in Montana again. Sliding his sunglasses off, Drake tucked the shades into the breast pocket of his tailored suit. Uncle Will had been a firm believer in dressing the part you wanted in life. Well, Drake dressed it and then he'd gone out and earned it. Stefanie moved from the side of her horse, wiping her hands on the front of her snug-fitting jeans, a question high in her eyes as she watched his rig. The dark-tinted windows prevented her from seeing inside. Drake had the upper hand where she was going to be surprised. Good or bad, he wasn't sure he was ready to find out what she thought of him years later. Side-swept bangs framed her large blue eyes and Drake dragged a sharp breath across his teeth. Here goes nothing. He opened the driver's side door, wincing at the summer heat hitting the soft dark material of his clothing. Climbing from the glorified ride, he allowed his suit to fall into place, refusing to adjust anything or seem unsettled in any way. Stefanie smiled, the sun bright on her face. She squinted as she came around the side of his door, then stopped with a jerk. The smile faded and her eyes grew wide. Drake. Benson. Stefanie Rourke. Fancy seeing you here. I thought for sure you'd be married and living with a bunch of kids by now. He shut his door, pasting a pleasant expression on his face. He'd hoped she'd be there, at least a small part of him in the very back of his heart wanted her there. He wanted her to see what he'd become, see that there was more to the Bensons than poverty, having ramshackle homes, and sickly people. Her eyes darkened and her lips twisted. Stefanie lifted her chin. I don't need a man, Drake. Took you long enough to get here. Didn't Nate call you 6 weeks ago? Drake hid his surprise. He'd never received a call from his brother-in-law. They weren't the best of friends, or even mild acquaintances. The short of it was, Drake couldn't stand Nate and the feeling was undoubtedly reciprocated. Stefanie turned on her heel. She's inside. She can't move much, so don't wear her out. He watched her walk away with her braid swinging from side to side above her hips. Drake clenched his hands tight at his sides. He wasn't even there long enough to constitute actually being there, and she'd already driven him into a dangerous level of irritation. Why did she get to him so easily? How had she gained the upper hand back and she was obviously poorer than Drake had been when his family had sent him to his uncle's? Drake crossed the grass to the steps, careful to tread on the cleaner parts of the lawn. Even the grass looked like it was giving up the ghost with its browning tips and rustling dryness as he passed. The stairs creaked with each step as he climbed. Using the railing wasn't an option. Splinters weren't his idea of a good time. Knocking on the front door, Drake tried not noticing the flaking paint and the missing shutter or the dead plants in the chipped planter to the right of the door. A soft voice told him to come in. At least, he hoped that's what was said. If not, he was going inside without permission. In Montana, they shot people for that. Wyoming, too. He turned the knob, then pushed, then turned and pushed at the same time. After a moment, he put his shoulder into it and the door gave under his pressure. Drake stumbled through, a curse contained at his lips. He righted himself and refused to look around to see if Stefanie laughed behind him. The scent of lavender filled the air, most likely from a diffuser. Emma craved essential oils over Western medicine. Always believed they would do more good for her than the humidifiers the hospitals wanted her to use. He stepped cautiously into the sparse interior. No pictures adorned the walls, and all signs of rugs had long disappeared. He'd been there when he was younger, and the memories contrasted sharply with the reality before him. "Emma, are you in here?" Drake's voice echoed back at him, and he drew back at the hollow sound. "In here." Although feeble, her voice was easily recognizable, happy even when in pain. Drake turned into the first doorway, on his right. His sister rested on the couch, the lone piece of furniture in the room. Her soft brown hair had been half pulled back and braided. Loose waves rested down the side of her sharp jaw. A faded quilt covered her lap, tucked up underneath her arms. Hollow cheeks, shadowed with fatigue and thin from hunger, couldn't hide her delight at seeing Drake. Even so, the sparkle in her eyes was gone. He bit back a curse. The last thing she needed was him losing it. Drake moved into the living room further. Tucking his hands in his pockets, he rocked back and forth on the balls of his feet. "Emma. You're looking good." Why did she look so wan? So hungry? Had the cancer spread so fast she couldn't eat? Emma's eyebrows arched. Her smirk threw him back into their childhood. She'd always been able to laugh. Even with needles poking in her arms and chemotherapy sucking her energy. "No, I don't. I look like I already died. How dare you come in here and so blatantly lie?" Her words, while weak, contained her old humor. She patted the cushion beside her knees, which she adjusted against the back of the couch, giving him room. All potential discomfort faded. "Well, acknowledging that you look like death is the first step. Where are your nurses?" Drake settled onto the couch beside her, taking her hand in his. Her once elegant hands looked emaciated, too thin for her young age. He studied her. The question begged asking, and he couldn't help asking it in a half-whisper. "Where'd my sister go?" "What do you mean?" Emma tried to draw her hand from his, but Drake refused to let her go. Her fragility wasn't lost on him, and neither was the fact that he could easily hold on while she had to extend extreme effort to even try to pull away. He watched her, as if the bat of an eyelash or the wiggle of an ear would tell him everything he needed to know. "You know exactly what I mean. Why'd you give up? Why aren't you fighting this? You beat it before." Heat from his hand warmed hers. At least he could do that for her. "And don't tell me you're not quitting. There's not an 4, there's no PICC line in your chest. There's no evidence of any medical procedures having been done recently." "I'm tired. I'm tired of beating it. I'm tired of fighting. Tired of being weak, exhausted, hungry, and always wondering. I'm sick of being afraid. I'm sick of being tired. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired." Chuckling without humor, Emma looked down. She avoided his gaze, looking everywhere but at him. Finally, she met his eyes with hers. She offered a half-smile. Her dry lips had split at the side, the red bright against her pale skin. "Bull. With how happy you've supposedly been with Nate. I don't buy it. My sister is a fighter. What's going on? And don't lie to me." Drake pierced her with his gaze and refused to back down. She would tell him. Or he'd know the reason why. Her smile faded. Goosebumps grew on her arms, and she twisted her frown into a martyr-type grimace. We didn't find out soon enough. Money was, well, it's always tight, isn't it? Anyway, I hadn't been in for a checkup in over a year and then I started feeling, she sighed. Tired. I'm always tired though, you know. Her words broke on a tiny sob. I was hoping I'd gotten pregnant. That maybe the doctors who said I could never have kids were wrong. She sighed. How was I supposed to know anything was different? They were supposed to have gotten it. Her thin shoulders moved in a jerky form of a shrug, but could have just been her body rejecting her efforts to hold in her tears. How long have you known? Drake folded his other hand over the top of hers. He willed his energy and health into her. It's been quite a while now. Almost 4 months, maybe. Mom and Dad still don't know. I don't want to deal with them, too. Emma scratched her nose, tried making light of it. You know how Mom can be. Mom and Dad don't know? Are you kidding me? What? What are you doing? What can be done? They're going to flip out. You have to tell them. Just because he hadn't spoken to them in years didn't mean Emma had the right to cut them off. Especially when they'd always sacrificed so much for her health. A realization dawned on him and he tilted his head, raising his eyebrows. You can think again before I'm going to call and tell them for you. Was that why she'd called him? Was that what she'd hoped for? He wasn't going to call them. He wanted nothing to do with them. Ever. The sudden silence left the room quiet enough to hear the whispering breath of the diffuser on the window frame, the thin tendril of oil-filled steam curling and twisting into the air. Emma ignored his outburst as if he hadn't spoken. I wanted to see you before anything else. I've been waiting. Nate called. She put her other hand in his, sighing as his hands wrapped around hers. You're warm. Yeah, Stefanie said he called me. What, 6 weeks ago? I never heard from him. What number was he using? He still wasn't sure what happened with that one. His uncle would never hide something like that from him. At least not attempts from Emma. His parents, maybe. Uncle Will had a strong tendency to lean toward protecting Drake. Maybe they had the wrong number. Or maybe Nate never actually called. Drake wouldn't put it past him. Mom and Dad gave us the most recent number they had. Her face contorted and she clenched, then released her spasm-like movements and gasped for air. She'd always hid the pain so well. Drake hated that about her. Why couldn't she hurt like normal people? Feel the pain like normal people? Probably because she'd always been in pain. Drake cleared his throat softly. I get that you don't want to fight. Put that together with the stage of your illness, and I'm not surprised you've given up. I can't even imagine your pain. I'm sure we still have time, Emma. Come live with me. I'll get you the best nurses and medical care and anything else you want. No strings. He could offer her so much more than that deadbeat husband of hers. Come on, it's not like you're really happy here with him. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm extremely happy with Nate. Emma's old determination shined through the weakness on her face. I'm not leaving my husband, Drake. Drake clenched his jaw. He spoke through gritted teeth. I can afford to fix this. You fought for less when you were younger. If you're so happy with him, then come live with me until you're all better. Then you can come back. He glanced around, trying not to display his derision and all its sharp edges of judgment, to this. You won't be able to understand. Nobody understands. The doctors said I'm too riddled. The last round of tests confirmed stage 4. Not 3, like they thought. There's a reason there's no stage V, Drake. Stage 4 is as high as it goes because that's as bad as it gets. I might have been able to do something when they first found out. She wrinkled her nose. I think I was only stage 3 then, but it was already pushing 4. She stared past his shoulder for a moment, then refocused on his face. I've already accepted this. Her mirthless partial laugh had less enthusiasm than her words. I'm the only one who has, I think. It's really clear in my head what's going on. I can accept this course, because there's a lot more going on than just the cancer. The cost of everything, what it's doing to Nate, he can't have anything that I want to give him. Drake didn't interrupt as she spoke. She obviously didn't have anyone to explain herself to. She wanted to be heard, but maybe no one was listening. Do you realize he wanted 8 children before he and I got married? 8. I can't have one. He wanted to run his ranch. But he can't. Because I am using up too much money for medical expenses. So, he and his cousins have to work as ranch hands for other people. Other ranches, Drake. Do you understand how awful that is? Tears welled in her eyes. If Nate loves you as much as you say he does, or even half as much as Mom and Dad think he does, none of that matters. Drake considered his sister for a moment. He'd been there when she went through all of her chemotherapies growing up, all of the tests, the results, the drain and fatigue on their parents. He knew better than anyone what she was going through. I can't fight anymore, Drake. Her tear-laden admission wrenched at his heart. When she said fight, she meant battle and all the loss that came with it. They stared at each other for a moment, lost in memories. Emma pulled her fingers from his grasp, wiping at the moisture on her cheeks. Do you remember that time in Seattle at the children's hospital? Mom and Dad forgot to feed you, because they were so busy talking with the doctors about my results? How about the time we didn't get a Christmas because I was in the hospital and Mom and Dad didn't have the money? She turned it back on him, grabbing his hand in hers. Do you remember? Because I do. Leaning forward, she pierced him with her gaze. Her words vehemently tore through the whispering wind breaking through the cracks in the windows. Nate isn't the only one suffering. I'm not the only one suffering. I've seen your suffering, Drake. I've seen it. You can't hide from me. Your sacrifices have not gone unnoticed. I refuse to do this to anyone else, simply because I want to live a little bit longer with zero quality of life. Drake closed his eyes, squeezing them tight. He hadn't cared about anything he'd lost when he was younger, just so long as he didn't lose his sister. And now here she was asking him to let her go. What was he supposed to do with that? What do you want me to do? I don't want you to give up just because of things people have had to do for you. We all love you too much for that. Drake had been there, he'd seen the pain. He knew what she'd gone through. Had to be harder as an adult when she was more aware of the procedures, and the pain and ice cream couldn't fix everything. Emma considered him. Leaning back on the cushions, she met his gaze. Complete calm smoothed her features except for a slight pinch to her eyes that she'd always had from constant pain. I don't have a future. Not if this is what it's going to be like. I've done this my entire life. I don't want to keep doing it. This isn't a way to live. So, what are you going to do? Just quit? Drake stared at his hands. How can you do this to Nate? I don't like the guy. I mean, let's be honest. But that doesn't mean he deserves this. I don't know anybody that deserves this. He looked up, meeting her gaze. Especially me. Emma closed her eyes. The long drawn-out silence tense and regretful. She opened her eyes again, tears welling within them. Drake, this is not about you. I have to watch out for myself. All those years fighting this sickness, this disease, was never for me. It was always for them, Mom and Dad, Nate, his family. You. But never me. I hate the needles. I hate the hospitals. My whole life has been this disease. This is a blessing. I need you to see this as a blessing. This is forcing me to accept what my body has been trying to tell me my whole life. Sniffing, she lifted her chin. Her eyes darkened and she straightened her shoulders. I love Nate more than I can say, and I love his family. The last couple years has made me realize that shackling them to this disease is not the way I want to live my life or how they should live theirs. It's not how I want to be remembered. Drake's heart sank. She wasn't going to give in. She was stalwart on this one. He could see it. Even now. She'd accepted the prognosis of the final stage and she wanted everyone else to accept it as well. He nodded, slowly. Okay, I can see where you're coming from. Just know that this is not going to be easy on anyone. Whether you think it is, or not. While you believe that you're setting them free, you're actually going to chain Nate to a lifetime of sadness and regret. Just remember that. He lifted his gaze and studied her. He had one last nail to drive into her figurative coffin, even if the appropriateness of the analogy might not be spot on at the time, he couldn't help visualizing it. You realize you need to tell Mom and Dad? There's no fixing this one. She shook her head the smallest amount. No. You do. Drake jerked back. No. I already said I'm not calling them. I haven't had to call them this whole time. In years, Emma. Why would I want to do it now? But a tightness in his chest told him he would do it. At that point, looking at his sister, who was willingly facing death, he'd do whatever she needed him to. Whatever she'd let him do to help her. He would call. He'd go through the rodeo of hell for her. His sister's whisper dragged across space between them as her energy lagged. I have 2 things I need to ask you to do. 1, call Mom and Dad. Let them know I'm sick and that I'm not going to fight this one. Ask them to come here. She closed her eyes and dragged in a breath, licking her lips. And 2, I need your help fighting the family on this one. I need you to stick up for my decision. No matter what. Even though you don't agree. Promise me. She asked the impossible. He couldn't decide which one was harder. Calling his parents or fighting the entire Montana Trail family on his own. Stefanie would be the least understanding of them all. Especially when it came to Drake. He considered Emma's requests. Her proposal didn't sound as easy as she wanted to make it. He cocked his jaw to the side. Dang it, Emma. Growing up with you wasn't this hard. Her laugh tinkled between them. No, growing up with you was harder. They didn't speak for another minute, just sat there in each other's company, remembering. Drake, I need to know if you can promise me that. I need to have someone on my side. Her words caught as if she struggled to breathe. Drake didn't look away. All right, sis, I'll do both. But don't expect me to hang around when Mom and Dad are here. Emma's face tightened. Of course, you'll be here. It's the whole reason I'm calling them. They don't need to know that I'm getting sick. They don't need to see me die. They need to see their son again. The only reason I'm doing this is for you. So, you'll call them, they will come here, and you'll talk with them. Drake jumped to his feet. He paced the room, his boots thudding on the wooden floor. No rugs were seen. Hopefully she had warm slippers to put her feet into. You're asking a lot I'm not sure I want to give. He thrust his fingers through his hair. The slippery whisper of his suit material was loud in the immediate silence. I'll do what you need me to with the family, but I'll decide later what I want to do regarding them. He held up his hand. Don't push this, Emma. Emma shrugged, folding her hands at her waist. You'll do it. Now, go get your stuff. I'll have Hannah set up a room for you to stay in. Don't argue. She cut him off before he could even start. Drake hadn't planned on staying at Bella Acres. He just wanted to rent a room at the hotel in town. The idea of staying with Emma had merit. Seeing Stefanie around would better help him figure out his feelings. He hadn't realized just how much he'd missed seeing her. I saw Stefanie is still here. He moved to glance out the window, see if he could catch a glimpse of her long dark braid. She is. But I'm sure it won't be long before she finds someone and moves out. She's a very pretty girl. Emma laughed, a little spark back in her smile. I've been trying to fix her up with boys in town for a while now. An unfathomable irritation welled within him. Why does she need to be fixed up with anyone? Maybe she doesn't want to date. Or maybe she was waiting for him, like he was waiting for her. A man could hope, couldn't he? Emma shrugged, settling lower on the cushions. Maybe. Or maybe she is too stuck on meeting her family's needs. Ironic laughter burst from Drake. He eyed his sister with an all-knowing smirk. Well, I know how she feels. She snorted, the unladylike sound so perfect for what he remembered of his sister. Don't even start. You already promised. Emma rustled the blankets as she shifted on the couch. He didn't want to fight. The entire trip had taken more out of him than he'd planned. I already agreed. I want to add a condition. You have to let me help in some way. I have plenty of resources at my disposal, I need to help. There's nothing else for you to do. Emma shook her head, pursing her lips. She wouldn't even consider his help for anything. The truth stung. Are you rejecting my offer? Drake couldn't believe it. After he promised 2 very difficult tasks, she was going to throw this in his face? You offered, Drake. What I asked you to do is all I need done. Emma turned to rest her cheek on the back of the couch and gaze out the window. If I could have any wish, I'd wish there was a way for you to make it go faster. Drake froze. Horror gripping his gut and washing him with an icy blast of shock. Not doing that. I can't believe you would even suggest it. Emma turned to him, her eyes wide and her mouth in an "oh, no, that's not what I meant. I just meant I want to stop hurting." She turned back to rest on the couch, her words fading as she spoke. I just want to stop hurting. But Drake couldn't shake the feeling her words had stirred. His sister wasn't a coward. She wouldn't take that way out. Yet, he'd always assumed she would fight too. The only reason she was giving up like she was because Nate couldn't take care of her well enough. He couldn't afford his wife. He couldn't do what needed to be done. So, Emma had to suffer and die because of the things Nate couldn't do. Drake glowered at the empty wall. What else was she being deprived of? Now, go get your stuff. I'm sure Hannah will make dinner soon. Emma waved him off, a quagmire of emotions thick on her face. And, Drake? It's so nice to see you again. Her voice was rich with feelings Drake didn't want to inspect too closely. Her words left him feeling less optimistic, like she was saying it was nice to see him again before. Yet, why would he understand what was running through her? He could barely understand the feelings flooding him. Chapter 3. Stefanie. Drake Benson. The shock still hadn't worn off from seeing him step out of one of the most expensive vehicles Stefanie had ever seen. She huffed into the barn, plopping onto the rickety bench by the back door. Leaning forward, she rested her elbows on her knees. He still got to her. After all these years, he still rankled her. How could that be? How could he affect her so much after the way he treated her in high school? Wasn't like she owed him anything. Wasn't like he was better than her. Or was he? He'd escaped. He'd been able to make something of himself. Obviously. And there Stefanie was, still living at home with her siblings with no real purpose in life. She had no money. No future as anything other than a rent-out ranch hand. Pretty soon, she wouldn't even have that house to say she lived in. No, she'd be nomadic, living from ranch to ranch. And Nate hadn't even said anything about where they would sleep in between jobs. Where was Emma supposed to live? Where was she supposed to die? The breadth of Drake's shoulders, enhanced in his tailored suit, had taken her breath away. She'd been sharper speaking to him than she intended. It seemed to happen a lot lately. Stefanie removed her hat, dust sifting from its brim. She had to look lovely. Snorting, she stood and walked to the bathroom. Making a better first impression on him wasn't an option any longer. She'd already shown up looking like a pig pen. She stopped at the sink, setting her hand on the edge of the counter and grabbing up the half-used bar of soap. Sudsing up, Stefanie studied the gilt edges of the rectangle mirror hanging from the wall. Even that would be sold. Not many things would survive the auction. No matter what Nate said, they were losing more than just their land. Stefanie's entire childhood was flushing down the toilet. She turned on the water and rinsed the soap from her hands. All the mirrors, except that one, had been removed and sold. Nate had even been forced to sell the majority of their dad's metal forging equipment. Nothing was safe. Even Bella Acres. Stefanie's heart hurt, maybe because of the reintroduction of Drake into her world, or maybe because the rest of her life was tumbling down around her like the worst tumbleweed ever. She blinked back tears. No way would she give in to the emotion of the day. Of every day. She clenched her damp fist into the soft flesh of her belly. An aching sensation claimed her gut most days. Hunger would be an easy scapegoat, but even hunger didn't hurt the way this did. Why did these things have to happen to her? First her parents died, then a good thing happened when Nate met Emma. But then Emma was sick all the time and there wasn't much positive left with Emma's health failing as hard as it was. On top of all that, their home was next. None of it was good for anyone. Emma was the best thing that ever happened to Nate, to the entire family, but now, if Emma had her way, he wouldn't get to keep her. The whole thing sucked. Stefanie's irritation and frustration welled inside her. Knotting and twisting and curling until her arms shook and her fingers went numb. She splashed cool water on her face to bring her emotions under control. Everything would be okay. Drake showing up the way he did with a brand new shiny rig would get to anybody. Plus, he was Emma's brother. He would fix things. He would make Emma see that she had to fight. It didn't matter how far along the cancer was. It couldn't matter. Drake would make her fight. Another splash of cold water on her face was all it took to remove the rest of the grit on her skin. She wouldn't put on makeup. That was taking the need to impress Drake too far. She didn't care how she looked, so long as she felt cleaner than she had. He'd be gone soon, and she wouldn't have to deal with any of the emotions he stirred in her. Dang Benson, anyway. Pulling off her duster, Stefanie shook out its length and hung the worn leather from a hook on the wall. At least she hadn't been forced to give up her clothing. She wouldn't give Nate the idea. The man was on a mission to sell anything not tacked down. Smoothing the front of her shirt, Stefanie left the barn with a cautious step. Drake could show up outside the house again when she least expected it. She wouldn't put it past herself to wait. With her horse out to pasture, Stefanie claimed a spot on the fence. She lifted her foot, bracing herself on the edge and leaning over the top railing with her elbows. Resting her cheek to the side, she watched a couple horses in the field. Nate had their pickup date set already. They'd be leaving in a couple days. Nothing was safe. At least they still owned his horse and another mare. A soft Montana breeze cooled the back of her neck as her braid fell past her shoulder. Even the faded summer lavender blossoms had a forlorn smell. Used to be Stefanie would think about Bella Acres and her heart would swell with such happiness. But now, just the thought of Bella Acres shrouded her in sadness. It would be like losing her mom all over again. Like losing her dad. Stefanie had been helpless then. She hadn't been able to save them. How many times had she wished and prayed to go back in time and warn them against leaving? Even placed herself in the car instead of them? In seconds, they'd been gone. The years since had never dimmed their memory or their presence. But it was getting harder and harder to picture her parents outside of Bella Acres. When Stefanie walked into the kitchen, she could see her mom at the stove or standing at the sink. In the barn, her father's memory was easier to pull up as the sun spilled through dust motes in the air and she walked toward the horses in the stalls. If they lost Bella Akers, the entire Rourke family would have nothing else to hold on to. No, Stefanie couldn't let that happen. Stefanie lifted her head, her eyes narrowed. She was going to save Bella Akers. And there was nothing anybody else could say. She had a job. She worked her butt off with the trails. That had mean something. She'd get a loan from the bank. Maybe the only thing keeping Nate from getting a loan was Emma's medical debt. Maybe he owed too much money and his credit was shot. Stefanie didn't have any debt. She had nothing like that. She was the perfect answer for Bella Akers. She could save the family home. Hope surged upward from a spot behind her breastbone, straightening her from her spot on the fence. She could do it. If she could save Bella Akers, then she would own the ranch. Nate wouldn't get to have a say in what happened to it. She could work that land and live there as long as she wanted. Nate and Emma could stay or not, but the option would be there and they wouldn't be pushed off the land. Curling her fingers around the edge of the fence, she could feel her determination join with her hope. She could do it. She just knew she could. Just then Drake slammed the front door behind him. Stefanie turned, watching as he paced back and forth above the steps on the porch. His golden blonde hair sparkled in the sun. Dang the man for being so beautiful. Stefanie cleared her throat softly. She'd never let him see how he got to her. She couldn't. That kind of control was something no one needed. He swung his arms, his fists meeting in front of him with a thud and then splitting apart to the sides. Why was he so upset? Leaving the safety of the fence, Stefanie walked up to the deck, bracing her foot on the bottom railing of the stairs. She grimaced at the sight of Drake in his obviously expensive clothing walking back and forth on their ramshackle deck. She'd never let him see how embarrassed she was. She had nothing to be ashamed of. Pretty soon, she'd own Bella Akers. She had to hold her head up high. Eyeing Drake, she held her hand up to shade her eyes. She forgot her hat in the barn bathroom. "You all right there, cowboy?" He was nothing like a cowboy though. His dark suit and crisp linen shirt contrasted sharply with the downtrodden appearance of the home. He didn't even have a cowboy hat. Stefanie would wager, she would place bets all over the state of Montana, that his hands were smoother than the cream from a cow. But there was nothing soft about his jaw or the way he held himself. Drake stopped pacing, he dropped his hands to his side like he'd been caught smoking an illegal substance, kind of like Cyan's dad. He glanced at Stefanie and then away, like she might turn him to stone or something. Stefanie arched an eyebrow, watching Drake. "Hey, you gonna pass out or something?" The midday sunlight beat down on her shoulders and back. She blinked, waiting for him to do exactly what she suggested. His lips twitched, and he inclined his head. "Stefanie, only you could make a man feel conflicted in a time and his emotions should be pointed one way." He glanced back to the house, sadness and doubt dragging his gaze back to her. "I'm not sure if I'm all right or not, to be honest." "She's so chipper, considering." The melancholy in his eyes held Stefanie's sarcastic retort tight to her tongue. She sensed it wouldn't take much to wound him with his raw emotions so close to the surface. Stefanie didn't want that. She'd never wanted him to hurt more than she was. Stefanie glanced to the side, nervous to share her own vulnerability about Emma's problem. Drake needed reassurance and Stefanie couldn't let him hurt more than was necessary. She wasn't cruel. Shrugging, she gripped the railing with her hand, careful not to show her own beat-up emotions about his sister. "Emma. She's got her own path. Not sure why she's doing what she's doing, but she's determined. Not sure what hurts worse, knowing I'm going to lose her. Or knowing Nate is. Why does it always have to be about you and your family? What about me and my family?" Drake's tone snapped Stefanie's attention to his face. His melancholy had faded, replaced by bitter anger. She stepped back from the railing. Lifting her hands into a defensive position, she spoke slowly. "Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make it about me. I was just trying to." Her words trailed off at the mounting anger in his eyes. He growled, "I don't care what you're trying to do. It's always about you guys. You and your brother. He stole my sister and now, she's..." Drake bit his words off before they really got going. He clenched his fists at his side. Slowly shaking his head, he meticulously stepped down the stairs, each step carefully placed. He stared at his rig. Even passing by Stefanie, he didn't acknowledge her. The white in his knuckles said more than any word he could say. An icy sensation blew over her as he walked by. He held his pace steady as he stormed to the Escalade. He didn't go to the driver's door, but to the rear instead. Maybe he needed to rest a second so he wouldn't pass out. Combine the heat with the emotional turmoil visiting with Emma could bring, and he had to be feeling the weight of his brief visit. Hannah burst from the front door, a smile brightening her lovely face. "Drake. You're back. Emma just told me. Grab your bags and come up. I'll get that room ready for you in a snap. I can't wait to talk to you some more." He what? Room? Wait a minute, they didn't have an extra room. Hannah would probably be moving her crap into Stefanie's room and then sleeping on the couch. Stefanie snapped her head around, staring at Drake's silhouette at the end of the rig. Hannah's room was next to hers. Stefanie didn't want that kind of proximity to him. She didn't want him staying with them. As bad as she felt for him, she didn't want to disrupt her life or her plans to save Bella Acres with his disturbing presence. Stefanie thundered up the stairs, coming to stop in front of her younger sister. She clenched her jaw to keep from yelling at Hannah. It wasn't the girl's fault. She breathed in deep before blurting out, "Hannah, what do you mean stay with us?" Hannah smiled, her eyes wide and bright. It was the first time in a long time Stefanie had seen her smile. "Emma said Drake is going to stay with us, at least for a little while. You should see how happy she looks just talking about him being here." It brought a little bit of color to her face. "I can't wait to talk to him some more. He's been in Wyoming all this time. He might as well have been all over." Stefanie wrinkled her nose. "He hasn't been all over. He's just been in Wyoming. That's smaller than Montana." She wouldn't give him any more credit to build him up than absolutely necessary or true. The man was already more than she'd ever imagined him to be. She'd always hoped he'd done well, but seeing him at Bella Acres with his Cadillac and his tailored suits just made her feel dowdy and homespun. She tugged at her more patched-than-not shirt and hoped at least her jeans fit her okay. Tapping Stefanie's shoulder, Hannah bent down until their faces were on level. "Stefanie, stop. You don't need to constantly put people down. Plus, he has nowhere else to go. It's not like you own Bella Acres. You don't get to say who does what or who stays where." But wasn't that Stefanie's plan? Wasn't owning Bella Acres something she wanted more than anything? Stefanie jerked her head to the side. "You know what? I am going to own Bella Acres. This place can be mine. And I'm going to toss him out on his butt. And you, too, if you don't straighten up." She grinned to lighten the end of her comment. She was doing it. Purpose rose within her, like foam expanding and strengthening and hardening. She would own Bella Acres. She had to. She would save them all. Hannah curled her lip and folded her arms over her chest. "Yeah, who's gonna help you?" Even if Stefanie wanted to, she couldn't back down now. What might have been a joke or random thought grew to consume her. "No one. I can do this on my own. Just watch." Pride mingled with determination. She had to do it. If for no other reason, then to prove to herself that she could. "Be careful, Stefanie, you'll get what you want and it might not actually be what you want." Hannah reached forward, squeezing Stefanie's shoulders in a half-hug. This is hard for me, too, sis. I don't want to lose our home either. Straightening up, she motioned into the house. Come on in, Drake. We'll eat soon and then you can meet everybody. It's been a long time. She patted Stefanie's back as she passed, her grin widening again. Under her breath, she added, I think someone has a crush. She giggled when she dodged Stefanie's swing toward her leg. Stefanie didn't acknowledge Drake as he passed. What would she say? I want to buy Bella acres and kick you out? Even if she wanted to, she had to admit, at least to herself, the thought of Drake Benson being under the same roof as her for even one night was too tempting to ignore. Dang, that tailored suit making his shoulders look so good. She better take a shower to cool off and clean up. Both her anger and work on the ranch had taken its toll. She needed to rinse more than just her attitude from her body. Plus, she planned better when she was clean. And she had some serious planning to do. Chapter 4. Drake. Even though Hannah had promised he'd get to meet the Montana trails, Drake shared an uncomfortable meal with just Nate, Stefanie, Hannah, and Emma. The stilted questions and soft clinking of silverware on plates set his nerves on edge. The simple food lacked presentation, but made up for in taste. Bean soup and cornbread with a small bit of honey butter. Hannah's cheeks pinked when Drake complimented her cooking. He was used to restaurant cooking and eating alone. Even terse, the meal was vastly different as he glanced at Stefanie a few times every minute. She was cleaned up and more irritatingly distracting with her hair soft and loose around her shoulders. Wearing a light blue shirt that closely matched her eye color, she drew the eye and Drake found himself not able to look away multiple times. She wasn't flashy like the women in the financial district of Wyoming and California that he dealt with, but she would hold her own amongst any of them with her creamy skin and long dark lashes. She didn't even sit across from him at the table, and he had a hard time keeping his gaze off her. No. Drake sat opposite Nate at the table. Towards the conclusion of the meal, Nate wiped his mouth with a napkin and pushed himself from his seat. He jerked his head toward the living room. Drake, why don't you join me in there? I'd like to talk to you about a few things. He held up his hand to Emma, who had shifted in her seat as if to try to get up. Emma, honey, I want you to stay here. This is between us men. Plus, we'll be right back. He leaned down and grazed his lips to her cheek. No point in getting up and wasting energy. She arched her eyebrow. You're lucky I'm stuck here, or I might get up and smack you for being a misogynist. Be nice to my brother. She glanced at the girls, rolling her eyes and offering a weak smile. Men, I'll tell you what. Then she laughed, and even though it lacked enthusiasm, the sound brought warmth to the table. The other two girls laughed politely. Stefanie darted another glance at Drake, one of many during the meal. He liked that for whatever reason, she couldn't stop looking at him either. Drake shoved his chair back and nodded at Hannah, wiping his mouth with a napkin before speaking. Delicious dinner, Hannah, thank you again. He stood and followed Nate into the living room. The sounds of the women picking up plates carried easily into the sparsely furnished room. Emma's makeshift bed had been made like she would return any moment. The thought of Emma living the rest of her life in that position gave Drake a mournful pause. The rest of her life might not be that long, if things were as bad as they seemed. Nate turned, glancing past Drake toward the kitchen. In fact, let's go on the deck. I'd rather not have anyone hear us. He led the way onto the front porch. A couple of chairs had been left to the side, even the paint on the Adirondack wood spoke of better times. Drake followed Nate and claimed a seat, adjusting himself until they were comfortable. Drake didn't know where to look. He certainly wasn't nervous, but something about the situation reeked of conspiracy. Nate rested his hands on the armrests of the chair, staring out of the land. His expression smelled of melancholy. There was something in the ambience that Nate encouraged with his deep sigh. I grew up here. It's going to be hard to say goodbye." His voice was softer than his demanding tone inside. Drake shifted in the chair and studied the same land he'd always known Stefanie to live at. The fact that Bella Acres was up for sale and that the Rourke family wouldn't live there unsettled him. A few trees bordered the back property where the forest began. The wheat in the fields had reached very high in height but had small heads of grain. As if the owners had scrimped on water. But did water have a cost? Has it been dry up here? Doesn't look like it's rained much. Nate glanced at Drake from the side of his eyes, like he didn't want to move his head to face Drake full on. "Yeah, it's been pretty dry. It's made it really hard to get by on some things. Even the ranch work has been slim. Plus, a fire went through here a few weeks back that cost a lot of ranches way too much money. They're buckling down on hiring to cut costs for repairs or to rebuild." He shrugged, returning his gaze to the land. "Fortunately, we did all right. Now that Stefanie and Hannah want to help with the trails, things should get easier after we sell this place. That way we can get back on track with Emma's medical treatments." He leaned forward and clasped his hands together. "She's going to make it, you know." It wasn't a question. In that moment, Drake ignored Emma's promise. At least for a second. At least long enough to entertain the idea that he and Nate could work together and save his sister. Because the thought of the world without her on it just didn't make sense. "Look, Nate, I have money. So much. Let me help with Emma's treatment." Drake tried on a smile, like maybe that would be enough to convince Nate to set his pride aside. The last thing he wanted was for Nate to feel like he was being challenged or threatened. As much as he didn't like the guy, Nate was still Emma's husband. Maybe just maybe Drake could convince Nate to take some of his money or let Drake help with something. Drake had to feel useful. He had to feel like the last few years had been worth something. If he couldn't use his education and money to help assist family in some way, then what was the point? Nate didn't answer. Drake rushed on. "I could get Emma a nurse. The best out there. I could get her the best pain medications. Anything. Tell me what you need and I'll do it." Looking out at his land as if studying for a final, Nate worked his jaw. After a moment, he turned to look at Drake, cynicism hard in his eyes. "I don't need crap from you, Drake. You've been gone all this time." He shook his head just a little, just enough that Drake could sense his illogical ire. "Not by choice. And certainly not to play around or waste time." Drake threw his hands up in frustration. Leave it to Nate to let pride get in the way of taking care of Drake's sister. Maybe Nate didn't love Emma as much as he said. Nate leaned back in his chair, arms folded. "What makes you think I need your money anyway?" He met Drake's eyes intently. "I have plenty here. I'm providing just fine for my family." Drake huffed, rolling his eyes. "Are you serious? You're selling your family home for Emma's medical bills. You just said you need the money." What was Drake missing? Nate cocked his head back, chin up. "No, I didn't. I said things will be easier once we sell this place." He looked away again. Drake leaned forward. How did he describe his frustration to Nate, who didn't seem to care one way or the other? "I don't have any words for this right now." "Well, that's your problem then. I don't need your money. If I need anything, I'll ask." Nate tapped his finger to his lower chin. He considered the outdoors. Then he glanced at Drake. "You know what you can do for me? Since I don't need your money, you could talk to Emma, make her realize she needs to fight this. Fight. Stay alive. Not give in to this cancer." Nate nodded like he'd just thought of the idea. The way he said it told Drake that was exactly what he wanted to talk to Drake about. Emma had already beat Nate to Drake. She'd already staked her claim on his promises. He'd committed to his sister, and sometimes even that had to take precedence. Drake ran his hands through his hair. What makes you think she'll listen to me? He wasn't going to get into a contest of wills with Nate. The man was his host after all, and his brother-in-law. No matter how much Drake hated him, or how infuriating he was, or how pathetic he seemed with his situation looming before him. You know, Stefanie's not the only one losing the land. Emma's not the only one dying. You aren't just losing a sister. And your parents aren't just losing a daughter. Nate turned, his cheeks ruddy and tight. His voice came out strangled as he tried to work through it. I'm losing my wife. She's dying in front of me. His tone dropped into a whisper. I can't hold her because she hurts so bad. How do you think that makes me feel? I can't fix her. She doesn't listen when I have suggestions or come up with a new plan. She won't let anybody do anything for her. She won't even tell me exactly how she's feeling. She's honest, but she won't tell me because she doesn't want to put me out. She doesn't want me to worry. Moisture gathered in his eyes, and he frowned, his lips pressed together as hard as possible. Drake stifled the emotions welling inside him. He wouldn't deal with the inevitable grief, not yet. Not yet. He swiped his hand through the air, turning at the last second to slap his thigh. The hell you say? I'm not gonna try and change my sister's mind. This is what she believes and how she feels. You weren't there when we were growing up. Drake couldn't ignore everything Nate said. You don't know what she's facing. You're losing a wife. PSH. You're lucky you were able to have time with her at all. She knows what she's up against. You have no idea. Of course, Nate was losing his wife. Drake got that. But Drake had made a promise to Emma, and he couldn't break that, especially with someone like Nate, someone who was losing his mind to the emotional side of the situation. The only way to get through to Emma was to appeal to her logical side. She'd never responded to the emotions of anything. Too many emotions would have drowned her growing up. He couldn't stop there as he warmed to his topic, letting his frustrations drown out his practicality. How dare you try to pit me against my sister? I came all this way to get her to move back with me. Everything about her life is horrible, because you're in it. The only reason I'm not pounding your face in right now is because you're still in control of what happens to her at the end. Drake stood, calmly. As if he hadn't just threatened Nate, Drake continued matter-of-factly. I'm going to go inside now and help Hannah clean up the house. She needs help just like Emma does. Maybe I'll get a housekeeper for Bella Acres. Heaven knows you're not doing anything. Taking advantage of Nate's stunned silence, Drake leaned down and whispered, stop running around trying to find medical miracles that aren't there. Emma needs you here with her before she's gone. For good. He glanced at Nate and shook his head. Trust me. You don't want this to play out the way you're handling it. Emotionless, Nate didn't flinch or pull back as Drake crowded his space. He didn't respond to anything Drake said. The cold bastard. Maybe he didn't care. What kind of a man wouldn't worry about where his family was going to sleep at night? Drake was going to buy Bella Acres and kick Nate off the land. Then Drake would get Emma the care she needed, for whatever way she wanted her health go. She could die in her home and not feel guilty about it costing anyone money. Drake could do that for her. Pissing off Nate was what he could do for himself.
Chapter 5. Stefanie. Preferable to sleeping in the house, the barn's cool flooring helped stave off a stifling evening heat and welcomed in the early morning chill. Covered in barn blankets, Stefanie couldn't have been more comfortable. She rolled over in the stall, sticks of straw clinging to her hair. The soft smell of dusty hay and warm animals was more comforting than anything else in the world, short of her mother and father's scents. One of the last horses left on the ranch nickered beside her, his breath hot as he lowered his head to nuzzle Stefanie's shoulder. She giggled and pushed at his cheek playfully. Oh, you. Go on. I probably look atrocious. She sighed. Her pride hadn't hurt anyone but herself. No one even realized that she slept outside. No one even cared. What was she hoping to gain by sleeping outside? Well, regardless of what she'd aimed for, she'd gotten rest and wasn't lost in thoughts of Drake sleeping right next door. Peace of mind was worth a lot more than hardened pride. She grunted, pushing herself from the hay-strewn cement flooring. All right, let's get this day started. She patted the horse and moved out of the stalls, brushing the dust from her clothes. Outside, the crisp Montana air woke her up the rest of the way and she breathed deeply, filling her lungs. Just over the mountain ridge to the east, the sun tinged the sky a soft pink and orange. Stefanie rarely stayed in bed past the sun unless it was winter. Usually during those darker months, the call of the bed was stronger with the dark skies and chilly temperatures. A soft wind stirred the dry grasses and Stefanie couldn't imagine any other place to live. She couldn't leave her home. She'd lived there her whole life. Her mom and dad had lived there. She'd grown up with her brother and sister there. They knew where the best place to find berries in the woods behind the prairie was. Fences and barns had been maintained by of their hands. Even the cement outback by the pump had their handprints from almost 15 years before. Stefanie's entire being was tied to that land. How could Nate just get up and move? He didn't even care. She ignored the stinging bite of emotion pricking at her eyes. She wouldn't cry. She wasn't that way. But she'd growl if she saw Nate in the immediate future. In the house, she tiptoed up the steps, skipping the creaky third stair. She tossed her braid behind her, glancing down the still dark hallway. She needed a shower, desperately. They didn't have a guest room. Not a conventional one anyway. When Emma had lived with them, she'd had to use Stefanie's room, which had irritated Stefanie so much. But as Stefanie had grown to know and love Emma, she hadn't resented her encroachment into her world all that much. Except when it meant that Emma's brother would be sleeping in Stefanie's sister's room, moving her into Stefanie's last private space on Earth. The presumption rankled and had Stefanie rethinking her and Emma's relationship. Okay, maybe not seriously, but pretty close. A clanking from the kitchen stopped her mad dash to her room. She turned to look over her shoulder, holding her breath to hear better. The lack of further noise let her expel her breath on a whoosh. She whirled back toward the bathroom and slammed into Drake's chest. His bare chest. On eye level with his collarbones, Stefanie had a clear view of the muscles and lines of his upper body. She breathed shakily, her lower lip trembling. Her gaze darted everywhere but at his face and lower than his stomach. She didn't want to know if he was naked. Well, secretly she might, but she'd die before admitting it to him or anyone else. She harumphed at her obsession with all things Drake. Drake arched his eyebrow in amusement. Are you grunting at me in the dark? He smirked, lifting his hand and plucking a stray straw from her loosening braid. Ever clean? That was a heck-over thing to say to one of his hostesses. Stefanie hardened her jaw, crossing her arms tight across her body. She jerked her gaze to his chest, then back to his face. I can see you spend most of your time at the desk. They don't have real work where you're from? She bit her inner cheek at the blatant lie. There was nothing soft about him. Shocked, he ran a broad hand over the expanse of his chest. But, Steph, I'm from here. He winked at her as she watched his hand travel his skin. She scrunched her lips. Of course. How had I forgotten? You've been gone so long, it's like you were never here. She hid the draw she had to him. He didn't need to know that her mouth was coated in cotton. Of course, had used it against her. Why wouldn't he? He inclined his head, an amused smile curving his lips. His soft hair curled in spots and stuck out in others, creating the most charming picture of innocence above his masculine body that screamed knowledgeable. Touché. What are you doing today? Shuffling horse crap? She shrugged, grateful for the distraction. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll go to town or something. I haven't decided. Why, are you offering to do the stall mucking? She couldn't tell him she was going to the bank. She couldn't tell anyone about how serious her plans had become. Hannah had barely heard anything and she'd left Stefanie's intentions off. She didn't need to be the laughingstock for Drake's amusement, too. She'd see who was laughing when she walked in with Fatih to the house. They wouldn't be laughing then. No, they'd be thinking differently about her. They all would, even Drake. I can help. When are you starting? He didn't try to cover his naked chest. Instead, he held his gaze on her, watching her like he knew her pulse beat erratically and she was having a hard time processing any oxygen. You want to help me muck out the balls. Stefanie could only avoid his chest for so long. Finally, she gave into the draw of his form, gazing at the smooth skin in front of her. And then lifted her gaze to his. His knowing grin was pronounced. Of course, he would catch her doing the obvious. I'll help you do whatever you need, Stefanie. His voice had dropped into a husky whisper, one that caught her breath and shoved it under the carpet. She bit back her response and replied curly. What I need to do is take a shower. I don't need your help with that. Stefanie opened her door and looked back at him. He braced his arm on the door jamb and looked down at her, pushing into her space. Not uncomfortably, just in a way that created more awareness. Are you sure? Stefanie didn't reply. What did she say to that? She wasn't sure. All she knew was she had to get out of there. And quick. There's only so much Drake without Asherton a girl could take. Tilde. The keys dangled from the key hook by the front door. Nate didn't like any of them to use the truck unless it was absolutely necessary. That's the paranoia their parents' death had caused. Stefanie had given up a job in town at the gas station to go help out at the ranches. When they had ranching jobs, they made more money than normal work. In between jobs, though, like now, they had to rely on savings or other creative measures. She snatched the keys from the hook and hoped the sound didn't carry up the stairs. Starting the old rig up, she fought back melancholic tears as every cent, every line of the interior of the truck reminded her of her father. Her parents had been so full of life, so happy. She never got to really know them before they died. Her life had been too full of school, activities, friends, and chorus. She never really had a chance to get to know her parents. No, she never took the chance to get to know them. She'd taken her life and them for granted, just like everyone did. Luckily, he hadn't sold the truck yet. He was thinking about keeping it, saving it, so that he had something to carry them all around in. But that didn't help. Stefanie didn't want to be carried around. She wanted Bella Acres. That was it. She didn't have memories of both of her parents in the truck. She had memories of her parents at home. Like memories of her mom brushing her hair as they were getting ready to go to the store. When Hannah was born, Stefanie had stood at the window waiting for Dad to bring home her mom and the new baby. The smell of her mom's famous waffles wafting through the house or when she baked her famous cinnamon rolls for the town fair. Even Dad had a special dish that he made, ribs on the barbecue. When the boys had the forge going, all of the acreage was covered with the scent of burning charcoal and blanching metal. Stefanie didn't want to leave all that behind. Not because Nate couldn't figure out how to handle finances. Not because they couldn't seem to get the money together. Not because of anything. Certainly, not because she wouldn't try. The engine rumbled a lot quieter than she remembered. Rolling down the road, her excitement mounted. If she could get to the bank, she could convince the bank owner she was the one they wanted to loan the money to. If she could buy Bella Acres out from underneath everybody else, anybody who wanted it, she could keep the house. She could save Bella Acres. She could save her home. Saving her home would be her dream. She could do it. She just had to convince someone to give her the loan for the house. Tilde. Stefanie had never tried to buy a house before. That fact became more and more obvious throughout the day. There wasn't a bank in Taylor Falls. Stefanie made the trip into Colby. She had heard about the bank owner, Ronan James. Rumor had it he was a tough man who took business very seriously until had married his second wife and she'd softened him. Stefanie handle him. She could handle most men. She cleaned up well, even put on a dress. Part of her had hoped Drake would see her before she left the ranch, but he was nowhere in sight. He probably went back to bed. Typical. Parking the truck parallel was more like throwing mud at a wall and hoping it stuck. She got as close to parallel as she could. Wasn't here foul the tailgate stuck out into the road. Trees created a barrier between the street and the buildings, dotting the sidewalks in a strange connect-the-dot pattern on the south side of Main Street. There wasn't much of a sidewalk on the south side. Main Street was bustling, people walking to and fro on the busy Saturday morning. People she didn't know waved and smiled as she walked by. Birds chirped. She could have sworn the sun and clouds winked at her from the sparkling blue sky, encouraging her on her task. A blast of air conditioning hit her in the face as she pushed through the double-sided glass doors of the bank. Elegant was the only word she could think of to describe the interior of the bank. This Ronan James knew how to keep the joint classy. Plush couches lined the walls and the waiting area was more like a living room than a place someone waited for an appointment. She trailed her fingers over the wooden railing separating the wainscoting below the gold and cream-colored wallpaper above. A teller approached her from the register, her hair tied in a chignon and her smile pleasant. "Can I help you?" "I'm here to see Ronan James." Stefanie tried not to wring her hands. She didn't have any other nervous tics. What else could she do? She probably wasn't supposed to ask to see the actual owner of the whole bank, but that was the only name she knew and if she was going to go for it, she'd better just do it big. The teller nodded and motioned for her to wait in the expensive lobby area. After Stefanie claimed a seat, the woman disappeared down a hallway and emerged alone a moment later. "Mr. James will be along in a moment." She nodded politely at Stefanie and repositioned herself at the receptionist's desk set off to the side. Stefanie's mouth had gone dry, too dry to thank her and too dry for her to concentrate on the time. She sat rigidly on the edge of the couch cushion with her hands clenched over her knees pressed together. She stared at a blue and gold fleur-de-lis pattern in the rug at her feet. The arrival of shiny black cowboy boots in her peripheral vision snagged her from her nervous thoughts and she glanced up to meet the blue eyes of a tall blonde man. "I'm Ronan James. Natasha said you would like to see me?" He held out his hand and Stefanie rose from the couch to accept it. His hands had the cool uses of a rancher when he shook her hand. The blue of Ronan's eyes reminded Stefanie of her brothers and a small twitch of guilt ate at the back of her chest. Of course, she hadn't checked with Nate. She didn't know what she was doing. But if she asked Nate for help or advice, there was no question he would say no. The whole reason he was giving up on Bella Acres was to save Emma. He probably would think Stefanie would shackle them all with more debt, more problems and less resources to help Emma. But that wasn't true. Stefanie could do it. She knew it. "Hi, Mr. James. I'm Stefanie Rourke. I'm really excited to meet with you. Thanks for seeing me on short notice." The blonde man nodded and smiled. "It's nice to meet you, Stefanie. I knew your parents. Very nice people. I'm sorry for your loss. He nodded to the teller and then looked back at Stefanie. Why don't you come with me to my office? We can discuss things in there. His office was equally as plush as the lobby, if not more so, with leather wingback chairs and a desk that stood over the office like a captain on the ship. She'd seen men like that in movies and at rodeos she went to with cousins. Those kinds of men were confident, powerful, and didn't have any qualms with letting people know it. Stefanie sat across from Ronan and they both settled into their seats. He picked up a pen and looked at her. So, what can I do for you, Stefanie? Did Nate send you down here to get the final paperwork? Her nerves hit her hard in her stomach. It was time. How was she going to be able to ask this man she didn't know, when she couldn't even ask her brother? She took a deep breath. Shoving her fingers under her thighs, she leaned forward. Mr. James would really like to buy Bella Acres. No, could do it. I just need to have someone back me. You could do that, right? Your bank does that kind of thing? Ronan's eyes lost a little bit of their sparkle. Disappointment softened the lines of his face. He put the pen down and folded his hands on his desk, cocking his head to the side. Well, now, we need to consider some things first. I need to ask you a few questions. And you need to be completely honest. Do you have a job? Stefanie shook her head, but she wouldn't let that discourage her. Not right now. But we get jobs all the time. I'm ranching with my cousins. Ronan's nostrils flared. He gave a short nod. All right, so you don't have a steady job. The next question would be, what are you planning to put down as a down payment? Stefanie leaned back against the seat, as if head pushed her. A down payment. Why do I have to have a down payment for my own house? How much are we talking? Like $50. I could come up with that. She'd have to scrimp, but she might be able to in a week. Well, Stefanie, you're talking about buying a house from Nate. It wouldn't be your house until you bought it. You would need to have a down payment for at least 10%. It's a pretty hefty number. Your parents' land is not cheap. Even in this market. The fact that Nat is behind on taxes so far. You just how deep in debt things have really gotten. He steepled his fingers together over the desk and pressed them to his lips for a moment. He considered here. Tell you what. He dropped his hands and picked up a piece of paper and a pencil. What I might be able to do for you is make a list of what you're going to need to do to make this work. I'm not saying no, I'm just saying not right now. Ronan held up a hand when she dragged a sharp breath over her teeth. You don't have the money. That's obvious. If you did have the money, Nate wouldn't be selling his house. So, here's what you need to do. You need a cosigner, someone with money, and/or a job. As in not a job working for ranches, they don't show enough. Terry's not enough steady income in ranch handing for others. He gave her a moment for that to sink in before continuing. You guys are in and out of jobs because of the low ranch work available. You don't have enough for me to take on good faith. I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way anymore. Get yourself a cosigner, get a down payment, come back and see me. And from what I understand, Nate needs money for his wife's medical care. I'm pretty sure he's not going to do the cosigning for you, not that he would be able to. For that, I'm really sorry. Ronan stopped and looked at her. He really studied her. She felt his rejection to her toes. She didn't want to hear the answer was no. She'd gone to the bank so certain she had what it took to get her home secured. She couldn't even borrow $1. Not without a cosigner. 10% was going to be next to impossible. Stefanie sighed. Okay. I see where you're coming from. How long do I have? Do I have to have it done in 4 weeks when auction is, or is there a different time frame? Ronan considered here. arching his eyebrow. You know what? That's a really great question. I have potential buyers coming in all the time. But I'm off for the next 2 weeks. I'll give you until then. How was she supposed to get the money together and acquisition in 2 weeks? Who could do that? Numb because of the shock of the pretty much guaranteed rejection, Stefanie nodded slowly. Okay. I can do that. I can do it in 2 weeks. Ronan smiled politely. Course you can. I have no doubt about it, Stefanie. You and Nate, you and your whole family, you're all resourceful. I have no doubt that you can succeed at whatever you try to do. He stood from his desk, moving around the side and approaching her. I have a 9:30 appointment, so I'm going to see you to the door. You contact me at this number. He handed her a small business card along with a notepad piece of paper had written her list on. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you or someone at the bank can help you. You bring that stuff into me and we'll have something to talk about. Accepting the papers, she nodded. Stefanie stood and fell into step behind him. She felt like a balloon had been poked in the side. Like her air billowed out around her. She didn't have any hope left.
No. Stefanie shook her head. She could do it. She had 2 weeks. 2 weeks was like forever. So much could happen in the blink of an eye. Look at her parents. They died in less than a minute. She could buy her house. She straightened her shoulders and nodded again. Thank you so much, Mr. James. She reached out and shook his hand, just like her daddy taught her. I'll see you in 2 weeks. I'm looking forward to it. Ronan opened the door and let her out. He smiled again and looked past her shoulder. Mr. Riddick, come on in. Ronan turned back to his desk. Stefanie walked out his office door, passing the man she'd known her whole life as a plague on children. The pond owner smirked at Stefanie as he waited for her to leave. He murmured in a low voice, I hope you enjoy my house a little bit longer. I'm going to bulldoze the whole place when I get you off there. It's only a matter of time, Rourke. He winked real slow at Stefanie, like he had a secret she wasn't going to find out. He walked past her into the office and closed Ronan James's door behind him. Enjoy his house? Stupid man. She could do it. 2 weeks. What else did she need to do? She had the list Mr. James had given her and that was all the ammunition she needed. She didn't even need to overthink anything. Even as she fought against the depressing rejection and tried to keep her spirits up, Stefanie couldn't deny the dimmer skyline when she reached her truck. As if sensing her doldrums, the birds weren't chirping and no one smiled as she passed. Her eyebrows felt permanently pinched together and she couldn't make herself smile. But she didn't need a smile to succeed. She threw back her shoulders and climbed into the truck. Stefanie had a plan. She was going to put that plan into motion. But first, she needed a break. She was so mad. Just for a second, she had to get back at Riddick for being a jerk. She would go out to the old watering hole, the one on Riddick's land. She'd sit on his land while he was in there trying to buy hers. Even though he probably wouldn't know about her visit to his place, she couldn't help feeling like she would be just a little vindicated. You don't mess with a Rourke. Chapter 6. Drake. Drake stormed through the Rourke house. The thudding and thunder from his boots echoed across the empty interior. Lacking any decor or rugs on the walls and floors, his movements were even more amplified. The silence only made him angrier. Trading verbal missiles with Stefanie in the hallway that morning had only stirred his blood. Plus, the silence reminded him of the sickness eating at his sister. He shook off the sad thoughts of Emma and focused again on the riling mental processes about the middle Rourke. Where was she? What was Stefanie doing? She was up to something. Mucking stalls his butt. He'd gone to the barn to help. He really did want to help her. He wanted to help all of them. Not Nate anymore though. Drake wanted to help his sister. Emma deserved that. Speaking of his sister, Emma's weak voice called him from the living room. Her soft tone had to work its way through the pounding of his boots. Drake, can you come in here? Drake shook his head. He was making enough ruckus to be a bull at the next rodeo. Bucking Bronco Drake. Drake could hear the announcers now. Everyone screaming for him to get back to the arena. He edged into the living room. Nodding at his sister, he folded his arms and crossed his ankle over his other leg. How are you doing today, Emma? She smiled knowingly at him. Apparently, I'm doing better than you. You sound like you're mad enough to eat nails. Plus, you would know how I'm doing if you'd come in and see me once in a while. Her cheeks had bright points of pink while the rest of her skin was starkly pale, like she'd pinched the apples of her cheeks before he'd come in there. Try as she might, she couldn't hide her pallor or the limp shape to her hair. None of that mattered to her as she watched him, waiting for him to talk to her. He stood there, his arms crossed. As if he could outweight her. Course, he couldn't. He'd never been able to. The years he'd been gone had only made him worse at her games. That's what happened with little practice. He finally dropped his arms to his sides. He looked away. I never could win at that. Alright, I'm mad because I went out to help Stefanie muck the stalls, but she's not here. He avoided Emma's gaze. There was a lot more he was irritated at, but he didn't feel like yelling at her. He didn't feel like talking to anybody about it. Not yet anyway. Look, I know you're upset. This is a lot to take in. And I know you haven't called them yet. Do you think you could call Mom and Dad this afternoon? Go for a ride, take one of the horses, and think over how you're going to address it, what you're going to say. I really need you to do this, Drake. Please, you promised. She wasn't that weak when she was pleading for him to do something. Or guilting him. Like it gave her special powers. He had promised. He didn't like being reminded of it. The enormity of the task loomed before him. Maybe what he did need was a ride. He hadn't been on a horse in a long time. Uncle Will hadn't had horses in Wyoming. Alright, any horse will do. Sure. Just don't take Nate's horse. He seems to have an affinity for the brown one on the end. Emma smiled and winked. Drake would be taking the brown one. A small amount of revenge would be more than enough to help him get on his road to coping with what his sister asked him to do. He inclined his head. Alright, I'll be back in a bit. Do you need anything? She shook her head, trying not to let sadness overtake her peaceful expression. I'm fine, thank you. Nate will be in soon to check on me. He always does. She glanced out the window as if excusing Drake from the living room. Drake didn't say anything. He knew better than to interfere with one of Emma's moods. One time in the hospital, she'd only been about 10, Drake had been 8. She'd gone into one of her very few fits. She was trying so hard to be peaceful, to not cause any problems or complain. But Drake had pushed her. Pestering her and pushing, until finally she'd lost it. Her screaming had brought most of the nursing staff to her room. Drake hadn't realized she'd been in so much pain. That's what happened when you didn't tell people you're hurting. Emma was a professional at keeping her pain a secret. From then on, anytime she'd gone passively calm while dealing with her sickness, Drake had backed off. He didn't even need to speak. He turned and left the room. Out in the barn, Drake found the brown mare. She was a beautiful horse that moved her ears when he entered her stall. A dusty, dark brown Stetson hung on the stall hook to the side of the door. The hat looked like it hadn't been used in ages. He claimed it. He didn't need to be on a horse without head protection. His blonde hair was thick, but the sun always burned him anyway. He whistled for the horse to tack her. She came willingly, nudging his shoulder with the soft roundness of her nose. Why couldn't everything be as simple as getting ready for a ride? The mayor trusted him, trusted Nate. What were the chances Nate would be able to keep the horses? He'd have to sell them. Everything Nate had or was responsible for was being let down. Drake didn't rely on Nate, and he was being let down. He couldn't imagine how Stefanie, Hannah, and Emma felt. One more reason to hate the man who was his brother-in-law. The ride was more cathartic than Drake thought it would be. He hated when Emma was right. She seemed to be right a lot. He needed to get back to Wyoming and away from her knowing presence. But he couldn't. She was his sister, and she was dying. Drake took a deep breath and faced the truth. Emma was dying. She was dying, and making him accept the fact that she was dying. While the warm mid-morning temperatures didn't heat his anger any further, the unfairness of the situation brought it to a boil. He closed his eyes and allowed the sun to warm him, rather than steep in his emotions. He took a deep breath, the reins wrapped around his hand. He could let things go. He had to. On the back of a horse, with the small breeze whistling around him, Drake actually felt like he was home. His frustrations ebbed. At least for the time being, he could let them go. Emma was outside of his control. Nate wasn't his problem. Drake's shoulders lifted and fell with his breathing, and he slowly opened his eyes again as the horse plodded forward. The rhythm of the footsteps and the movement of her muscles under his legs consoled him. He hadn't felt peace like that in a long time, like he was home. It was an uncomfortable feeling. Drake had always associated home with his parents' abandonment. Now, though, seeing his sister, everything was falling back into place. Seeing Stefanie. He'd always watched her in school, watched her as she'd always been more confident than any other girl in high school, any other girl in all of town or the county. She had had a confidence about her most women didn't have. He hadn't been able to shake thoughts of her when he'd been gone. The last time he saw her had been at Riddick's Pond. Just thinking of that night, the last night, brought another wave of melancholy over him. He'd accused Stefanie of not being good enough for him. Even though he was a Benson. There wasn't much they were less than. Back then, anyway. No one could accuse Drake of being poor now. No one. Yet, even knowing he had more money than Stefanie had ever seen in her life, Drake still felt like she was better than him. She held on to her family, her pride, her confidence. She wasn't willing to trade any of that for anything. He admired that and, darn it, he couldn't shake the image of her womanly form from his mind. Maybe Emma's condition was contagious. Not the cancer, of course. But her mood. Maybe Drake was set up to be defeated at every turn. Wouldn't Emma get a kick out of his theory? That her mood was contagious. He chuckled at the thought. The urge to be in the place where he'd last seen Stefanie and things were simpler wiped the smirk from his face. Had the pond changed? Drake had tried so hard to get her attention that last night. He'd only succeeded in making himself look like a complete idiot. The old watering hole was at the end of a trail, deep in the forest. Old man Riddick never wandered there. He couldn't do much with that land except keep control of the borders. Not too much further past the watering hole was the line of the Salish reservation. Riddick fought with old Blackhawk a long time ago. He stated that no matter what, Blackhawk would never get that pond back. He didn't care about its spiritual significance to the tribe's people. His disregard for the Salish people brought out the rebellious nature of the local kids. For many years, most teenagers were more than happy to have their parties out at his place late at night. Riddick never stopped them. The parties didn't hurt him, they hurt the Salish and the reverence they had for the area. Riddick was a jerk. He was lazy, too. A slow canter helped with the rhythm of Drake's anger. The pace slowed his adrenaline down, soothed his restlessness, and made him feel like maybe he wasn't quite as angry at everything as he'd thought. He could look at his situation a little more clearly, even if it wasn't with any objectivity. His sister was dying. Drake could face that. What he didn't want to acknowledge was that he had to let her die. Not only that, but he had to stick up for her decision to give in. For the briefest moment, Drake had the inkling of how Nate felt. Emma had emasculated them both. Drake and Nate. She'd taken away their right to provide and protect her. That's where Drake's anger really came from. His sister was dying, and he couldn't do anything about it. Because she'd made him promise. What had she made Nate promise? The trees cast a shadow across his eyes, blocking the sun from his view. The drop in temperature between the sunny parts of a dry field and a shaded cool forest was enough to blow a chilly breeze across his neck. The soft touch of air pleased Drake. He whistled softly to the horse. "Yeah, I can see why Nate likes you. You're a sweet girl, aren't you?" The watering hole should be just up ahead, if he remembered right. Drake ducked his head, a branch hanging low across his path. He pushed the next one out of the way with his arm. Passing the final trees, brought him into view of the rest of the scene. The mid-morning air shifted, cooler, reminding him of that night so many years ago. The watering hole seemed to have changed. The campfire still sat in its forever spot, marking the earth where boys and girls gathered to spend time together with a black small hill of ashes past. Drake smiled softly, remembering that night among so many others where he'd watched Stefanie hang out with her friends and do nothing but be carefree girls. She'd never jumped in or done the skinny dipping, even though he'd hoped she would. No, Stefanie was classier than most. She had more taste. Modesty was always her thing. He loved that about her. A small waterfall fed into the pond on the far end. The water came from a large crack in the rock from deep in the earth. The springs around Montana are either fresh cool water or mineral-imbibed hot water. Drake took in the scene, the beautiful greens and browns mixed with the florals he'd missed in Wyoming with their sparse lands and scraped rocks. Movement to the right caught his eye. He turned, expecting to see deer or elk or maybe, knowing his luck, a bear. But that wasn't the case. His luck might just be changing for the better. Stefanie glanced at him over her shoulder, her hair long and stark against the white of her shirt. With her knees drawn up to her chest, she sat on a boulder at the edge of the water. She didn't react to his presence, but looked away from him as soon as she saw him see her. "Here we go, Drake," he mumbled to himself. He nudged the horse closer. The soft clip-clop of the hooves on the moss and grass-strewn rocks the only noise to compete with the gurgling of the water. He always seemed to have something to say to her everywhere else in the world and at any other time. But here, in this place, something about it roped and tied his tongue. He dismounted from the horse, glancing around for a place to tie her. Stefanie's soft voice carried. "She won't go anywhere. Just put her by some grass." "Thanks." Drake dropped the reins awkwardly to dangle by the mare's legs. He moved to find himself beside Stefanie on the boulder. He shoved his hands in his pockets, humbled to discover that it didn't matter how expensive his clothes were, he was still an insecure teenager with his crush in his sights. "You seemed pretty enthusiastic this morning. What has you down now?" He rolled his eyes at himself. Could he sound any more green? Emma would laugh at how he was talking. He had a feeling she'd always suspected how he felt about Stefanie, but she'd never out and out said it. Drake could respect that or appreciate it, either way, his pride could be intact as long as Emma kept her mouth shut. With her chin on her knee, Stefanie shrugged. It's hard to be enthusiastic when your plans don't work out the way you want them to. Her mumble reached him, but it was more like she was talking to the fish, the ones jumping up to snag flies on the water. Isn't it weird how the fish seem to eat around this pond all day and night instead of just in the morning and evening? In Wyoming, it gets so hot the fish won't feed unless it's dusky or shaded. Drake could have shot himself in the foot. He was an idiot. Who wanted to talk about fish? Stefanie lifted her large eyes to him and gave him a soft smile. "It's really shaded here and it's cool." Even on a hot day, they don't get that much discouragement from swimming up to the top of the waters. The Salish believe the spirits protect the fish here because it's an epicenter for all things holy. She bit her bottom lip, the soft skin tugged between her white teeth. Squinting at him, she continued, I didn't know that about Wyoming. Do you like it there? Interest in Drake? He could get on board with that. He wouldn't fight her questions. Stefanie showing interest in him was like a wolf being friendly to a rabbit, it never happened. Drake edged closer to her. He leaned a hip on the expansive rock. Yeah, it's been okay. It took me a while to appreciate it for what it is because I've been so mad at my parents. But eventually I did. There's a whole lot of rugged beauty there, in the people and the land. He shrugged. I'm not sure if I'm even over my parents and being banished. The serenity of the moment snared him into a level of intimacy he might not have reached at Bella Acres. Like their secrets were safe there at the pond, and they could say anything because it would never leave that clearing. He still didn't know how he felt about his parents. That was the whole point of the ride, come out there and figure out what he was supposed to do regarding them. Calling them wasn't on his list of priorities. He didn't want to call them. Thinking about the promises he made Emma and the stuff waiting for him back at Bella Acres, Drake grew pensive. He stared into the water, matching the direction of Stefanie's gaze. I want to buy Bella Acres. Stefanie sniffed, as if she too were caught up in the moment. But now old man Riddick wants it. He has the money, right? I'm just a kid to the bank, to Riddick, to Nate. She sighed, unaware that even in her early 20s, Stefanie looked nothing like a kid. Her hair had been pulled halfway back, leaving her curls to fall around her shoulders. The softening of her hair allowed the angles of her face to smooth, enhancing the curve and color of her eyes. Drake had always been drawn in by her eyes, but now her lips were even more intoxicating to look at than the rest of her. He blinked, trying to focus on her words and what she was saying. You want to buy the place? Riddick is going to stop you from doing that? That doesn't sound like the Stefanie I know. He didn't want to fight her, wasn't going to bring up the things that caused so much tension between them. He was enjoying the peace too much. But if he didn't goad her away from accepting failure, he feared she would lose herself in the grief of loss before even really trying. As if holding back a sob, her breath hitched. Yeah, well, there's only so much a couple $100 can do for you, you know? Nate was serious when he said we don't have any extra money. I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to do it. How can I get money at this stage of the game? Mr. James said I only have 2 weeks. She wiped at the sudden moisture under her eyes with quick, efficient strokes. I need a down payment of thousands and a cosigner. Even that might not be enough. An instant pang tugged at Drake's chest. He wanted to buy the land. Him. He wanted to kick Nate off the land. He'd never thought about how it would affect Stefanie and Hannah when Drake bought the land and kicked their brother off. What would he do with the girls? They didn't deserve to leave their home. Plus, he couldn't handle doing anything like that to Stefanie. How did he kick only one part of a family off the land? He had to rethink things, but now more than ever he had to buy that land. Especially since Stefanie couldn't afford it. Are you positive you can't buy it? Yeah, Ronan James is the bank owner in Colby. He told me I didn't have enough anything. Her sardonic laugh ended her words as if she too believed him, but hadn't thought about it much or even considered it to be a stopping point. You know what's crooked? To borrow money from the bank, you have to be able to prove you don't need their money. Which doesn't make sense at all. Drake couldn't handle the condescension with which she treated herself. He'd cared for Stefanie for far too long to allow her self-esteem to waver. That's the most brilliant thing I've ever heard, which is something I would expect from you. But this lackluster attitude of giving up? Who are you? Stefanie Rourke doesn't take no from anybody. He nudged her shoulder with his, leaning over to invade her space, just enough to capture her attention. Do you remember that night? When Nate came and grabbed you? And Emma sent me home? Stefanie stilled, as if Drake had brought up the bull in the room, the topic not to be discussed. She nodded slowly. Yeah, I remember that night. I remember a lot of things. Oh, I remember that you didn't take crap from anyone. Especially a loser guy like me. He winked at her, as if trying to calm the ire starting to brew in her gaze. Her voice stiffened even further, vulnerability strong in her tone. You can laugh about it all you want. You hurt me. I don't know if I've ever gotten over that. Heaven knows I never was able to really date guys because I was so certain it was going to be a game to them. A certain level of satisfaction rent through him that she'd never dated, but he couldn't focus on that when her words shocked him. He'd hurt her. How had he hurt her? She ripped his heart out by not responding to his calls, by not doing anything every time he reached out. I called you a couple times. I wanted to talk to you. I tried talking to you at school before that night. You wouldn't have it. I was never good enough for you, Drake. Never good enough for the Benson boy. She stood, dusting invisible dirt from the back of her denim skirt. The curves of the line of the skirt traced her thighs and her rear end without being overly snug. Drake envied the skirt. He shook his head and blinked hard. What are you talking about? I liked you all through middle school, even into high school. Stefanie thrust her finger toward the ground, holding her tone taut and controlled. Don't start with me. You and I both know that you did not feel anything for me. If you had, you would not have made a fool of me at that party. You wouldn't have. Drake raised his hand, squinting at her. Made a fool of you? I kissed you and you pushed me away, no interest. Nothing. Look what it got me. I kissed you in front of everyone, and then I was sent away. Drake's bitterness shot through him. He'd held that kiss as the only positive thing of that day. Even though she'd pushed him away, his lips still throbbed with the memory of her lips on his. She threw her hands in the air. All right, remember it how you want to, cowboy. I know what happened in my head and in my heart. She turned to walk down the slope of the boulder to the grassy trail that led away from the water. Rushing around to that side, Drake reached out and grabbed her elbow. Now wait a minute. If I hurt you, I didn't mean to. The last thing I'd want to do is hurt you. She lifted her chin, the challenge in her eyes. Sometimes we have to do things we don't want to do, right? Her words rushed Drake back through the things he promised Emma, back to the things that he had to do. Back to the things that he had decided he wanted to do, if he bought that land. Yeah, he mumbled. He had the money. He could do something he didn't have to do. Something she'd never expect. Let me buy it for you. I'll buy the land. I'll buy you Bella Acres. No strings attached, Stefanie. Stefanie twisted toward him, disbelief warring with expectant hope in her eyes. Don't you dare tease me or taunt me or make light of this. Bella Acres is my home. This isn't a box of cookies or chocolates that you can give to me. It's not something you give me to make up for the things that happened in our past. Sure, you broke my heart. No big deal. Not like life or death. It's not like losing your home. Don't make this about that. Please. Drake's thumb rubbed the edge of her elbow, the soft inner skin tantalizing to his touch. He looked down at his hand on her. I'm not turning this into anything. I just feel like I can help you, so why shouldn't I? Someone had to let him help. You don't have the money, Drake. There's no way you have enough money for me to borrow from you like you're a bank. If you do, why not use it to help Emma? She had the exact reaction Drake expected. Why didn't he use his money to help his sister? Why was he just rolling over and helping Emma pass peacefully? There had to be advancements since Emma was a child. There had to be something they could do. Drake lifted his chin, dropping his arm. I'm very wealthy. Stefanie, you have no idea what I've been up to since I've been gone. You're not even humble about it. There's the Drake Benson I know." She laughed, throwing her head back, exposing the soft skin of her throat, the creamy lines distracting. "Besides, even if you did have it, I couldn't take it. Do you ever think about that night? Do you ever think about what could have been with us?" Drake had to ask. He had to. She was losing the soft side of her, her walls slamming up. He had to ask before her vulnerability disappeared. Something soft glimmered in her eyes, and she said, "I wondered if you would have come over and kissed me like you did if Nate and Emma hadn't been there. You probably would have kept ignoring me, Drake." "No. I saw you. I had planned on approaching you that night. I had big plans. His voice trailed off as he realized how weak his declarations sounded. She stepped away from him, her walls up and pride lifted her chin. She drew her shoulders back. "You don't need to tease me. You don't need to assuage me. When I buy the land, Emma is going to be on it. She's my sister, too. I love her. I don't need blood to have a bond like that. I'm going to do this. You just stand there and watch me. All of you can watch me." She turned, her long strides carrying her further and further away from him, but never as far as her pride would take her. Stefanie would never be able to get anything lined up for the loan. The banker had recommended a cosigner. Or a job. Stefanie didn't have time to come up with either. She certainly didn't have enough time to come up with the money to cover any kind of down payment or good faith amount. Not in the time frame she'd been given. He knew it. One thing Drake Benson understood was money. He returned to the mare, grabbing the reins and wrapping the leather strips around his hand, as the sweet animal continued munching on the grass. Maybe he wouldn't kick Nate off the land when he bought it. Maybe Drake would buy the land, for Stefanie to stay there, and maybe he'd make her marry him. The only way any of that would fulfill his desire for revenge was knowing that every single time Drake touched Stefanie, Nate's blood would boil. Talk about sweet revenge. Chapter 7. Stefanie. Stefanie missed her mom's homemade bread. The bread Stefanie and Hannah made was a little too thick, a little too heavy. At least for sandwiches. Stefanie smoothed the knife over the chunky peanut butter, the thin amount that she was allowed to have. She would make up for the lack of peanut butter with homemade huckleberry jam. She couldn't dispel the ache of hunger gnawing at her belly. Nothing quite satisfied that ache, except for solid food that you couldn't see the end of. Dinners were slim anymore, food was getting scarce along with money. They watched their pennies like they watched predators in the prairie. The food they used was food they'd grown, but they'd dipped into the food storage for so long, they were running out of things to eat. Stefanie had skipped dinner to avoid Drake and the flood of emotions he spread throughout her body, that and the sensations he wrought on her with his closeness. His eyes. She'd missed dinner and mashed potatoes were her favorite, too. She sighed, careful to spread the peanut butter as much as possible. Ever since that morning, her discouragement had drowned her enthusiasm. Ronan sure knew how to take the whip out of the girl. She tried to shake off the despondency. Fighting with Drake by the pond hadn't helped matters either. No, she could still do it. She could succeed. She was a Rourke after all. Rourkes could do anything. Look at everything she'd survived. She just had to come up with a plan. That was all. The lamp on the kitchen island sent a pool of warm, glowing light through the kitchen and over into the dining room. Everyone else was asleep. She loved that quiet part of night. She slapped the 2 pieces of bread together and lifted them to take a bite. Drake shuffled into the kitchen. Stefanie froze in the middle of eating, watching as his blue jeans hung just a little low on his hips. The expanse of his bare chest and back moved, gliding and rippling. Didn't the man own a shirt? Drake stretched. Nodding toward the sandwich, he asked, "Anything left for me?" "We have enough for a PB&J. Stefanie offered the almost empty bottle of peanut butter toward him. There's not much left. Sorry about that. I didn't think anyone else would want one. That's all right, I'll just get something else. Drake opened the fridge door, blinking at the empty shelves. Where is everything? He stood, closing the door, and walked over to the pantry. Stefanie took a bite of her sandwich, chewing. She knew what he would find. The pantry was even more bare. Plenty of jars of jelly and honey, but not much else. Their gardens had been low with lack of funds for fertilizer, and no one home to till it. The Rourkes were getting used to hunger. All the money was going into Emma's medical care. Stefanie didn't resent anything about it. She loved Emma just as much as the rest of them did. What she resented was watching Emma fade even faster because she was hungry, too. Drake closed the door and turned back to face her, crossing his arms over his chest. He tilted his head to the side and studied her. Where's all the food? Stefanie avoided his gaze. She took another bite of her sandwich. Chewing, she waited, hoping he would look away. But he didn't. We don't have money. We really do not have money. Even for food. Stefanie straightened her back, turning away from him. She didn't need judgment. She was going to buy the house and feed everybody. She just had to figure out a way how. Drake angled around until he stood in front of her. Go grab your boots and let's go. He didn't look away from her as he challenged her with his tone. Stefanie put her sandwich on the plate. She looked everywhere but then glared at his chest. Exasperated, she threw her hands on her hips. Don't you own a shirt? Drake arched an eyebrow. Does this bother you? Because if it bothers you, I'll throw away all my shirts. I'll walk around like this every day. Just for you. His lips curved the slightest at the edges as he narrowed his eyes. Daunted by the appeal of seeing him walk around without a shirt, Stefanie huffed. Why do I need my boots, Drake? Drake took her by the shoulders and turned her. Go get your boots, Stefanie. I'll grab a shirt to make you feel all safe and warm. And I'll grab my boots and meet you out by my rig. Pure curiosity was the only thing that had Stefanie following his directions. She'd give anything to see what it was like to ride around in an Escalade. Plus, she didn't know how to address what happened at the watering hole that morning. Maybe just acting like nothing happened was one way to go. Heaven knew that if she studied their conversation too closely and how it affected her breathing and her pulse, she would get all kinds of confused about what she wanted. No one needed that. Stefanie grabbed her boots, glancing at her sandwich with regret. If Drake made her miss out on a perfectly acceptable sandwich, he better make up for it. Ignoring her growling stomach, Stefanie pulled on her boots and padded down the stairs on the back porch. She stood beside his rig. Moonlight from the clear skies graced the top of the hood. She hadn't seen a paint job like that in years. She didn't want to rest against the vehicle and risk scratching it. Drake came out the door, boots on his feet, buttoning up a flannel. He nodded at her. Doors unlocked, go on, climb in. He jumped in the front driver's seat. Stefanie leaned over, opening the door. Wow, you're such a gentleman. She climbed into the rig and slammed the door behind her. Drake laughed, turning the key. Last time I opened the door for you, we were in high school, and you said something so rude, I promised I'd never open another door for you again. He draped his forearm across the steering wheel and looked at her. Do you remember that? Stefanie leaned back in the chair, the leather already warming to her presence. She chewed on her top lip. Of course, she remembered that. She had just found out that he was dating Tawny Meridale and Stefanie had been extremely jealous. How could he have fallen for that high-maintenance wannabe rodeo queen? Drake had opened the door for Stefanie and she'd never given him any reason to date her. It hadn't been his fault. Sorry about that. I'm pretty easy to train, Stefanie. Drake started the engine, the slow hum and purr vastly different from the rough start of the Rourke family truck. "How do I know you're not going to take me out and kill me?" Stefanie buckled her seatbelt and glanced at him. She had to do something to defuse the tension between them. It wasn't that she didn't like him. It was that she liked him too much. Why couldn't a girl grow out of her crush? Ignoring her question, Drake pointed the car down the driveway. "Where's the best grocery store?" Drake pulled to the end of the drive, but paused at the road. They had to go one way or the other, they couldn't just go straight. One way led to Colby and the other to Taylor Falls. Stefanie twisted to face him, her shoulders angled as she held onto the dash for support. "This time of night? Colby's going to be the best one, that's 45 minutes down." Drake shrugged, his long graceful hands looking anything but soft in the glow from the dash. "I don't care, we need to get some food." "Is that where you want to go?" "We could try Taylor Falls. Their mini-mart might be open. It's summer, so the owner might have different hours now." "I'm not sure." She hadn't been into town in so long that late at night. Usually her bedtime was when the sun faded into the sky. Early to bed and early to rise and all that. "All right, Taylor Falls it is." He turned the steering wheel and Stefanie settled back into her seat. They were going to get food? Stefanie didn't have money. She might be able to put it on store credit and figure out some kind of a trade or something. The short car ride passed fairly fast. Stefanie didn't know what to say to him. Was he being nice by driving her to the store? Did he realize she didn't have any money? Maybe $20 she could spend on food, but every cent counted right then as she tried saving up to buy Bella Acres. How could she save up her money when she was spending it on stupid things like food? Nate would not be happy if they brought home food and found out Stefanie had spent money on it when there were things they needed more. He had a very strict budget. Working at the skin to the side of her thumb, Stefanie watched out the window for a sign of something in the dark. The 2 street lights in town didn't light up much. Everything was going to be okay. Stefanie could deal with it. Drake just wanted a loaf of bread and some sandwich stuff anyway. It wasn't a big deal. She was hungry, too. Maybe when they got home, she'd wake Hannah up to have a sandwich, too. Heaven knew Nate needed food as well. Drake hummed under his breath. The sound was comforting, as the dashboard lights created an ambience that matched the intimacy of the pond earlier that day. She hadn't wanted to address it internally and quite honestly would probably never talk about it out loud. Her plan involved continuing to act like it never happened. Drake pulled up in front of the mini-mart in Taylor Falls. Lights burned bright and the open sign flashed green over the door. They climbed out of the SUV and Drake turned to the right of the doors, grabbing a cart. He nodded towards another one. "Grab another cart. I'm not going to leave this place with any food in it if I can help it." He was after more than just sandwich makings. Stefanie could not afford that. How did she tell him? Her gut lurched as she realized not only did she not have the funds for a shopping spree, but she was going to have to admit to Drake just how bad off they were. The realization that she really didn't have any money nagged at her. How was she going to change her situation to buy Bella Acres? He started in the canned foods section, just grabbing things at random, 3 of some things, 7 of the next. Not once did he put only one of something in the cart. Stefanie had never seen such careless shopping before. He grabbed more than 3 or 4 of everything he could find. After he filled one cart, he pushed it to the front of the store, asking the lady at the register if she could start ringing it up. Then he grabbed another cart, glancing at Stefanie and smiling. "You're not getting anything. The cereal aisle hasn't even been touched yet. Get going. 2 or 3 of everything." He laughed, standing on one end of the cart and pushing off. So, he could ride it, coasting down the aisle. Stefanie followed him, chewing on the side of her cheek. Heat coursed through her in sharp bursts. Drake? I don't have the money to pay for this." Her face reddened. She could feel more heat as it radiated off her cheeks. She'd never forgive him for forcing her to admit that. Drake jumped off the cart and pulled it to a stop. He turned back, stopping the cart she half-heartedly pushed by placing his hands on the front of the basket. He lowered his voice and glanced over her shoulder. "I'm not asking you to pay for anything, Stefanie." "Well, I don't believe in stealing." Stefanie crossed her arms and leaned on the cart, glaring at him. "We're not stealing anything." Plus, the cashier had already started ringing things up. Drake's laugh filled the aisles, echoing into the empty store. "I don't steal, love. I have the money. Don't worry about it. Now go to the cereal aisle and get 2 or 3 of everything. Except Wheaties. I hate Wheaties." His playful glare brought out goosebumps on her arms. Stefanie turned around, half in a daze, but not so shocked she couldn't answer. "Well, Nate loves Wheaties." Drake grinned before continuing down his aisle. Over his shoulder, he tossed, "I know." Stefanie smiled, shaking her head. The man was incorrigible. Hopefully, he really did have the money that he said he did. Because 2 of everything was going to ring up real fast. She went down the cereal aisle, starting out slow at first. He had said 2 of everything. The prices made her wince. $4 for a box of Frosted Flakes, $3.50 for a box of Rice Krispies, $2 for a box of oatmeal, and finally she had to stop looking. She grabbed 2 of everything just like Drake instructed. Her cart quickly filled. She went up to the front, placing it next to the overflowing 2 he'd already placed there, and retrieved another one for the next aisle. "Stefanie, how's it going? We'll go up the frozen section last." Drake's voice reached her as she passed his aisle. Stefanie paused and smiled shyly at him. "I'm good. I can't believe you're doing this." And she couldn't. She couldn't comprehend the amount of money he was sacrificing. She continued on, reaching her next aisle. She paused in her reach for the first item at the sound of Drake's cart rolling toward the closest end of the aisle she was in. Drake stuck his head around the corner, his eyes soft as he, too, grinned. "I can't let my sister starve. I can't let you either." Tears welled in Stefanie's eyes. Nate was trying so hard, but he had taken on too much. She was grateful Drake was there to help, too, and truly willing to do what was needed. A little bit of food would go a long way with all of them. Maybe it would even raise Emma's spirits. 7 cartfuls later, Stefanie glanced at Drake as they stood beside the register. "Is your Escalade going to be able to hold all of this?" "Sure." Drake brushed his hands through his hair, winking at her. "My rig is bigger than you think. It may not be a truck, but it can sure do the work." Stefanie giggled, half rolling her eyes. "Okay, I hope you're sure. Or we're going to have to push all these carts back to the house." She warmed at his answering chuckle. The cashier's eyes widened as she stared out over all the carts. "Are you buying the whole store?" Drake shrugged and glanced at Stefanie. "I was thinking about it. But I need to leave some food for the rest of the town." His nonchalance drew another soft giggle from Stefanie. He was so relaxed about what they were doing. She'd actually had fun with him. The woman needed over an hour to ring up the food. They had to keep the 2 carts of frozen items in the walk-in cooler while they worked. Drake finally paid the bill of over $4,000. He didn't even wince. Didn't even react to the exorbitant amount. Stefanie swallowed. She couldn't believe the number. How could he have that kind of money? How could anyone spend that kind of money on food? She rubbed her suddenly damp palms on the waist of her shirt. Was Drake seriously rich? How could she not know that? And why wasn't Nate letting Drake help? Did Nate know something Stefanie didn't? As they loaded up the food into the back of his rig with the seats folded down, Stefanie couldn't help seeing Drake differently. Maybe he really wasn't the selfish little brat she'd always taken comfort in believing him to be. Sure, she'd always been attracted to him. Heck, who wouldn't be attracted to the bad boy look of Drake Benson? He'd always been the popular boy growing up. He didn't have money, but he always acted like it. Now that he had money, he didn't act like it. The juxtaposition of how she thought of him and how he really was confused Stefanie enough to have her drop her guard against him. After everything was loaded, they climbed into the stuffed Escalade. Stefanie closed the door and turned to him. "Do you mind me asking how you got all that money? I thought you guys didn't have anything." "I'm sorry, that's so rude." She leaned back and gave her head a hard shake. Drake drove them toward home. He glanced at her, grinning. "You're not rude. Ask me anything you want. As far as you're concerned, I'm an open book." He cleared his throat. "At the risk of sounding arrogant, I'm really good with numbers. And my education turned out a lot better than I thought it would. I'll say." Stefanie folded her fingers in her lap, grateful the dark interior made her blush at his words. "If you're good with numbers and with business, maybe I could ask you a little bit about how to go about buying the house? I don't want you to do it, I just have some questions." "I can't ask Nate anything. He's adamantly against me buying. This isn't like him either. I can't even tell you. He just wants Emma to get better." Drake's lips pressed into a thin hard line. "Your brother is married to my sister. That doesn't make him my family. I'm sorry for that. I just can't have any respect for a man who won't take care of his wife. Or sisters." Stefanie blinked back tears. "But he's trying. That's the problem." She realized talking about buying the ranch with either Drake or Nate wouldn't be a good idea. There was simply too much bad blood between the two men. She had to find a cosigner. The only people she had left to consider were Cyan's parents. Chapter 8. Drake. No matter how many times Drake walked past the main phone, his job to call his parents didn't get any easier. He glared at the offending electronic as he poured a glass of milk, putting the gallon back into the fridge. Seeing the shelves filled made his chest swell. He'd never had to provide for anybody. The fact he was able to do that for Emma and Stefanie made it a big deal to him. Not to mention the pride stroking when Nate had seen all the food. Drake wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, staring at the phone as if it were a snake waiting to attack. "All right, I can do this." He picked up the handset and dialed the number Emma had so conveniently left for him on a post-it beside the phone. Over and over he repeated in his head, "Don't pick up, don't pick up, don't pick up." Ring. Ring. His mother picked up, her voice ecstatic and more light-hearted than Drake ever remembered. "Emma. We didn't expect to hear from you so soon. How are you doing? I thought you were going on vacation." This is Drake. He didn't even want to say mom to her. He couldn't. He couldn't call her that. He was still too angry and hurt. He hadn't talked to his parents in a long time. "Drake?" Her shriek ripped through the phone. She pulled her mouth away from her end and yelled, "Oh my gosh. Drake's on the phone, he wants to talk to us." Drake shook his head, she couldn't see him, but he still had to shake his head. He raised his voice to be certain she heard. "No, I don't want to talk to you. I'm calling because Emma is making me call you. She's sick, and she's not going to get help this time. I think you should come to her place. Do it soon, because Nate is trying to sell the house." He hung up before they could say anything else. His chest rose and fell with his shallow breathing. The conversation hadn't even been long enough to be coined a conversation, and yet he still felt like he'd been on the line more than an hour. Drake refused to let himself feel badly about what he'd done. He had to move on. He had to survive them. How else was he supposed to move on from this? He had too much invested in being away from them. He had no reason to be engaged in his family anymore. Nothing felt solid with them. How fast they'd sent him away and never visited. He didn't want to explore the twinge of bitterness blooming in his chest. There was too much pain there anyway. He had done what Emma asked him to do, now he could checkmark that off the list. What else was she going to ask of him? Nice to see we're not the only ones you treat horribly. Nate leaned against the side of the kitchen wall, his eyebrow arched under the wide-brimmed hat he hadn't bothered to remove indoors. He folded his arms across his chest and set his jaw to the side. If I needed you to buy food for us, I would have asked you to. Drake braced his arms on the counter and leaned against it. That was it. He was done with the dancing around and the attempts to hold on to pride people couldn't afford. Let's be honest, Nate, you wouldn't ask me for a darn thing. Emma's dying and no one has asked me for anything. Because I don't need anything from you, Benson. I can do this on my own. Emma is my wife. I can do this. Desperation tinted the blue of Nate's eyes almost black. His eyes narrowed. Drake drew back. Nate really believed he could do it. Even as he was failing, he believed he could still succeed. Pity filled Drake. He nodded shortly. Okay, I can see how you would believe that. But I'm watching our sisters starve under the weight of your pride. Nothing is holding them together except for the simple fact that they don't want you to fall apart. That they don't want you to think they've lost faith in you. They aren't crying when you're around, but yeah, I can hear them crying themselves to sleep at night in the room I'm staying in, and I can tell you, Nate, you're worthless if you ignore that. Nate swallowed, blinking as his shoulders jerked forward. Drake, still sick from the conversation with his parents, didn't have any nice words to say at that point. Look, I'm not asking you to sell everything you have. I'm asking you to give them all a fighting chance. Use me. I'm here. I'm a solid resource. Stefanie wants to buy this place, did you know that? Nate shook his head, harumphing as he stalked into the kitchen. You don't know anything about Stefanie. You've always panted after her like she's a mare in heat. Well, she likes to come up with stuff to do. She never follows through, she never does. Stefanie relies on me too much. She's never been able to figure things out since Mom and Dad died. There are too many hurt emotions there. You wouldn't understand. He pulled a glass out of the cabinet and stared out the window. Maybe she'd follow through with things if she had the support or the resources to do so. Don't discredit Stefanie. She's got more going on than you know. Drake did his best to hold back the rage building inside him. How dare Nate abandon Stefanie like an afterthought? He was so blinded by his own self-appointed purpose that he didn't see the value in the rest of them. Nate approached the fridge, then stopped, not even reaching for the handle, as if he remembered there was food in there because of the man he berated. He spun to face Drake with his arms crossed again, his head tilted back. I don't know why you came. If it's because of Emma, she's going to be around a long time, so you can just go. Just leave. Come back for the holidays or something. I'll find you and let you know her whereabouts. Drake shook his head, laughing under his breath. You still don't get it, do you? Our parents didn't know anything about this. You didn't call them, just like you didn't call me, right? A thunderous anger darkened Nate's face. I called you every day for 2 weeks. The old man at the number said he didn't know who I was talking about. I called every day. Nate stepped forward, thrusting his finger into Drake's chest. I used the number your parents had. You didn't want to be contacted. So that's not my fault. I tried my best. Nate studied Drake from his head to his toes, disgust puffing out his lips. It takes more than a random visit and food in the fridge to make you family. Don't you think? Drake struggled to get past his emotions so he could find some way to reply with a sense of wit. He had to reply. He could not let his emotions get the best of him and let Nate win the battle of wits. But nothing came. He didn't want to say what he was thinking, not really thinking, because some things just shouldn't be said, no matter what. At Drake's continued silence, Nate chuckled dryly and sauntered out of the kitchen, leaving Drake to stand there and fume. Emma. Emma leaned her head back on the couch, pressing her knuckles against her lips so hard she could feel the hardness of her teeth. Drake had to let go of his hatred toward their parents. They had only done what they thought was right. He had no idea how much they'd missed him and Emma. Forgiveness wasn't easy, but Emma had been able to do it. Why couldn't Drake? And Nathan, her sweet husband. He tried so much and believed he could save her. What he didn't realize was she didn't want to be saved, not anymore. Hoping was something she didn't have the luxury of investing in. Not anymore. If she hoped something would save her, she would only be disappointed again. Nate and the rest of the family would only be disappointed again. Emma couldn't handle the constant ups and downs of hoping and then having those hopes dashed. Not when she could barely stand to believe that her time was running short. And she had no doubt it was running short. Even lifting her hand to rub at her forehead cost her energy she didn't have. The small cell phone beside her on the coffee table buzzed and Emma blinked at it. The short distance seemed insurmountable for her to lean over and grab. She took a deep breath and pushed herself forward, snagged the phone, and then leaned back again, letting herself take another minute to just be still. The phone continued buzzing in her hand. Finally, she answered, carefully lifting the cell to her ear and answering softly. Hello? She should have checked the caller ID, but everything cost her energy. Even blinking. Emma? It's Mom. Did you? Drake is at your house, right? Her mother's voice had a choked twist at the ends of the hard vowels, like it was harder talking about Drake than she wanted Emma to know. Closing her eyes, Emma breathed in through her nose and nodded gently. Yeah, he's here. As if that wasn't the main reason she'd called, her mother lowered her voice. He said you're sick again? The pause was pregnant, as Emma would never be, and she blinked at the comparison she couldn't help making. She didn't answer. She couldn't. What did she say? If she answered yes, then her mother would want to know why she wasn't getting treatment. If she answered with a no, she'd be lying and her mom wouldn't understand why she was getting called to her own daughter's funeral. Are you? Tell me, Emma. I can take the truth. A sliver of steel illed the undercurrents of her mother's voice, assuring Emma that maybe she really could handle the facts if Emma shared them. Swallowing, Emma stared down at the blankets covering her lap. She twisted her finger in the hem of a crocheted blanket that Nate's mother had made a long time ago. She took a deep breath, or as deep as she could without feeling lightheaded. Mom, I'm sick again. After a brief pause, her mother replied. I see. Drake said you aren't getting treatment? There were so many questions and Emma didn't know how to answer when she wasn't sure how steadfast she was in her own wishes. It was one thing to tell Nate and the rest of the family that she didn't want to fight, but her mom? Her dad? Emma didn't know how to tell them that their whole life was spent fighting something that would take Emma in the long run anyway. Would they feel betrayed by her? Would they blame her for their trials? I'm not getting treatment. I'm stage 4. Emma paused at her mother's audible gasp. She blinked and then continued. There are things they want to do to slow it down, but, Emma glanced toward the doorway, keeping her voice low and unable to filter out the plaintive sound in her tone. I can't. Mom, I can't do that again. You and Dad, you guys were able to handle it. I have no idea how, but Nate? And the others? They can't and I'm tired. I'm just so tired. We'll be there this weekend. Her mom didn't even comment on the things Emma said. What would she do? Argue? She had to know what Emma was talking about. She had to understand the painful portions of the thoughts going through Emma's mind and heart. She hung up, not saying anything else, as if Emma would argue with her decision to come. Hadn't her mom been through the questions herself? Hadn't she wondered over and over if she was only torturing her daughter with all the treatments and needles and procedures? She'd asked Emma once if Emma wanted to just stop and go home, let the cancer have her, visit Disneyland or Europe or somewhere that wasn't wrapped up in the medicine. At the time, Emma had seen the stark desperation in her mother's eyes, and she'd whispered that she didn't want to give up, even though deep down she wanted nothing more than to stop hurting. Gripping the silent phone with fingers barely strong enough to hold on, Emma sighed and let the cell fall to her lap. She sank back into the cushions, unseeing as her gaze shifted and fell out the window. Her parents would be there soon. While that filled her with worry, she was glad she'd get to see them one last time before she let go. She didn't want to tell Nate, but she didn't think she'd survive until he sold the house. No, the only thing she wanted to tell Nate, she couldn't because he was off chasing her survival. Drake. 3 breakfasts, 3 lunches, and 3 dinners later, Drake had enjoyed every smug meal he'd provided. Hannah had been ecstatic about the food. Her gratitude warmed Drake's heart and he felt just a little guilty since it felt so good to one-up Nate's pride. Stefanie hadn't been around. Hannah claimed that her sister had gone for a visit with Jarrett's wife, Cyan, and her family. Drake understood, he knew she had goals, even though Nate couldn't care about her goals or even see her for the woman she'd become. Nate had grumbled that there were things to do, but overall, he kept his comments to himself. Hannah and Nate had stepped outside to go to the barn, to visit the horses they were trying to sell. Nate had almost completely cleared out the Rourke livestock and Drake didn't want to watch the women say goodbye to everything. Thankfully, Stefanie hadn't been there. But Hannah's grief was just as palpable. A knock at the front door, and Emma's weak voice called from the living room. "Drake, can you get that, please?" Drake dropped the dish towel to the counter. He'd been trying to help out around the house as much as he could. He obviously wasn't welcome out in the barn. At least until Stefanie got back. When she got back, Drake would see if they could take the last 2 Maras out for a ride. Together. The thought of them together brought a rare smile. He made his way to the front door, winking at Emma as he turned the handle and then swung open the panel. He couldn't figure out the bemused twist to her lips before he turned to face who was on the other side. His parents. Or the people that he had called his parents at one time. He didn't recognize these versions of themselves without their faded, worn jeans and pale clothing. Instead, his mother had filled out and wore a brightly colored blouse with white slacks. His father looked nothing like the man Drake had grown used to when he was younger. The man before him had carefully combed hair, a suit, and a tie. Something Drake himself could not really fall in love with, well, the tie anyway. He didn't wear it willingly, and he couldn't see why his father would. Drake didn't say anything. He opened the door further and walked past them onto the deck. The bewilderment on their faces suggested that they hadn't expected him to look the way he did either. Even on the ranch, he'd made himself dress in his tightly tailored suits and his well-fitted boots. He couldn't chance Stefanie showing up and not finding him dressed less than his best. For some reason, her knowing he had money and knowing that he turned out better than he'd ever been was more important than how his parents felt about him. Even how Emma felt about him. How Stefanie felt about him had become tantamount to the world. Without a word, Emma's parents walked inside and turned to the right. Emma's parents. They would always be that for him. He couldn't even think of them as his. The door closed behind them with a click. Drake heaved a breath of relief. The air in Montana had a crisper feel to it, maybe due to the higher elevation. The humidity wasn't as high as it was in Wyoming. Even the Montana air had a sweet tinge of honey, as if the hummingbirds laced their sweet nectar throughout the skies. He claimed a seat on the railing of the deck. It creaked under his weight. He glanced down, noticing the lines and cracks in the floorboards. They would never get top dollar for the place. If Stefanie really was going to buy Bella Acres, then Drake was going to have to make sure that she had the best she could have. She would let Emma live there. Emma would need a wheelchair ramp soon with how she'd gotten to where she couldn't move much beyond being carried. A wheelchair just wasn't practical for where they were, at least unless they had a ramp. Drake pulled out his cell phone and made a quick call to an acquaintance of his in the area. He finished the call and tucked the phone back in his pocket, grateful to be doing something, anything. His mother stuck her head out the door. "Drake, Emma wants us all in here. Can you join us, please?" She nodded as he stood and moved to walk past her. She placed her hand on his arm and then drew back sharply, dropping her hand to her side. "It's nice to see you, son." She awkwardly moved her arms and to hug him, but he darted away, too cowardly to even admit that he didn't want her to hug him. Even if he really did. His face flaming with heat, he joined his sister in the living room. He folded his arms and stepped to stand against the wall. He didn't need to be by the Bensons any more than he needed to catch the cancer ravaging his sister's body and spirits. "Maybe we could open up some of the chairs from the deck and put them in here so we can all sit down?" Emma's voice came like a half-whisper, her eyes half-closed as her arms draped over her chest. Of course, her request was aimed at him. Even he wasn't rude enough to make them all stand. The reprieve to retrieve the seats was welcome. Drake hated visiting with Emma. Her weakness astounded him. He had never known her to be weak, even as a child when she'd undergone chemotherapy and radiation therapy, she'd never given in. Her vibrancy had never paled. But he could see her light fading and it hurt him. Drake nodded. "Of course, Emma." He returned from the deck with 3 fold-up chairs, which he placed in a semicircle around the side of the couch. They each claimed a seat. Drake, as close to Emma as he could possibly be, tried placing a foot or two between him and his father. The scraping of the legs on the floor less than subtle in his intent. How did he always end up sitting next to his father? It didn't seem right that his dad would be there. Why did Drake have to cope with them? All of Drake's bitterness over the past years since he'd been sent away rose up to try to choke him. He tamped it down, gripping his hands in his lap as he leaned back in the rickety seat. His dad didn't even look at him, or acknowledge the fact that he sat next to him. Whatever, Drake could totally deal with that. Emma struggled to push herself to a sitting position. After a moment she accomplished it. Breathing heavy, she glanced at each of them in turn, her eyes large in her gaunt features. She spoke slowly, painfully, as if speaking took the very essence out of her. "I wanted to have a family meeting because I wanted you to know that." Drake held up his hands, shaking his head. "I haven't been a member of this family in years. Can we just call this what it is? A gathering of people who are worried about you? I'm trying to call this what it is, Drake." Emma eyed him as if warning him with her gaze. "There's nothing stopping you from leaving, except for the fact that you know that you're part of this family." At that, Drake stood. "Actually, I was staying simply because I figured you would need some moral support in here. But now that I know that you don't need that, I can leave." Giving Emma grief was the only thing he could control. He could pretend that she was strong enough to deal with whatever he dished out. He could pretend that she was everything he remembered instead of the fading shell she'd become. "Sit down, boy." His father's gruff voice grated in the silence of the room, even as he didn't even bother to look at Drake. Drake laughed as if his father were a comedian, then bit the humor off as he looked down at the man who claimed him. "You don't call me boy. You don't call me anything. You pushed me out, that was it. Uncle Will is more of a father than you've ever been to me. I'm done with this." He stomped to the doorway, fury holding his chest tight with emotion. The one person who could stop him did. Emma called out his name. "Drake. Stop." Inhaling deeply through his nose, Drake half turned, giving her a small shake of his head. "I don't have to deal with this, Emma." Emma's look was reproachful, as she seemed to summon every last bit of strength she'd ever harbored. "Look, I don't care what happened so long ago. I understand everybody was hurt. My heart was ripped out, Drake. I didn't want to lose you. You're my brother. The last thing I wanted was for something to happen to you. And yet, look at how great you turned out. That wouldn't have happened with us. Trust me. You've made it out. You have made something of yourself. And now you get to come back here and act all smug. I can't imagine how great that's got to feel. She narrowed her gaze at Drake and pursed her lips. I need you to do this for me. Because I'm dying. And I won't get another chance. Their mother gasped, placing her fingers over her mouth. Their father leaned forward, grabbing Emma's hand in his. Don't talk like that, you can beat this. Emma sighed, leaned her head back a bit as she seemed to beg Drake to help her out. After a second, she turned her gaze back to her father. I don't want to beat it. I'm tired, Dad. I've been beating it my whole life. It's too late. We caught it too late. Tears glinted on her cheeks and she swiped at them furiously. Nate deserves better, so does his family. As do all of you. I just feel bad that I wasn't able to release you guys from this when I was growing up. Her mother didn't speak. She blinked wide eyes at Emma and moved her head like she struggled for breath. She reached out and claimed Emma's other hand, holding on as if she could give her own health to her daughter. Unwilling to just roll over and take her answer like it was okay that she wasn't fighting, Drake opened his mouth. They didn't know. How could they know she was just giving up? They couldn't. There's no way their parents had any idea just what exactly was really going on. He had to close his mouth as he forced a swallow before speaking. Did you tell them what you told me? You're quitting? That even though I have all the money that can save you, you don't want to be saved? Their mother leaned forward, gripping their father's arm. She gasped again, the sound becoming redundant. Emma, is this true? Can Drake help you, and you won't let him? She glanced at Drake. Do it. Do whatever you can. The intensity of his mother's gaze almost made him wince, but he refused to show any reaction to their nearness beyond the derision he allowed on his face and in his voice. Emma didn't speak. She pierced Drake with her gaze, and then each of her family members in turn. Why would I use anything that any of you have earned? It's not mine. I can't do that to you. Not anymore. Not after all this. She sighed, her lips curving downward into a gentle frown. I've been happy. I have been loved. More than I can say. Nate has made me so happy these last few years. I wish I could do the same for him. She glanced down at her hands and then back at her mom, whispering. I can't have his babies. I can't give him what he needs. He's putting himself further into debt to take care of me. He has to sell his family's land. For me. All I've ever done is take, from you, from Dad, from Drake, and from Nate and his family. Emma dragged in a ragged breath and continued. How do you think that makes me feel? We are going to have to live in the back of a truck, because of me. Stefanie and Hannah. My sisters. The only sisters I'll ever have. And they're getting turned out of their home because of me. You can't understand what that's like. She blinked and then shifted her gaze toward Drake. You do, though, don't you? You completely understand. Her voice had taken on a breathy quality as she struggled to get her thoughts out with conviction. They all sat there in silence as they absorbed her words. Drake didn't know how much more truth he could handle from Emma. Because honestly, she knew exactly what she was saying. Yet, she had more to add, as if she'd been shoring up her phrases for a long time. You guys had to move, because of me. You could never find enough money or enough income because of me. Drake was sent away because of me, and look at him now. I'm not going to take that away from him. Just because I could. What kind of a person would that make me? She shook her head softly, the tresses of her hair moving just a bit above her shirt. I'm not going to do that. I refuse. What do you want, then? You have to want something. We have to be able to do something. Can we? I mean, what will fix things for you? Drake shifted on his feet, facing to the side as he watched her with a turned head. His boots scraped on the bare floor with his movement. He was a protector at heart, and just standing there doing nothing was against everything in him. Emma's wide eyes seemed to drink him in as she stared at him for the space of 3 seconds. Then, she spoke firmly. I just want one thing from you guys. I want you all to get along. You won't have me around anymore. I want you to get along, forgive each other, love each other. Because I need to know that my family is intact when I go. Drake turned to face his sister full on, his hands clenching and unclenching at his side. You see the thing about promises, Emma? You keep asking for them, and I'm not sure I can deliver on everything you want. But the truth was, he didn't have much of a choice. Because his sister was dying. She wasn't going to be around to rebuke him for missing the mark on things he promised. She wasn't going to be around to return to from Wyoming on the off chance he wanted to return. There was so much he was going to miss out on with her. Things he'd already missed out on. What kind of a brother would he be if he ignored her last requests? He'd be the kind who was doing what he could to save her. Wasn't that the most important thing? Against his promises or not? Chapter 9. Stefanie. Stefanie fidgeted with her thumbs, unable to get comfortable on the micro-suede couch Cyan had told her to wait on. She'd meant to be at the Burns house only a day or two, but that had turned into 4. Cyan had promised her dad would be there, but Mr. Burns kept getting waylaid by medical issues. Stefanie had been waiting in their living room for over 2 hours. Another promise she'd broken. Cyan swore he'd be there that morning right after breakfast. Time was running out and the stress might be the death of her, if Stefanie didn't get a chance to say something to Mr. Burns. Suddenly movement from the front of the house caught Stefanie's attention. She leaned to the side, putting herself into the position to watch Cyan hovering over an older man as they ambled into the room. His cane thumped on the floor, held by a hand with gnarly knuckles and fingers that twisted in painful directions. Stringy, long hair hung limply around his tan, wrinkle-lined face. Cyan had warned Stefanie about her dad. He'd been afflicted with an autoimmune disease for as long as Cyan could remember. Unfortunately, his symptoms were getting worse. Even the marijuana he used for medical reasons wasn't helping anymore. Nothing was slowing the disease down. Even with all of his money, he wasn't getting any better. Sickness took you whether you were rich or poor. Stefanie had first-hand knowledge of the poor side. It was eye-opening to see even money couldn't change your fate. Cyan's soft voice broke through Stefanie's reverie. Her normally exuberant tone had turned dulcet. Stefanie, this is my dad. He's ready to listen to what you have to say. Cyan helped her father to the chair. Jareth wasn't there since he had gotten a job at a nearby ranch. He had to fix relationships with the neighboring ranchers after he'd broken trusts when he and Cyan had first met. The community didn't forgive easily. And Jareth had betrayed Cyan's father, one of their own. That wasn't tolerated in Montana. Not in a community as tightly knit as theirs. Standing, Stefanie leaned forward, nodding slightly at Mr. Burns. Mr. Burns, it's nice to finally meet you. I am sorry that you're having health problems. She wasn't sure what she could do for him since she was already falling short for how she could help Emma. Tight lines around his pinched mouth didn't keep Mr. Burns from smiling. I'll be fine. Thank you for the comment though. Please, have a seat. What can I do for you, Stefanie? Cyan said you've been very patient. He patted his daughter's arm woven through the crook in his arm as she steadied him. Reclaiming her spot on the couch, Stefanie clenched her fingers together between her knees. She took a deep breath. Well, Cyan said you might be interested in backing an investment. Or, investing or loaning. She closed her eyes and then opened them again, catching the quizzical glance between Cyan and her father. She was making a fool of herself. over something she may or may not get. Something that wouldn't kill her if she lost it. Wouldn't save Emma if she gained it. She let go of the pressures she put on herself. At that point in time, she had no money to buy Bella Acres. If she got the loan from Mr. Burns, she'd be better off, but if she didn't, she wouldn't be worse off. Stefanie licked her dry lips and offered a slight laugh at her stumbling. Let me start over. I'm so nervous. Would you be willing to invest in me and my family's ranch? I need to buy it before it goes to auction. She settled into her topic, warming to the interest on Mr. Burns' face. My sister-in-law has had a lot of great ideas the last few years, some we've implemented and are gaining a profit on and some we have in the wings. Everything is coming to a forefront right now because she's dying from cancer. If we also lose the house, well, she's waitlisted for hospice, and we don't have anywhere to take her. And my brother thinks that if we can keep her, Stefanie trailed off. For all her practicing over the last 3 to 4 days, she was still susceptible to the emotions of her statements rather than the business and logic she was hoping for. Nothing was coming out right. Her nerves compressed around her, causing her to forget what she wanted to say. I'm sorry. I'm very nervous and this topic is very close to my heart. Mr. Burns lifted his hands slowly. There's nothing to be nervous about here, Stefanie. We're just friends, talking about business things. Cyan has told me about it already. I would be happy to help you out. I have a pretty strict rule that I don't make these decisions on my own. I need to call my financial advisor and discuss the facts with him. Give me a couple days, and I'll call you. Cyan has your number, I'm sure. I understand there's a deadline, so you can take a note to the bank. Ronan James and I go way back. He'll waylay the deadline for a couple days for me. If he doesn't, I'll call his wife. He winked, his head wobbling slightly as he spoke. Don't worry, if I don't choose to invest, I'm sure I can find someone who will. Teasingly, Cyan rolled her eyes. You and that investment firm. I'm surprised you don't ask them what to eat. Mr. Burns glanced at his daughter, then returned his gaze to Stefanie. Everything that company has done for us in the past has pulled me out of a scrape or two, I'll tell you what. I trust them implicitly. If they tell me to do it, I'll do it. My advisor has gone out of town, though, so I'm waiting for him to get back so I can discuss these things with him. As well as a few others. Overwhelmed relief stopped up Stefanie's words again. She bobbed her head like a doll on the dashboard of a car. I understand. Thank you for thinking it over. With the meeting part over, she let her air out on a whoosh. Stefanie glanced at Cyan and then back at Mr. Burns. Thank you again for seeing me. Cyan, do you think we could get home? I really don't want to leave Nate with all the work that still needs to be done. Cyan brightened, the blue swath in her hair catching the afternoon light. I would love to get back. Dad, we're going to run back down to Bella Acres. Jareth is supposed to be down there, and I wanted to help him get packed and ready to go. He's staying out at the Morning Glory Ranch. Mr. Burns winked. I know. I told Ol Randall if he didn't hire your husband, I'd make sure and plant some of my cannabis at his place. The only way your mother will stop nagging at me about her art is if you're nearby. The only way I can get you nearby is if your husband works somewhere close. Are you staying with us while he's out there? Cyan blushed, nudging his shoulder carefully. Anything I can do to stay close to Jareth will be fine with me. Thanks, Dad. She leaned down and kissed her father on his cheek. The family dynamic warmed Stefanie. Would she have been able to have the kind of relationship with her own father if he'd lived? What if she'd had her parents around when she was hurting as badly as she was? Certainly, they wouldn't be facing the possibility of losing their family home. And if they were, they'd have a goal in mind. They'd move together as a unit instead of just shooting pellets into the wind. Stefanie envied Cyan's relationship with her father, but she was grateful he was willing to think things over for her. If nothing else, it gave her the confidence boost she needed to return home and face Nate, Emma, Hannah, and most of all, Drake. Chapter 10. Drake. Drake's parents stayed at Nate and Emma's only a couple days. He opted to stay at a hotel in town while they were there. Even with Emma's request hanging over his head, Drake still needed space. They didn't want him all those years ago. Why would they want him now? To ask for money? No, thank you. He couldn't shake the sensation that he didn't need them in his life. He'd done fine so far. But what if Emma was right? What if the last thing he did was cause her more pain before she died? Maybe that wasn't worth it. Maybe his pride wasn't worth doing that to Emma. Or maybe, for once, he would have to accept doing things his own way and in his own time. Actually, Emma would have to accept that. Not to mention, she wouldn't be around to deal with it. Drake bored himself watching daytime talk shows because his stupid pride kept him from going back to Bella Acres to claim his briefcase he'd left beside their front door. Work would have to wait. He finally received a phone call from Emma stating he had to return to Bella Acres and that their parents were gone. He made her promise they were. Finally, he had something he could make her promise. He didn't ask if Stefanie had returned yet. Not that he was wondering. He didn't want to know. He could get by without obsessing over Stefanie for just a little bit. That's pretty much all he thought about as he'd holed up in the hotel room. No one really wanted him there. Why didn't he just go home already? What was he really hoping to gain? Thinking about that dark-haired, blue-eyed Rourke woman about drove him nuts. He wanted to touch her and kiss her, but his footing around her wasn't stable. Drake dealt in numbers, and Stefanie was anything but quantifiable. Jareth. Jareth would take any job he could get as long as Cyan was closer to him and she was happy. She'd told him multiple times he didn't have to work, but Jareth would never let himself rely on her parents' money. He couldn't. He had more pride than that. At least, he hoped he did. And now, Cyan was talking about a baby. How could she talk about having a baby when Emma was close to dying? How could life go on with someone they cared so much about leaving them all behind? She glued them together. Jareth sighed as he sat in his truck, waiting for Cyan to meet him at Bella Acres. She was due there any time. He didn't want to go into the house until Emma's parents left. The last time he'd met them, they hadn't appreciated his dirty clothes or the fact that he'd spit off into the driveway. What did they expect from a ranch hand? He wasn't going to prance around and act like his clothes were the most important thing he owned. His phone buzzed. The confounded things. Cells made life so much easier, but also more difficult. They made him more accessible, and he wasn't fond of the fact that everyone expected to be able to get a hold of him all the time. Pulling his phone from the seat behind him, Jareth squinted at the small screen. Cyan. He'd answer her call. Pressing the phone to his ear, Jareth glanced out the windshield toward the rundown deck of the home. Hey, Cy, you almost here? Yeah, about that. Sherry needs me. Something about Kyle and her fighting over Tommy. The drama around Sherry needing her tarantula and Kyle, Jareth's brother, not being overly fond of the creature, wore on Jareth's nerves. He shook his head. Okay, come here first and then you and I can head over. I need to talk to Kyle about the halter he used at our last job. I can't find it. Okay, Kyle is out at Bella Acres. I think he's heading back soon. That works. Love you. Cyan waited until he responded in kind before she hung up the phone. Jareth grinned. His wife always brought a smile to his face. When was Kyle going to propose to Sherry? They were both ready. Cyan had told Jareth that Sherry was thinking about moving to North Idaho for a job, but didn't want to leave Kyle, if he had something more serious in mind with her. Jareth didn't tell Cyan that Kyle was already planning out the proposal. She'd never be able to keep a secret like that. Thankfully, he could do that. At least one of them could. Hopefully, she didn't get too mad when she found out he already knew. Oh, her temper was going to be off the charts. Just thinking of that left him in better spirits. Cyan in a temper was a beautiful sight to behold. Then he'd get to apologize and she'd be all pouty until Jareth kissed her. It was one of his favorite ways to end a fight. His wife was everything he hadn't realized he needed. Maybe a baby would be exactly that, too. Chapter 11. Stefanie. Stefanie tossed her duffel bag on the bed. Peeling off her khaki pants and button-up blouse, she sighed with excitement. She couldn't wait to get into jeans. Changed into her work clothes, she walked through the house listening for anybody that might be inside. Emma's parents had left a while ago and Stefanie hadn't regretted the time she'd lost visiting with them. Not when she was seeking her dream. She peeked into the living room, checking for evidence of anyone, even Nate. Emma breathed softly, her chest rising and falling while she slept on the couch. The rest of the family was most likely outside doing some of the chores that needed done. She eased out the front door, trying to be quiet. Emma looked more wan than usual. Sadness clenched the happiness and hope that Stefanie had harbored since leaving the Burns place. What kind of a home would Bella Acres be without Emma there? What kind of a family would they be? Would they be the kind of people that didn't even want or need a home after the key person holding them all together was gone? Suddenly overcome with sadness, Stefanie tromped out to the barn, adjusting her hat. The back double barn doors were open. A big pickup truck sat in the center of the doors. Drake shoveled pieces of broken-up hay bales into the truck, over the side. Stefanie stopped, watching as he bent and twisted. He'd left his shirt off, draped over the side of the truck rails. Sweat glistened on his back. The light shafting through the open doors shined and shadowed on his skin as his muscles moved. As entranced as she was, she couldn't understand why he couldn't keep his shirt on. When you got sweaty, the scratchy straw stuck to your skin and made you itch and overall miserable. She shook her head, looking around. Where was everyone else? Why hadn't anyone told him the right way to buck hay? Nate's voice carried from a stall, mingled with the sound of one of her cousins' voices. Good, there'd be two to yell at. Stefanie followed his voice to the stall and poked her head in. Nate, why is Drake out here bucking hay by himself? And why didn't anyone teach him how to do it right? He has his blasted shirt off, for crying out loud. She kept her indignation to a normal volume, but her tone unleashed like a whip. Nate glanced up from the cracked ceiling he and Kyle were in the middle of in the stall. Cement had cracked under the weight of some items they'd stored in the past. Sealing up the cracks would help with the stall's selling. Everything came back to selling. Stefanie wasn't going to rain on Nate's parade while he was doing all those chores. As far as she was concerned, he could fix everything up for Stefanie so she didn't have to. Nate shrugged, grunting as he replied. He was bugging me. He needed something to do. I don't have time to babysit him. Stefanie thrust her jaw to the side. Nate, there's no reason to be a jerk. He wants to help. You should just let him. Think about what would make Emma happy. She was loyal to her brother, but when he was inconsiderate, there was nothing she could do but stick up for what was right. Drake wanted to help and he was proving to be a better person than any of them. None of them had offered to help and then when turned down multiple times, made sure to help serve them all anyway. Nate was eating again and so was his wife, because of Drake. She growled at Nate before turning around. He better straighten up. He was making their parents roll over in their grave. Calling out, she sauntered closer to the truck. Drake, that's not how you do it. As much as she liked seeing him without a shirt on, there were better ways to do things. He glanced up from his work, pausing to rest a hand on his hip and wiping his forehead with the other wrist. He offered a tentative smile, like he wasn't sure what she was up to. Oh yeah? I'm getting it done. Stefanie rolled her eyes, grinning. She hadn't seen him in days. She loved knowing they could fall into their banter so easily. When had that happened? When had she gone from instantly thinking everything he said was mean to looking forward to his jibes? You're spilling everywhere. And because you can't keep your shirt on, you are going to itch like mad later. He reached up and scratched the crease between his neck and shoulder ere a stray piece of straw had landed. I'm itchy as heck already. You wouldn't believe it. I think I have straw in all kinds of places. He snatched his shirt from the truck, brushing off extra strands and dust. Stefanie climbed up to the back of the truck. Why is Nate even having you load this hay? We don't need it in the truck. We need out the door. Drake froze while buttoning his shirt. He looked at her, his mouth agape. Are you serious? You don't need it loaded? Why am I doing this? No. We're supposed to be spreading it out back for the animals we're boarding these last few weeks. Stefanie reached up and brushed at some flecks clinging to his eyebrow. His eyes caught her gaze and held as she slowly lowered her hand, her cheeks hot. Drake broke contact first, glancing toward the stall where Nate and Kyle worked. I think he's just trying to get rid of me. Keep me out of his hair, or away from Emma. Bitterness twisted his lips to the side, but he kept his tone neutral. If that's true, he's being stupid. This will only make more work in the end. Stefanie turned around, surveying what Drake had already done. It looks like you did a pretty good job of making a mess. She grinned to take the sting out of her words. I'm just kidding. But at the risk of being naggy, let's pick all this out and let's get it outside where it's supposed to go. She considered Drake, her arms crossed over her chest. I don't know what's going on between the two of you, but I think it's going to get in the way of whatever it is you both want. Drake growled, pushing past her to reclaim his shovel. He's stubborn. And prideful. And he destroyed my sister. His words had dropped below a tone that would reach anyone but her. She turned to him in surprise, blinking in rapid succession as she processed what he'd said. Wait, you think he destroyed Emma? What else do you call it? Drake said with his jaw clenched. He jerked his sleeves up, rolling them into a tight band above each elbow. Tucking his shirt hem in, he fixed his appearance to that of a smartly dressed man instead of a cowpoke working in the back. She didn't know how he did it, but he turned a flannel shirt and soft work jeans into GQ material. Considering his anger for a minute, Stefanie knit her eyebrows together. When she finally spoke, she did so slowly and with care. Drake obviously hurt more than he was sharing. Nate didn't give her cancer. He doesn't want her to die. He's never loved anybody like that. I've never loved anybody like that. Have you? Drake lifted his gaze to hers. The shade of his eyes softened as if the storm had passed. A love like that? I love someone so much I would be willing to set aside my pride to do anything to make sure the person I love is happy. I would do anything to make sure she's happy. Heavy import in his words hung on the dust-filled air between them. Stefanie shifted in her boots. She couldn't break his gaze, something deep in his eyes held her frozen. As if he meant something more in his words than what he actually said, but she couldn't quite grasp exactly what it was. All she could focus on was what he'd said. You love someone? You have someone in your life that you would give up everything for? She couldn't hide her jealousy. Her envy was twofold. She had never been that in love, but she knew about it. Knew what it was like to want someone so bad that it could be love. Knowing the person she'd always wanted for her own actually loved someone like Nate and Emma loved each other? That stung. Drake broke the connection. He fiddled with the handle of the shovel. Yeah, well, she's not as aware of me as I am of her. Stefanie's chest was tight. I doubt that, Drake. She muttered. She redirected the conversation back to Emma and Nate before she jumped too deep into why she doubted that anyone who breathed wouldn't be aware of him. They're happy. Nate and Emma. Even though they're happy together. Then why? Drake's weakness showed. He slumped against the side of the truck facing away from the stalls where Nate and Kyle worked on, obliviously loud in their sealing work. Drake lifted a hand to his forehead, covering the vulnerability on his face. Why her? Why does she have to die? Why can't she fight? If Nate means so much to her, why wouldn't she fight to stay with him? I don't know. Stefanie didn't have any answers. The pain on Drake's face was enough to harden the concrete in Nate's bucket. She swallowed against the ache in her chest that bloomed with the emergence of his. Stefanie followed Drake as he moved to sit at the end of the truck. She sat beside him, their legs dangling from the tailgate. He sighed, folding his arms and slumping beside her. I just don't understand. Maybe it's what you were saying. Maybe Emma loves Nate so much she's willing to give up everything so he'll be able to find happiness. Stefanie reached over and took Drake's hand. She just held his hand, nothing else. She wasn't trying to build the tension between them or increase the way they felt toward each other. She reached out as one person to another person in pain. She had no other way to offer comfort. The only thing she could offer was to sit there with him, just be with him. Because wasn't that what she would like from someone sometimes? She didn't really believe what she said about Emma. Of course, Emma loved Nate. But Emma wasn't just destroying Nate. She would destroy them all. The entire crew of Montana Trails loved Emma so much. Stefanie loved her. She was her sister. The last thing she wanted to do was say goodbye. She couldn't imagine how hard all that was for Drake. The loss coming up in their lives was something Stefanie hoped they would all be able to survive. Because Emma got to leave her pain-filled body, while the rest of them had to stay behind and grieve. Nothing like that was easy to get over. No matter who you were. Chapter 12. Drake. Spending time with Stefanie proved to be distracting and more than a little inspiring. They scooped and spread the straw around the base of the pens. Laughing and tossing straw at one another, Drake could have been a teenager again. Stefanie stumbled from the tailgate, where she clung as she tried to climb down from the back of the truck. She giggled, falling into Drake's side. Drake set the shovel against the truck, placing his hands on her hips. Whoa, hang on there. He flicked straw from her hair, gazing into her eyes. When was the last time he'd seen such blue eyes? Stefanie's giggle faded. She couldn't look away from him. Drake could almost read the struggle in her eyes. He watched her, as she nervously tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Clearing her throat, she shuffled her feet as if something had to break them free from the hold they had on each other. I guess we're done out here. Maybe we should go in and take a shower. Stefanie bit the side of her bottom lip, plumping the other side. Drake's voice dragged from his throat in a throaty over-theatrical huskiness. Is that an invitation? He wiggled his eyebrows at her and grinned as if he had a chance. Stefanie giggled again, cocking her head to the side. No. Maybe next time. And she winked. Turning away, she headed toward Nate and Kyle. Over her shoulder, she added, You head in first, I need to finish up some stuff here with Nate. Don't take all my hot water. She wagged a finger toward the sky. Drake's day was looking up. Rubbing a towel through his hair, Drake turned off the light in the extra bathroom and moved towards his borrowed room. Hannah had let him take her room and she had moved in with Stefanie. Some nights ago, when Drake went down to get a drink or something, he'd almost tripped on Hannah sprawled on the floor in a sleeping bag outside Nate and Emma's room. Probably so she could be closer to Emma. He didn't blame her. The moments within an hour grew shorter and fewer with his sister. He paused outside in the hallway, staring at the spot Hannah had claimed as her own. Breaking through Drake's thoughts, Nate's voice carried down the hall from the office. Look, Mr. James, I'm not trying to get rid of it right now. I understand there are limitations. But if someone wants to buy it and we don't have to wait for auction, I would much rather get rid of it sooner rather than later. If you have any interested buyers, can you let me know, please? Yes, I'd be happy to waive the auction admission fee. Thank you. The phone clicked onto its base, the sound carrying down to Drake. He didn't wait or try to pretend he wasn't there. He grabbed his shirt from the bathroom counter, still clean because he hadn't been working too hard while wearing it, and pulled it on. Drake thundered down the hallway, bursting through the door into the office. Nate jerked his head up, glaring at Drake. What do you want? His elbow rested on the desk as he had been staring at the landline-based phone. He watched Drake enter the office with a feral gleam in his eye. Drake came to a halt. He crossed his arms over his chest, and met Nate's glare with an equally hostile scowl. What did you do? Did you sell it? Not that it's any of your business, but I'm close. Riddick just offered 10% more than the asking price. He sighed, standing and moving to settle onto the top of the desk. He crossed his arms and considered Drake. Ronan James said someone is trying to help Stefanie. If it's you, I want you to back off. I have no problem selling to Riddick. I don't mind waiting for the auction, but I want you to stop encouraging Stefanie. If she's supposed to do this, she'll do it. I'm trying to save this family, not sink it deeper. And trying to carry this place is doing us in. I can help. You don't have to sell Bella Acres. Stefanie loves this place. This is Emma's home. Come on, I bet even you love this place. Finally, it occurred to Drake that it was Emma's home, and he cared that Nate loved it. As much as he hated Nate, the man was still his brother-in-law. He was still the one Emma had chosen over everything and everyone else. Nate held up his hand. Focusing his gaze on the floor for a second, he closed his eyes and shook his head. He returned his gaze to Drake. You don't know anything about me or my family. You need to back off. The sudden switch to open hostility rankled. What? Drake clenched his fists at his side. Was this going to be it? Was he finally going to be able to beat the hell out of Nate? I'll sell to Riddick with 3 days to close. He offered another 10% to make it fast. I'll do it. I'll sell out from underneath everyone. Just push me. The challenge in Nate's eyes took on a maniacal gleam. He'd made everything personal to him and wasn't worrying about anything else. It's Emma's house, too. How could Nathan do this? Stefanie is trying so hard. Desperation welled within Drake. What could he do to protect Stefanie from that kind of betrayal? Where would Emma go? Yeah. Emma is my wife. I can't lose her. Selling this house with an extra 20% on top will get us so much medical help for her. Open consideration softened Nate's hardened expression. Taking my money would do the same thing. Drake bit his tongue from saying anything else. He didn't want to argue with Nate anymore. He couldn't do it and fulfill his promise to Emma. He might not understand exactly where Nate was coming from, but he knew his brother-in-law was hurting. With nothing left to say, Nate brushed by Drake as he stormed out of the office. Drake stayed behind, more confused than ever. If he backed Stefanie, she could easily buy the place and pay him back on her terms. But it wouldn't help anything. For some reason, Nate's determination to get them out of there blinded him to logic. What was Drake going to do? He rounded the desk, glancing up to make sure Nate really was gone. Picking up the phone on the desktop, he scrolled through the caller ID and redialed the number with the name Riddick above it. The phone rang. But it didn't ring long. Rourke, I didn't think I would hear from you so soon. James from the bank is a lot smoother than I thought. Drake squeezed his eyes shut, his fingers tightening around the phone until it creaked. Riddick. This is Drake Benson. I will pay you to back off Bella Acres. 10 grand, cash. Riddick's laugh rolled through the phone like glass-covered asphalt. I want the Rourkes and the Bensons gone from Clearwater County. Are you willing to pay me 50% of the asking price? That's the only way I'm going to back off this deal. He waited in silence, his taunt tossed so lightly into the space between them. Emotionally, Drake wanted nothing more than to buy that place. He wanted to pay off Riddick, to get him off their back. Give them a little bit more time. Minus the pressure of extra income. Minus the pressure of someone breathing down their neck. But Drake's business side was smarter than he was. He wasn't known as one of the top financial advisors of the West Coast for nothing. His hesitation was a little too long. Riddick's laugh continued to peal through the phone line. Yeah, I didn't think so. Get your stuff packed, Benson. I have a feeling you'll all be moving out soon. The old man hung up the phone. The dial tone droned through the silence while Drake stood there with the phone in his hand. Drake would have to come at this from a different angle. The only way to get rid of Riddick was if the house was already sold. Drake couldn't come out and buy it himself. Everyone was against that. He'd be shackled to Bella Acres, with no one to live on it. Nate wouldn't stay if Drake owned it, and Stefanie would feel betrayed. Somehow, he had to figure out a way to back Stefanie. In the tight place that he was in, Drake didn't have many options to save the girl he'd always cared for. He wouldn't get help from Nate. How would he be able to convince Stefanie to let him help? Add that job to the list of figuring out what he was supposed to do with his parents and his dying sister. The list was fast becoming insurmountable, and he suddenly longed to be anywhere but there in Clearwater County. Chapter 13. Stefanie. Stefanie scraped the trowel across the railing, removing chipped paint. She'd been working on the deck for almost 4 hours. The paint remains littered the deck behind her. She hadn't made it very far, about 4 feet down and 8 feet across. She shifted to her butt, dragging her knees up to her chest. Leaning her head forward, she sighed. It's no use. Glancing down the rest of the deck, she noticed all of the flaws stood out more than usual. Every flaw warred with the evident need for a wheelchair ramp. If she was going to keep that place, Emma would need a safer place to roll her wheelchair. Emma. Moving into a wheelchair. Who would have thought that her vivacious sister-in-law would need a wheelchair? Who would have thought that Emma would give up the fight? Emma's parents hadn't stayed long. She'd asked them to leave after a few lengthy fights about giving up and trying anything. Emma's mother had left crying and her father had made promises to visit for holidays. But the light in his eyes had faded. He knew he wouldn't be seeing them again under happy circumstances. As if appearing from nowhere, Drake leaned forward, making sure to cover Stefanie's view. Did that deck do something to anger you? Shiny black leather boots poked from under matte black slacks, out of place amongst the curls and flakes on the porch. Stefanie leaned back. Glad to see him and grateful to be pulled from her despondent thoughts, she glanced up at him from where she sat. No, I just have so much to fix. If I want to buy this place and keep it, I want to be able to get it appraised for the price I need it to. Nobody understands why, but I can't keep the house like this. Emma will stick her wheelchair on the boards poking up everywhere, even if all she does is roll out here. She leaned the trowel against the railing and shook out her hair, pulling it tighter up off her neck. I guess it doesn't matter right now. But if Emma wants to come out here in her wheelchair. Holding out a hand to help her up, Drake nodded towards the driveway. Don't worry. I have a crew of men coming to fix the deck and put in a wheelchair ramp along the side. Stefanie set her jaw, unwilling to take more from him than absolutely necessary. A wheelchair ramp wasn't something they had to have. Drake. You don't have to keep spending money on us. She shoved herself to her feet, ignoring his hand and ready to be angry with him, but not sure why. The heat of Drake's hand on her arm soothed her. For some reason, he had the ability to anchor her and calm her at the same time. His soothing voice further calmed her. Steph, it's not a big deal. It's my job to help the economy, and as a financial advisor, that's what I do. This gives the local guys something to do, and gives me a little bit of time to work. Do you mind if I borrow a quiet place where I can? Stefanie glanced out at the empty driveway. If the men did come, she wouldn't want to be in the way. And maybe she could sit with Drake. Ask him some questions. What kind of a place are you looking for? What kind of work do you need to do? I have some emails and phone calls I need to make. Plus, some paperwork and contracts I'm behind on. Your dad's office would be perfect, but I don't want to intrude. I really just need some place I can set up temporary shop. His devastatingly wide smile charmed her more than she wanted it to. Admitting that he charmed her was maybe the hardest thing she could have done that day. Maybe you could sit with me? The openness in his eyes promised something more than just casual companionship. Sitting with Drake and asking him questions might help keep her mind off of the call she was waiting for from Mr. Burns. She didn't want it to bother her too much, but she never had so much riding on something she needed so badly. Did she want Drake in her dad's office? Could she see him at the desk? For some reason the idea that someone worked in the office other than herself was strangely exciting. The office would get used again. Plus, Stefanie wouldn't balk at the chance to spend a little more time with Drake. No matter how much he grated on her pride. Chapter 14. Drake. The opportunity to sit with Stefanie while he worked reeked of domestication. Something Drake desperately needed in his life. The work crew showed up in a roughed-up truck whose side panels didn't match and a large dent on one door. Stefanie smiled as she watched the truck drive up, the curve of her lip interesting and smooth. The Altman brothers. Good call. Good group of guys. She glanced down, then up to study his face. Thank you. I'm not sure why you keep doing the things you're doing, but thank you. And I know no one has properly said that to you. Drake couldn't make himself look away. Her gratitude enthralled him. How could a woman so entrapped in problems still find the time to be gracious and kind? Everything about her was an enigma. Would Drake ever be able to have the time to figure her out? I'm going to run in and take a shower first. I'll meet you in my dad's office in 30 minutes. She grinned again. A small dimple, just to the bottom left of her lip, caught his eye. She'd become such a remarkable woman. And she would never let him tell her that. Her loyalty and steadfastness appealed to him in ways he couldn't explain. A shrink would probably say it had something to do with the abandonment of his family, but quite honestly, Stefanie's attractiveness was irrefutable. She could have lit out of there, out from underneath her brother and the responsibility of her younger sister at any time. Instead, she stayed. Her stalwart and steadfast presence held more appeal for Drake than he could ever understand. If she didn't quit mentioning showers, Drake was probably going to go crazy. He could use the 30 minutes she needed to get the men set up with instructions for the ramp on the deck anyway. One more thing he hadn't asked Nate permission to do. One more thing he didn't regret. No one had asked him what he wanted regarding Emma, or even regarding family stuff. Where he'd always lacked control, he was finally taking back what he needed. Drake grabbed his briefcase from the truck. He made his way to the office, a little hesitant at first while pushing open the door. The room's strongly personal feeling permeated Drake with a sense of roots, something he'd sought for as long as he could remember. The office's ambience had one of remembrance and sadness. No shelves or books lined the walls. No pictures or frames decorated any surfaces. The room had been emptied of most furniture. Just a lone desk with a chair manned the expanse of the room, and a solitary wingback chair was tucked away in the corner. Not even a rug on the hardwood floor to welcome people in. As if the office's soul had been carved out and sold. Uncomfortable with the idea of encroaching upon Stefanie's dad's office without her there, Drake waited by the door with his briefcase in hand. How was he going to reach out to Mr. Burns without letting Stefanie know that he was Mr. Burns' main financial advisor? She couldn't know that. He'd have to contact the Burns himself. Normally with Mr. Burns' accounts, Drake let his assistant manager answer the minimal questions Mr. Burns had. But based on the voicemail from his assistant Drake received the night before, Drake would have to help Mr. Burns figure out just how he was going to invest in Bella Acres. He couldn't bring himself to tell Stefanie he was the Burns financial advisor. Would she think he would sway them one way or the other? How would he sway him? And if she did think that, would she accept their answer, even if it was yes? Drake had to consider the situation from a business perspective. This was his livelihood. His career. Everything he'd been working for centered on his accounts. The money stored up came from how well he did his job. He not only managed his clients' accounts, but he did his own. Stefanie whirled into the office, her hair unbound from any restraints, freshly wet. Her eyes sparkled. "You can sit at my dad's desk. I love the way it feels when I'm there. I'll sit over here." She motioned towards the wingback with its worn cloth armrests. Drake hadn't given the chair more than a cursory glance when he'd walked in, since it was behind him. But knowing that she was going to be there, drew his attention. "I'll move it closer." He rested his briefcase on the light but sturdy chair and hefted it to sit closer to the desk. "Thanks." Stefanie smiled again at him. She glanced at the phone and then back. "Do you know if we've gotten any calls?" "I haven't heard the phone ringing all day, but," she offered a slight shrug. "I'm still waiting to hear." She was still waiting to hear because Drake hadn't had a chance to talk to his client. Did he tell her right now? Was that the opportune time? Did he tell her that he held her dreams in his hands? There was no doubt he would advise Mr. Burns to invest in Stefanie's investment. After a couple months, Drake's plan involved paying off Mr. Burns with interest and taking over the loans. The only problem was, Drake knew she couldn't make the payments. Not right then. Because he knew this, how did he explain to Mr. Burns, and consequently, Ronan James, that someone thought the business deal was a sound one? The fact that Stefanie believed herself to be worth investing in said more for her naivete than her confidence. Dang it all, if that didn't make her more appealing. Knowing she didn't have the financial means to pay put Drake in an uncomfortable position. It was almost like having insider trading information. He knew that the investment Mr. Burns was thinking about participating in wouldn't have a positive feedback, until Drake bought the ranch out from under them all. Long-term, the situation would have a terrific return for the Burns portfolio. Short-term? Not enough to justify the backing. Drake claimed the seat at the desk. Glancing at Stefanie, he admired the grace with which she settled into the chair. She drew her bare feet up under her and tucked them beneath her rear end. She had brought a book which she opened. Casting a partial peek at Drake, she smiled when she caught him looking at her. "I haven't been in here to read in a long time. I've missed it." Opening his briefcase, Drake pulled out a small laptop. "Do you have internet hookup around here? Please, tell me it's not dial-up." He scrunched up his lips at her like she was going to tell him the world was ending. Giggling, Stefanie shook her head. "We do have internet. It's one of the only things Nate let us keep because he uses it to look up information on Emma's condition. It's DSL. Not the best, but not the worst either." She pointed towards the modem flashing lights on the end of the desk. Drake hadn't seen the small tower earlier. Where were his observational skills? It's not like Stefanie was the only thing he could see. Alright, who was he joking? Stefanie was sometimes the only thing he saw. Or noticed. He spread out his work, trying to focus on the tasks at hand, and not on the beautiful girl sitting across from him. "What do you do?" "You said something about advising finances or something, but all that is very confusing to me." Stefanie tapped her finger on the top of her partially closed book. "I'm a financial advisor for Morrison & Steele. Hoping to make partner within the next year or two." Did he say how good he was at his job? Did he tell her that he made millions for his clients in under 10 months? Money was like carbon dioxide for him. He breathed and poof, there it was. "That's really interesting. Do you like your job?" She studied him with her big blue eyes. Drake never considered that part. He withdrew from setting up his workstation and narrowed his eyes as he thought it over. Honestly? I don't know. I'm good at it. I make a lot of money doing it. I've never considered if I like it or not. Her question startled him. Did he like what he did? He liked the money which filled his bank account. That was no doubt. But did he like what he did? Stefanie offered a half shrug. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I just never want to do something that I don't love. But finding what I love is really hard, you know? Like I'm not sure what I'm doing is what I'm supposed to be doing. The only thing I really love is this land. She fiddled with the pages of the book. After a moment, Drake returned to adjusting the settings on the desk and his computer while it booted up. Shifting in her seat, Stefanie leaned forward. She glanced toward the closed door like someone would suddenly appear and whispered toward Drake, I'm waiting for a phone call from Mr. Burns, Cyan's dad. Drake, I only have a week left. Nate doesn't know, because Nate doesn't care. Tears welled in her eyes, but she blinked them back furiously. I don't have anyone to talk to about this. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to burden you, but she sniffed, drawing back and shoving a hand over her mouth to catch anything that might show her as anything but strong. Drake recognized that instant reaction to revealing anything about himself. He nodded conspiratorially. I understand. I'm often alone with my secrets, too. He didn't want to cheapen the moment with a simple smile, so he glanced back down at his paperwork. Close to 10 minutes passed and Drake finally looked up to find Stefanie watching him with something akin to awe in her expression. You didn't think I knew how to work, did you? Drake offered a teasing grin. He hated seeing her in tears. Stefanie's pain twisted in him sharper than his own. Stefanie's laughter burst through her still-present tears. I'm sorry, again. It's not that I don't think you know how to work. It's just that I don't picture you working. You're really good at spreading straw, though, and not wearing a shirt. She wiggled her eyebrows at him. I would pay you to not wear shirt. How much do you make an hour? Maybe I could hire you part-time. At my job? You couldn't afford me. Their back-and-forth banter warmed him. Instead of tension, or anger, or biting remarks, teasing with Stefanie created a fluttering in his stomach. He cleared his throat and motioned toward the phone. I need to make some phone calls. Do you need me to be quiet while you're reading? He couldn't talk to Mr. Burns in front of Stefanie. But he didn't want to send Stefanie away either. I can get us something to eat. Would you like me to make you a sandwich? Would that give you enough time to make your phone calls? Like 10 minutes? She stood from the chair, putting the book on the seat where she had previously been. Yes, please. That would be really nice. The thought that she would be coming back to him spurred the fluttering into a torrential wind. Drake could get his phone calls done and then spend more time with her, the perfect work day for him. Could his dreams come true while he was busy fulfilling hers? Stefanie ducked from the room. Drake waited a moment to be sure she was gone. Then he picked up the handset and dialed Mr. Burns' number. She made him feel like he could do anything. Chapter 15. Stefanie. Stefanie approached Nate in the barn as he wheeled the last load of forging equipment from the back room. His normally handsome face was drawn and tired and his shoulders slumped with defeat. Nate? Can I talk to you? She didn't know if it was okay as she was excited about the phone call she'd just received. Inside her heart pounded and she couldn't quite breathe right, but a horrible churning in her gut told her Nate wasn't going to be happy at all. Her older brother sighed and stopped pushing the wheelbarrow. Let me get a drink first, okay? Nate wiped at his forehead and trudged to the sink by the wall. Stefanie swallowed. Mr. Burns had called and said yes to her proposition. She bounced on the soles of her feet. She had to tell Nate. She had to. He turned from the sink and offered her an exhausted smile. What's going on, Pee-wee. His childhood nickname for her. They hadn't had any real connection in a while, and the gentle reminder that he was there for her hit her deep below the navel. I got a loan. I get to keep Bella Acres. You can put the forging stuff back. We can keep our home. The words flowed from her mouth without hesitation once released, like a dam unable to stop the flood waters after it had been opened. She snapped her mouth shut and studied him for his reaction. Nate stared at her, his eyes growing sadder and sadder by the millisecond. You got a loan to keep Bella Acres. So what? What does that mean? Stefanie's fear that he would be upset curled into anger on the edges of her emotions. She had done it. She had secured their home and he didn't understand the importance. How stupid did a person have to be? Or how prideful? Yeah, I got a loan to keep our home, Nate. Me. It means you get the money you need to help Emma, and we get to sleep in our own beds. We don't have to have the last moving sale, and Emma can stay here. With us. And not in the back of the flipping pickup truck. Frustrated tears tore down her cheeks. You're not the only one tired and sad about Emma, you're not the only one this affects. All of this affects every one of us. Her breathing hitched and she glanced up toward the bare rafters of the ceiling. Lately, you don't even care what we think. Hannah is losing more than the rest of us. She doesn't even complain. She's sleeping outside your room, on the floor, in the hall, to be closer to Emma. Stefanie finally let the tears out, but held in her sobs as her voice rose to a yell. She lost Mom and now we're losing Emma. Do you even understand what this is doing to us? And we're losing you, too. Finally, her pain and grief caught up to her. Her shoulders shook and she turned away from him. She couldn't see his face through her blurry tears. She jumped when he wrapped his arm around her and pulled her against the broad strength of his chest. She held herself rigid for a moment and then gave in to the comfort he offered, throwing her arms around him and clinging on for sanity's sake. They stood together, soaking up the other's loss and pain for what felt like forever but wasn't long enough. Finally, Nate pulled back enough to see Stefanie, but didn't release her from his grasp. I didn't realize this was tearing you guys apart, too. I should've. Emma told me to be careful with you girls, but, he looked over Stefanie's head, raw emotion twisting his features. There's more than just. He wiped at his eyes with one hand while holding on to Stefanie with another. It will be just like Riddick bought it, but you get to keep the house. Her whisper hurt, like she was fighting for something they both wanted, but were unable to accept. How? You don't have a job or anything. How did you get the loan? And for such a large amount? There's no way Ronan would consider you a safe business bet. He considered her in the dusty light streaming through the overhead windows. I don't mean to be doubtful, there's just so much more involved in buying a place like this. The monthly payments alone are 4 digits, easy. Stefanie pushed at the niggling worry that voiced those same concerns inside her heart and shrugged. I have my ways. Plus, Ronan didn't loan me the money. Cyan's parents did. He said the bank would have his information, and all I need to do is go down and sign some papers. She didn't understand everything that was involved in the purchase or in the process, which scared her more than the amount of money she was borrowing, but she refused to let Nate know that. Are you sure? Don't tease me. Keeping the house and having the money, there's this new treatment on the East Coast we could try. Nate pulled back, shaking his head. No, wait. Stefanie, we can't use the money from the sale to pay for medical expenses or anything for Emma. There's so much that needs to be put into this place to keep it running. So, you don't lose it again in a few months. What do you mean? Stefanie ignored her worry as it branched out into her limbs with chilling fingers. I mean, there are so many back taxes and liens on the land that will need to be paid with the sale. Then there's the fencing along the back and roof needs to be replaced. Not to mention there's wood rot in the bathroom upstairs and electrical issues downstairs. Nate shook his head. Even though I get the money from the sale, I can't let you deal with all that by yourself. There won't be much left after everything. Not to mention monthly payments. Stefanie swallowed, forcing her consternation off her face and replacing it with a bright smile. That's okay, I figured this out. I'll figure out the rest of it. You don't need to help with the house, with the sale proceeds. Take care of Emma, and I'll take care of our home. Deal? She held out her right hand. But Nate ignored it, studying her face. After a long moment, he shook his head. No, I'm sorry, Stefanie. I can't agree to this. Emma will never let me use that money on her, and you would be shackled with so much. Stefanie dropped her hand to her side. Her earlier tears dried on her skin, making it tight. I don't understand. I've done everything. I got this loan. I saved us. I saved our home. You can't just throw that away. You can't say no. Look, Nate paced away from Stefanie, back and forth, by only a few feet. He ran his hands through his hair, tugging his head back and then lowering his arms. I can't agree to this, because I want to be mean or because I want to leave. I'm not impervious to the horror of leaving our home. I get it. He turned and faced her, lifting his chin. But I'm your brother, and I'm the only one left to protect you. You can't do this. Not alone. The payments will drown you. That's if you survive even one of the maintenance chores or upkeep tasks. He thrust his finger through the air in the direction of the house. That deck job Drake hired out? I guarantee that's costing him close to $5,000 or $6,000. Do you have that kind of money, but in multiples, for the rest of the repairs? Nate continued in the face of her silence. He won't be around for long. What happens when Emma does finally leave? Or what happens when possible medical treatment does work for her? He'll be gone, and so will that large wallet of his. He pierced her with his gaze, tearing out her heart and hopes. Then use the money. Take the loan. We don't need the house. I got the loan though, don't waste my efforts, Nate. It took a lot to ask for money and help. Use it for Emma. Save her. Save what's left of your heart. Stefanie didn't even consider what her offer would mean for her and Hannah. Or for Emma. Or for anyone but helping to dull the pain etched into her brother's voice and face. Even his posture fell under the weight of his world. Nate drew back, as if Stefanie had sucker punched him in the gut. What? I'm serious. Take the money. Take Emma and get all the treatments you want. Or go on a vacation. Take her and run. We'll sell the house, and I'll pay off Mr. Burns, and anything left over, you can take. Stefanie rejected the despair rising inside her. I'll see if Mr. Burns can give me an increase on the amount, extend the loan sum, and you can use the extra. Okay? She wanted his pain to go away. Her home. Everything she'd ever wanted. The only thing she'd ever wanted. But she'd give it all up for Nate. Stefanie's efforts weren't in vain. Hope brightened Nate's face, and his red-rimmed eyes shined with unshed tears. He swallowed with a soft nod. Okay. He pushed on his eyes with his thumb and forefinger and snapped his gaze back to her face. Wait, Emma will never agree to this. Why? Stefanie didn't understand all the roadblocks. She wasn't getting the house, she was getting the house. The ups and downs were going to make her sick. Look, if Emma doesn't agree to the treatments and we have the money, when we have the means to do it, then there's no reason to even be stressed about all this. You can have the ranch. He continued, oblivious to the spark of hope in her heart. Can you talk to Emma first? Can you see if you can change her mind? She keeps saying it's too late. She keeps refusing help because the cancer has spread so much. But, he hit his fist into his open palm, I can't accept that. Nate rushed to Stefanie, grabbing her elbows. Can you try? If she won't change her mind, Nate closed his eyes and dropped his head, releasing Stefanie. If we can't change her mind, then you can have Bella Acres. Please, Stefanie, please try to change her mind. I know this makes your choice hard. Your home or a flimsy shot at saving Emma. But, she's my home. Agreeing wasn't hard. It's not a hard decision, Nate. Emma is worth thousands and thousands of Bella Acres. I'll see what I can do. Stefanie would do her best to change Emma's mind. She loved her sister. She didn't want to lose her either. And if she couldn't give her a home, maybe she could give her the best health care they could afford. And with a large sum of money she'd borrow or would be borrowing, she should at least be able to get another year or two for Emma. Waiting for Emma to wake up, Stefanie mulled over what she would do or say. How would she change Emma's mind? Was changing Emma's mind really the most beneficial thing? Stefanie wasn't even sure why Emma rationalized the way she felt. Maybe understanding Emma's reasons was the best way to get her to change her mind. Stefanie folded her hands over her chest, waiting in the last chair left in the living room. She glanced around. Nate had really emptied the place. He'd sold everything. Anything personal, like pictures or family heirlooms, he had packed up into bins to see what he could fit in the back of the truck. Where they were supposed to be living. How was anything Nate was doing logical? Stefanie's heart hurt remembering each thing they had to give up. The sewing table that had come across with the Rourke family from Ireland and they'd immigrated to the States generations ago. The buffet that Stefanie's grandmother had gotten for her wedding present, made by her father. Even the grandfather clock that her own mother had scrimped and saved to buy from a dear friend who needed help with the bills. So many memories, and Stefanie already couldn't remember them all. She glanced at Emma. But if they could save Emma, there was so much more that could be done. The memories that they could make as a family wouldn't be able to be sold or replaced. That was more important. She had to hold on to that. What are you over there chewing on? Emma's soft voice interjected into Stefanie's thoughts. Cautiously squinting toward Stefanie, Emma blinked and then tried to refocus again. I've been waiting for you. I want to talk. Is that okay? Stefanie slid the chair closer to Emma on the couch. She reached out and took Emma's hand. Talking to Emma required more nerve than talking with Nate had needed. Stefanie couldn't tell if she was nervous or worried or what. I got a loan to buy Bella Acres. But I don't want to buy Bella Acres anymore. I want to get you help. Will you take it? Will you let me help you? Throwing everything out there, Stefanie wasn't going to pull any punches. Being upfront and blunt was the only way Stefanie knew to get what she wanted. Emma's eyes darkened, the shadows around her eyes enhancing the pallor of her skin. Why are you doing this? You guys need this home. You need Bella Acres, like a home base, to keep coming back from wherever life takes you. She squeezed Stefanie's fingers, pleading with her eyes and tone. You need this home, Stefanie. Don't give up what the Lord has blessed you with. Stefanie blinked back tears, the loss of her parents wrapping around her, reminding her of what losing Emma would be like. She struggled to speak as her throat tightened. No, you make this place a home. Your love makes it home. I don't know if I can come here and not see you. You can't give up. Please. Before then, Stefanie hadn't asked Emma to reconsider. She'd let her make her own decisions. But suddenly all of her longing for Emma to stay won out. Stefanie turned into a little girl. Please, Emma, I need you. Please, don't leave me. Hannah and I love you so much. Forget Nate. Stay for us. Stay alive for us. Fight for us. Please. We need you. You're the older sister we never had. And since Mom's been gone. Please. She couldn't fight the tears anymore. They ran down her face like they too had to flee the pain inside her heart. Her desperation stung. She would do anything to keep Emma alive. Keep Emma with them. Emma offered a comforting smile. Sadness lurked in her eyes. Stefanie, you and Hannah are better sisters than I could have ever asked for. She wiped at moisture gathering under her eyes and blinked. After a deep breath, Emma shook her head, holding Stefanie's gaze with her own. My mind won't be changed. I'm ready this time. I'm holding Nate back. I'm holding you girls back. No more. I want you all to find happiness. You can't constantly worry about me. I'm spending more time trying to convince everyone that this is what I want, when everyone should be focusing on what they want. You don't really want me to stay here and in pain. Right? Stefanie shook her head, scooting to the edge of her seat. No. I don't want you in pain. But I don't want to feel this pain either. Aren't you sad about dying? Or scared? Stefanie didn't know how to ask any other way. It was a rough question that she had to know the answer to. I was, at first. But the more I have time to adjust, the more I'm just ready for it to be over. This is tearing apart my heart, too, you know. Emma licked her lips, I'm leaving behind the best part of me. Emma turned her head away to gather composure and refocused her gaze on Stefanie. I'm just tired. Stefanie, you forget, I've been fighting this my whole life. All I've ever known is one big battle against disease. I'm ready to be done with it. Letting her shoulders pull her deeper into the pillows behind her, Emma sighed again. I have hospice coming to the house. Don't sell this place. Use whatever money you got and keep this land. Have a home so you can keep our family together. I don't make this your home. Your family makes it my home. And I've been so blessed to be able to share it with you guys. Stefanie clenched her jaw, stopping any further argument from tumbling out. She couldn't talk anymore. If she said another word, her anger and bitterness and resentment would pour from her. She would risk hurting Emma and her feelings more. She felt selfish asking Emma to stay, selfish for wanting her to be in pain longer. But she felt even more selfish not asking her to stay. Emma was Stefanie's sister and she wanted her around. They couldn't force Emma to accept any help. That wouldn't be right. She'd already ordered hospice, which meant the end was closer than the rest of them knew. Emma had already made the plans and she made them with the hope that she'd be in the house still. Nate needed Emma. But Emma was determined to leave, and that would mean Nate would need a home to find comfort in. If she couldn't convince Emma to fight, then Stefanie decided to do next best thing. She would keep the house. All of the struggles Nate had mentioned were just going to have to be dealt with. Stefanie didn't want to fight Emma. Not when Emma was already fighting with so much. Stefanie had failed Nate, but at least she wouldn't fail Emma. She'd do whatever she could to keep Emma comfortable. And if she had any money left over, she'd buy more furniture for the house. She'd make the place a home if it killed her. Maybe that would help Nate. Chapter 16. Drake. What do you think? Drake motioned to the stretch of the new deck in view. He'd even gone so far as to change the composite material to a more weather-resistant, tougher type. Stefanie had walked out the door and he wanted to catch her eye. Standing off to the side of the driveway on the grass, Drake stood with his hands on his hips as he surveyed the handiwork of the crew he'd just paid. They'd done a great job. He was in the perfect position to see her come outside. He needed her to see him, the way he saw her. He couldn't help himself. He just had to say something to her. Stefanie's grin was wide and happy. As if she was really excited to see him for once. She sped down the stairs and rushed up to him, throwing herself into his arms. She hugged him tight, startling him with the voracity in her grasp. Pulling back, she grabbed his face in both her hands and drew his lips down to hers. She met his lips with a rushed and determined tenderness. Withdrawing, she stared at him with surprise. I got it. I got the loan. I had to tell you. I'm so She spun from him, her dark hair whirling in the summer Sunday, excited. "I'll be back later. Talk to you then?" She didn't wait but rushed toward her brother's truck. Bemused, Drake stared after her, wanting to press his fingers to his lips but determined not to show how affected he was in case anyone was watching. Since when did she want to kiss him? Dang, he wished he would have been ready for that one. Drake took the few steps to the stairs and shifted to sit down on the second step up. He rested his elbows on his knees and watched Stefanie drive away. That girl. The things she did to his soul. Even after all these years his heart wouldn't stop beating for her. Another truck pulled up just as Stefanie pulled out of the driveway. They stopped, windows rolled down and talked for a few minutes, piquing Drake's curiosity. After a moment, Stefanie drove on toward Colby. The other truck came up the drive. After parking, Cyan Burns climbed out of the front of the rig. She closed the door, waving at Drake. She approached him, hooking a thumb in her jean pocket. "Drake Benson. I knew Emma's brother was here, but it wasn't clicking. What are you doing out this way? Are you heading up to see Dad?" "I've been slumming it. I'll probably try to make it up to see your dad in a couple months. He and I are working on some deals right now. Plus, he said he's trying some different pain-relieving methods, so I'm sure now isn't the time." Drake smiled, standing and descending the stairs to shake the hand of the daughter of one of his best clients. "What are you doing out here, Cyan? I didn't think I'd see you down this way." Hoped would be a more accurate way of putting it. He didn't need Cyan giving away that he knew her. She didn't need to spill his secrets to Stefanie when he wasn't sure how Stefanie felt about him. Not yet anyway. Cyan nodded towards the house. "I married Jareth. Jareth Darby. He's Nate's cousin." Her eyes darkened and she frowned. "And Emma's. I guess Emma is your sister. I guess the family is pretty close?" Drake tucked his hands into the back pocket of his jeans. "This family is very close. So close, in fact, we know that you haven't been spending time with Emma. Had I known you were her brother, I would have just called you, but the family agreed I should be the one to come and interfere on their behalf. Most of the guys are out dealing with their own issues right now, so it fell to me." She rolled her eyes. Drake closed his eyes, turning away from her. He shook his head, taking his hat off and pushing his hair back. "She's my sister. I think I'm seeing just enough of her. And I'm living in the house right now. I moved my work up here until I can get back. There's nothing else I can do to spend more time with her. Not that it was any of their business." Cyan moved around to get into his line of sight. Her voice softened and she searched his face. She called hospice, Drake. Drake straightened. Who did Cyan think she was? She didn't know him well enough to get into his personal business. Yes, he came across as approachable and personable, but she was the daughter of a client. He couldn't be dismissive or rude. He glanced toward Colby, worry eating at his gut for Stefanie. "Really? Does Stefanie know?" "She's awfully happy, and as happy as I want to see her. I don't know that she would be acting the way she is if she knew about Emma's decisions." Cyan glanced in the direction he did, then focused her attention on him again. She studied him for a long moment in silence. Suspicion colored her tone. "Did you know my dad is backing Stefanie's loan?" Cyan watched him like she knew something he wasn't sharing. "I mean, I know you approved his financial decisions, but did you actually know it was her loan?" Drake nodded slowly. "How much did he share and how much did he deny?" "Yes, I recommended it. I'm going to purchase the loan from him after a couple months, and relieve the stress from her as well as increase his investment by an agreed-upon percentage." Telling her the basics was only the smart thing to do. Mr. Burns was known to have a loose tongue when he was in pain and trying to cope with it. Better to be straightforward from the beginning. "You like her, don't you?" "I mean more than like her." She wiggled her eyebrows at him. a sparkle in her eye as she teased him. Cyan reached out and nudged his elbow. Drake couldn't smile. He opened his mouth and then closed it. He narrowed his eyes. No, I don't like her. She infuriates me. There are things about her stubbornness that drives me up the wall. She's loyal, hardworking, passionate. She's a family woman. I don't like her. I love her. I've always loved her. But I always get in my own stupid way. Heat flooded his face. Admitting it to anybody out loud was hard. But if he didn't, he wouldn't be able to admit it to himself. What are you waiting for then? I know you haven't asked her out. I know you haven't done anything to date her or do anything else to show that you're interested. If you had, the rest of us would know. She angled her head, the blue swath of her hair fell across her shoulder. She shrugged. Close family, remember? Drake shoved his hands in his pockets. Stefanie needs to come to me. She's so stubborn and strong-minded, I don't want to push her away. How had he gotten into the conversation with a client's daughter? There were levels of propriety and Drake was certain he was crossing multiple boundaries. Cyan's laughter burst forth with surprising warmth. Then prepare to be old and alone. Stefanie won't ever come to you. She doesn't know what she wants. She has her mind focused on one goal and one goal only. You will not win her by giving her space. She needs action, sacrifice, you need to make her happy. But you need to make it seem like it's her idea. Cyan stepped up to the stairs and turned to face him, so her eyes were on level with his. She reached out and placed her hand on his shoulder, leaning conspiratorially closer. And just between you and me? The fact that you want to pay back my dad's loan and essentially buy the ranch from Stefanie is going behind her back. It's sweet and all, but she's not going to let you help her, if she thinks it's for her. Cyan waited for that to sink in, then she continued. You need to make a deal with her like you're doing it for Emma. That's the only way to get Stefanie to agree to anything. If you pay for things behind her back and if she doesn't know about your deal with my dad, you'll be doomed from the start. Make a deal with her. I promise that will work. Stefanie is hard-headed. But she has soft spots. And I'll bet anything you're one of them. Drake watched after Cyan as she walked into the house. Cyan's goal was supposed to be to come down and talk to him about spending more time with his sister, but instead, she'd given him a plan of action on how to get a start on his happy ever after with Stefanie. He had a lot to think about. How long was Stefanie going to be at the bank? He needed to know how long he had to come up with a game plan. What did he need to do, according to Cyan? He needed to ask Stefanie out. He needed to see Stefanie again. He needed a lot of things, but first he needed to make his intentions known. Stefanie had to know what he wanted. Otherwise, how would she ever understand just how much she needed him? And she did. She needed him as badly as he needed her. Drake had to believe that. He had to. Everyday occurrences of her kissing him playfully in the front yard or anywhere because she had good news was all he wanted in life. He wanted what Nate and Emma had, minus the hospice. Was that too much to ask? He hoped not. One thing he couldn't stand was the thought of going any more time without Stefanie in his life. If he could overcome poverty, he had to believe he could overcome the Rourke stubbornness. But as he pondered the task before him, Drake couldn't help feeling like poverty had been easy. He wasn't going to face anything more difficult than dealing with the Rourkes and fighting to get acceptance. Was he up for the challenge? Or was he only setting himself up for failure? Cyan. Drake Benson and Stefanie Rourke. Who would have thought that was a possibility? Cyan liked Drake a lot from her experiences with him. He'd been there for her father during his most recent difficult years, and Drake always had sound advice for the Burns family to follow. He'd recommended medical cannabis as a healthy investment in states where it was legal. Cyan's father was already making more money than he knew what to do with, and that just added another stream into his never-ending income. Cyan slowly pushed the front door open, prepared to find the home empty and abandoned feeling. What she hadn't expected was the emotional blow she took as she walked quietly through the door. The home was empty of furnishings and decorations. The lights were off since it was midday, and the entire Rourke family didn't believe in wasting electricity when the sun offered it for free. However, the gloominess came from something more than just dim lighting. It was as if the home could feel the impending loss. Cyan reached up, fiddling with the small silver wolf pendant Jareth had given her for a wedding gift. She wore it everywhere. She quietly tiptoed to the door of the living room, where she knew Emma was staying, and peeked around the corner. Emma rested her head on her arm, watching out the window with eyes that looked more resolved than sad. She didn't look in Cyan's direction, but she spoke as if she knew her cousin-in-law was there. They belonged together, you know. It wasn't a question. Nothing with Emma really could be. Not then. Not anymore. Cyan moved into the living room, taking the only empty chair beside Emma's bed and glancing out the window with her. Yes, they do. They just don't realize it. Emma slowly turned her head towards Cyan, her lips pressed into a thin line. Oh, they know it, all right. But Stefanie isn't able to see past her nose for her own goals, and Drake has struggled to hold on to some semblance of pride for so long, he's probably not going to let himself find happiness. I think you'd be surprised. Cyan arched her eyebrows, holding Emma's questioning gaze. She gave in after a moment and reached forward, tapping the sick woman's bare forearm. Drake is the one backing the loan on Bella Acres. Stefanie has no idea he's going to buy it for her. He's arranged some kind of deal with my father to keep things quiet, but essentially, he's the reason Stefanie is going to get what she wants. There. Cyan had told the one person everyone else was walking on eggshells around just what exactly was going on. Emma let herself fall back to lean against the cushions stacked behind her. She stared at Cyan, her lips slightly parted. Drake is doing all of this? She blinked and then glanced back out the window, folding her arms over her chest as if to ward off more cold. Yeah, he's trying to get her attention and help, both you and her, I'd imagine. I'm just not sure he knows what he's doing. Cyan studied Emma and then switched topics. Emma, do you see Nate much? Have you had a chance to spend much time with Drake? Emma glanced down at her hands in her lap, then raised tear-filled eyes to Cyan. Her lower lip quivered. I see Drake more than Nate. He's too busy trying to save the world for me, but he doesn't understand. I'm dying. This isn't going away. I'll get him in here. He'll do better. Or I'll know why. Cyan stood and reached forward, resting her hands on Emma's shoulders and peering into her eyes. Just so you know, you're one of the best reasons this family has to stay a family. We might not get another moment to talk, just us, but I love you. I'm going to miss you. And I wish I could do more to make it better for you. Cyan wrinkled her nose and leaned down, brushing her lips across Emma's cool forehead. Patting Cyan's hand, Emma nodded, obviously choked up by Cyan's words. Cyan didn't need a response. She wasn't sure she'd be able to keep it together, if she got one. She glanced back at Emma when she reached the door and smiled again. She had a job to do now, too. She'd get Nate in there to spend time with his wife before it was too late and he blamed himself. Nothing would destroy that man more. And if Nate was destroyed, the rest of the cousins would be as well. Cyan couldn't let that happen to Jareth. Not when he was the most important thing to her. She'd switched her concern over protecting the wolves to protecting her husband. That had become her mission. And Nate wasn't going to get in the way of that. Chapter 17. Stefanie. As the truck rumbled down the country road, Stefanie pressed her fingers to her lips. Her giddiness was untamable. She had just kissed Drake. Drake Benson. She had always wanted to do that. Kissing him had been almost as important to her as buying Bella acres. The kiss they'd shared at the pond hadn't counted. Not like this one did. She'd kissed him because she was happy and she wanted to share it with him. Even though Emma was giving up, for the moment, Stefanie had no doubt with the house, they could help her do better, live longer. She'd bounded from the home, knowing that was possible. And Drake had been there. Just standing there. And he had put in the nicest deck and ramp for her sister-in-law. For his sister. He hadn't asked for anything in return. Nothing. Except to ask what Stefanie thought. Why not celebrate both at the same time? Drake was the kind of guy that took care of family. Just like Stefanie. She wanted a guy like that. One who was loyal. Who wouldn't leave. The biggest thing Drake had done after all that time was come back when he was needed. And sometimes, that was more important than staying. Heaven knew returning after feeling banished was definitely harder to do. The ride into Colby passed faster than she expected as her thoughts focused on Drake and not on the excitement of saving the ranch. She parked the truck haphazardly in a parallel spot, the tailgate this time hanging over the sidewalk. She rushed toward the beautifully appointed bank and then through the double doors, anxious to hurry up and wait. She knew that's what was going to happen. It was a busy weekday, banks were busy. She understood that. At the front desk, she tapped her finger on the table, waiting to be acknowledged by a different receptionist from the first time Stefanie had been there. After a moment, the woman lifted her gaze from the ledger in front of her and peeked at Stefanie over her wire-rimmed glasses. "Can I help you?" "Yes, please, I'm here to see Mr. James. My name is Stefanie Rourke." Her voice shook, but she pretended not to notice. The woman nodded at the phone still pressed to her ear. "Please, take a seat, I'll let him know you're here." Stefanie wended her way through the elegantly padded chairs. The woman behind her spoke into the intercom, announcing her name. It was happening. Any second she would be in there with Mr. James. Any second she would be in there declaring her intentions, and the means that she had acquired to accomplish what he had given her to do. She was so close. Nate had promised to sign the bill, in case she needed one. But she didn't think that would be necessary. Drake had mumbled something about money talking, and she knew that if she really needed something done, all she had to do was show the money. Money that wasn't hers. That wasn't the point. The point was she had the way and the means to purchase Bella acres. And she was not going to give up. Her determination was going to win this for her. She tried to press away her smugness by smoothing the wrinkles in her pants. She tucked her fingers under her legs, jiggling her feet and knees with her nerves. "Stefanie Rourke, I wasn't expecting you so soon. Don't you still have a few more days?" Ronan James, with his well-fitted suit tapering at the waist, struck a fine figure a few feet from his office door. His smile was charming but curious. "Is everything okay? Would you like to come into my office?" Stefanie bounced from the chair. "Yes, please." She followed him into his office, claiming the chair where she had been denied only a short time before. She waited for him to sit before she burst forth with her news. "Mr. James, I did it. You told me I needed a backer. I have someone who's willing to invest in me. I would like to buy Bella acres." Ronan stared at Stefanie, mild surprise widening his eyes. He steepled his hands on the desk and tilted his head to the side. "Will you be purchasing this through the bank or trying to acquire a loan? Are you borrowing from someone else? And just paying us?" "Mr. Burns, Cyan's father, has agreed to invest in my venture. He believes I will be able to maintain my. He's going to let me borrow the money. I won't need to go through the bank, except to purchase Bella acres from you." Her nerves jumbled the words as they tried to get from her head to her mouth. She really just wanted him to read her mind so he would understand exactly what she was there to do. She didn't need anything else from him, just a simple "here's the paperwork, let's sign it. Let's get this over with. Bella acres is yours." "Are you sure about this, Stefanie? Did you get gainful employment? Something steadier? He eyed her across the expanse of his desk, concern stitching his eyebrows. Stefanie lifted her chin. I have enough employment. It wasn't any of his business if she had a job or not. She was borrowing the money from someone else. The bank hadn't wanted to lend to her. She had gotten the funds from someone Wood. Mr. Burns hadn't asked about how she was going to pay back the loan, or even if she had a job or what her credit history looked like. Which gave Stefanie pause. He hadn't asked anything about what she was going to do, hadn't mentioned a payment schedule. She had no idea what she was doing. Why had he agreed to loan to her? But she bit her lip to keep from letting her worry and confusion spill out. For the first time, the reality that she might be in over her head started to push through the haziness of her stubborn desires. Can you just tell me what the next steps are? I would like to move forward with this as soon as possible. Maybe Mr. Burns had plans to take Bella Akers away from her. Maybe he had something else in mind. Maybe he was counting on her not being able to pay for it. Too many what-ifs ran through her mind, eating into the things Mr. James was saying to her. She squinted her eyes and set her jaw, determined to stick to her plan, even with the doubts rearing up in front of her. I'm afraid it's going to be more involved than that. Because I own the bank, I do control who I sell the land to. And since Bella Akers is technically mine, I'm not sure I feel comfortable letting you just buy it without any real plans. Stefanie, I know you don't have another job. I know everything that goes on in Clearwater County. Your circumstances haven't changed to affect your ability to pay those bills. Nothing is going to help you with that. You're going to sign with Mr. Burns just like you would with the bank. I'm afraid I just can't sell Bella Akers to you. He met her gaze with compassion, but businesslike firmness. Stefanie's heart sank. Tears welled up in her eyes. She leaned forward, her fists clenched on top of her knees. Please, Mr. James. Please, reconsider. I have so many ways to make money. I know they're not quantifiable right now. I know that they're not things that a banker would understand. She swallowed, certain she sounded like a kid begging for candy, but she didn't stop. I don't have a steady paycheck. I understand the significance behind that. But Nate is so blinded by the medical costs that he thinks Emma needs, he's not paying attention to what she wants. You don't understand. I'm losing my sister. The whole family is losing Emma, and Nate just won't. Nate won't let her go. I have to save Bella Akers. He won't do it. As soon as Emma has gone, Stefanie's voice caught and she lifted her fingers to her mouth. The pause nearly broke her, but she started again. I know that sounds callous to say. But as soon as Emma is gone, we won't have medical bills to take care of anymore. Nate will be able to focus on the land and the rest of the family. We won't be stranded with all of these what-ifs from him. She breathed a huge sigh. We won't be struggling like we are now. And maybe that's why Emma is doing this. Maybe she sees it for what it is. I can appreciate that. She blinked back more tears that threatened to course down her cheeks. She had no pride left to hold on to. She had nothing. Her sister-in-law was dying. She was going to lose Bella Akers. She was going to lose everything. Stefanie had nothing. Even if she did get Drake's attention, she had nothing to offer him. She was nothing but a homeless woman with no plans. No, nothing. She bit her lip. So many doubts and insecurities tore through her. Suddenly, she realized she had to have something. She couldn't go to Drake with nothing. And it finally hit her just how much she wanted him in her life. You don't understand. I can't lose Bella Akers. I'm willing to do anything. I have a backer. He's not even co-signing. Her tone hardened and she stilled herself away from tears. He's willing to pay. I just need you to agree to sell it to me. I'm willing to pay whatever I need to pay. Mr. Burns said to do whatever I need to do. He said you know each other and that this would be taken care of and wouldn't be a problem. She wouldn't beg any more than she already had, at least not verbally, as she pled with him with her gaze. The tension in the room drew taut enough Stefanie could have reached out and strummed it like a well-tuned guitar. She held her breath as Ronan deliberated. Ronan's reluctance was palpable. I don't know. Stefanie, there's a lot more going on than just you borrowing money. I don't think you understand the magnitude of what you're asking to do. He watched her for a second, meeting her gaze. After another silent moment, he nodded his head. I do understand, though, what it's like to not have people give me a chance. To give my wife a chance. I'm not going to be sexist here, and I'm not going to assume that because you're young you don't know what you're doing. If you think you can do this, if you know that you can do this, I will sell you Bella Acres. I'll back you on this. However, there are things you need to know beforehand. He watched Stefanie for a moment and then reached into his drawer and pulled out a thick file. You will not just be taking over the land. There are loans and liens that need to be paid off as well. You also have back taxes that are due, as well as utilities that have not been paid. The rights and liens are going to mess with your taxes. There's a lot going on here you don't know about. That's okay, and I'm willing to work with you. But I do need you to understand that your best interest is in getting an accountant or business manager to look over your items. I have a few on hand I can recommend. He tapped the file, making the edges line up nicely. He placed the file in front of him and leaned forward. You understand, I want you to succeed. I don't want to see you fail. Thankfully, Drake was so near to Stefanie's mind she immediately knew who she would seek business help with should she need any. She guaranteed she would, even if all she needed was to see him. I know someone who is very good at what he does. I can ask him. I appreciate your offer. She tried to hide the overwhelming burning excitement coursing through her. She couldn't help it. Her hopes had been high, and then he'd dashed them, and now her hopes had returned. All of his warnings didn't dampen her spirits. He said yes. That was the last thing standing in her way of losing Bella Acres. Now, she could keep her home. She could keep her home her parents had built. Nothing that Ronan said at that point was going to run her off. Nothing anyone said was going to be able to ruin her excitement. She was going to be able to keep her life. The packet Mr. James handed her to take home, after all the paperwork was signed, was large enough to actually be referred to as a bundle. Stefanie was not naive enough to think that more paperwork meant less work. She could see it for what it was, a lot more stress than she was ready for. But that didn't stop her from patting it on the seat next to her as she drove home. Home. Not something she'd lose on the auction block to Riddick. In fact, Mr. James had taken it off the auction list in front of her. He'd looked at her one last time before deleting it in the computer field and asked, "Are you absolutely sure about this now, Stefanie?" She had nodded yes. He'd continued, because once it's off, it won't be able to go back on until the next quarter auction. Stefanie hadn't hesitated. Yes, I'm sure. She would be certain to have her home for at least 5 more months. No, that wasn't the right attitude. She was going to have her home forever. The first person she wanted to see was Drake. She didn't want to tell Nate. She didn't want to see Emma. She didn't want to talk to anyone but Drake about it. When she pulled up, Cyan sat on the porch. Her eyes focused on Stefanie as Stefanie disembarked the truck and walked up to the beautiful deck Drake had added to Stefanie's house. Stefanie clenched the packet. She didn't know what to say. She hadn't been able to tell anyone yet. Tell anyone that she'd saved Bella Acres. Cyan knew. She'd been there. She'd made it all possible. Thanks to Cyan, Stefanie had been hooked up with a way to save Bella Acres. She owed her at least the good news. She blurted the news like a volcano, without holding back her excitement. I got it. I got it. I got everything. Your dad was awesome. He helped me so much. Like a miracle. Cyan's smile split her face. I'm so happy for you, Stefanie. That will be so great for the family. I'm here to help, as you know. You're my sister, too. Her face fell and she glanced toward the front window. Emma isn't doing any better. I feel terrible for her. Kelsey and Rakia are supposed to be here sometime in the next couple days. They both want to say goodbye to Emma. She shook her head, her own eyes watering. I can't believe it's going so fast. Stefanie cocked her head and squeezed her fingers. The papers crinkled in the silence. What do you mean going so fast? I thought she just called hospice. After that, isn't it at least a year? Cyan shook her head, focusing her gaze on Stefanie again. No, the hospice nurse just gave her a couple weeks. Apparently, she's a lot further along than anyone knew. She's inside talking to Nate right now. The somber news snapped Stefanie from her elation. She'd only been able to keep the house long enough for them all to say goodbye to Emma. Would Nate even want to stay at Bella Acres after that? She didn't want to face anyone at dinner. It wasn't something she wanted to celebrate in the face of Emma's impending news. Stefanie couldn't do anything. A small part of her had hoped she would be able to save Emma with the gift of a home. Stefanie had wanted to fix everything. Instead, she didn't do anything. She nodded tightly at Cyan and made her way to the office. Her sister was dying. Her father had died. Her mother had died. Emma's death would kill Nate. If not literally, maybe not his body, but his spirit would be gone. Stefanie knew it. Emma would be gone, he would be destroyed. Where would that leave the rest of them? Nate and Emma held the whole family together. Numbly, Stefanie walked past Cyan and made her way to the office, ignoring the muted murmurings of the married couple in the living room. She shut the office door behind her and set the bundle on the desk. Stefanie rested her hands on the armrests of the chair behind the desk after she sank into it in the office. She wished her parents were alive. She needed someone strong and solid. Staring at the wall with its faded squares where posters and pictures had long ago been sold, Stefanie couldn't believe the emotional roller coaster she couldn't seem to get off. She stared. Drake. He was her solid and strong person. She won. She got to keep Bella Acres. Why wasn't she celebrating? Because she had lost, too. She had won Bella Acres and would have to give it all up. All that money Mr. James had mentioned came crashing down around her. All those bills. Reality stonewalled her while she wallowed in weakness. Nate would not be able to lead them with Emma gone. There was no way. They might be able to rely on Jareth, but the resume they used for jobs called for Nate to be there. Nate was their leader. He was the one that everyone knew led the Montana trails. Stefanie would have to give everything up again. She was going to be in debt to Mr. Burns for 5 months, and then she would have to declare bankruptcy and turn it over to him. Just in time for the auction. Everything she wanted. She had nothing left. In 2 weeks, her sister would be gone and she'd have even less. She didn't even have the will to ask anyone for help. Despondency took the last of the energy that she had and she couldn't even allow tears to streak her cheeks as she sank further into the seat of the last thing of her father's left in the house. Nate. We're going to be fine. Everything is going to be fine. Why did you call hospice? Nate ignored the prognosis. A couple of weeks wasn't possible. It wasn't right. She had to be wrong. She wasn't a doctor. She wasn't. Emma barely squeezed his hand, her strength almost gone as it was. Nate, you're right, it is going to be fine. We need help and you don't need more on your plate. Hospice is paid for. It's free. I don't care about that. I'll sell whatever I need to. Nate pretended he had things left to sell. He had nothing. Even his pride lay in tatters at his feet. I want better for you. As do I. Emma blinked at him, her eyes damp as she studied him. Had he fallen short for her in more ways, and he could see? Nate was failing her, and he didn't know how to face it. He leaned forward, lifting her hand and pressing it to his forehead. I owe you a honeymoon. Hang on until I can take you on a honeymoon. Please. Where would you take me? Tell me about it. Emma lifted her other hand and smoothed his hair from his forehead as Nate turned his face to the side and rested his cheek on her lap. We could go to Wyoming. They have a dude ranch there. Nate's tone was quizzical. Would she be interested in something like that? A soft chuckle came out on the puff of a breath. Wyoming. That's so romantic, Nate. Her smile was easy to hear in her tone. Nate grinned, shaking his head the slightest amount. Okay, you're right. We could go to the beach or to Paris. You're always cold. What if we went somewhere warm and I got you into a hot tub? That might finally warm you up. He lifted his head enough to turn and peek at her from under his lashes, a playful grin on his lips. They hadn't teased each other in so long. You'll turn me into soup. Emma studied him, her blue eyes the most beautiful he'd ever seen. Emma soup. Sounds like my kind of lunch. Nate didn't put his head back down. He wanted to stare at her for the rest of his life. Maybe if he kept her in his sights, she wouldn't die. Maybe if he pleaded with his maker, he'd be granted one small reprieve and be allowed to keep her. That's all he wanted. To keep Emma. Everything else was extra. How would he ever convince anyone to give him what he wanted, needed? He couldn't even convince his wife to continue trying. Chapter 18. Drake. Dinner could not have been more somber. That seemed to be the word Drake applied to his entire visit with Emma. Somber and cold. So alone. He waited for Stefanie to come to the table, not touching his food as it cooled. Where is Stefanie? Is she coming down? He craned to see around the side of the wall or down into the living room. Where had she gone? She couldn't still be in town. He could have sworn he saw the truck parked behind the barn just before he came in to eat. Hannah shook her head, keeping her gaze focused on her plate. No. She has something that she's working on. Her eyes were red-rimmed and her nose swollen and pink. Drake didn't want to focus on the news. He didn't want to dwell on the fact that Emma had been given an expiration date. Things got real and he wasn't ready for that kind of real. The kind of real that was like coming home after a vacation and having to start back to work the next morning as if you never left. He forced a smile. Well, maybe she has something important going on. Hopefully, she had the papers to Bella Acres. And if there was any luck or any justice in the universe, she hadn't heard about Emma's condition and the worsening time frame. Because that would dampen her success. How sad if she couldn't enjoy her victory for even one whole night. She had gone into the bank, as far as Drake was aware. Mr. Burns backed her, so she should be celebrating. Except anything that was worth celebrating right then wasn't worth having with Emma as sick as she was. Drake couldn't swallow the 2-week prognosis without gagging. 2 weeks. How could it be that his sister would be gone in 2 weeks? Time became indescribable. Not understandable. He finished his cold dinner, grateful no one else, namely Nate, joined them at the table and grateful Hannah didn't want to talk. Drake pushed away from the table and cleared his plate. He would have to find Stefanie. He had to know what was going on with her. Plus, he'd been socked in the gut with the Emma news. He had the overwhelming need to talk it out with Stefanie, but only if she knew about things already. If she didn't, he certainly wasn't going to drop the bomb on her day. In the hallway, Drake knocked softly on Stefanie's closed bedroom door. No answer. Hannah had mentioned the office. Just a few doors down, the office door was closed. Soft orange light glowed from under the crack. As far as Drake was aware, Nate didn't usually spend his time in the office. Usually, he sat beside Emma whether she was asleep or awake. He would sit beside her with his hands folded and his eyes trained on her. The change since Drake had arrived was both irritating and welcome. Beside Emma was where Nate belonged, even if Drake didn't like him. Drake approached the office door and rapped the panel with his knuckles. The door pushed open with his knock and he peered inside. Stefanie's blue gaze shifted towards him for a split second and then returned to the wall. Utter confusion and overwhelming panic covered her face. Drake carefully closed the door. He claimed the wingback and shifted closer to the desk so he'd be closer to her. "Stefanie, are you okay?" He wanted to ask if she got the papers and owned the house, but he needed her to lead the conversation. Stefanie half blinked and then blinked fully. "I'm not sure. I don't know. The conversation was going to be a dead end unless Drake led the way. "Did you get Bella Acres? Did you at least get to buy it?" Drake couldn't help her unless he had all the information. Even a little bit of information would help. "Yes, oh, yes, I did get Bella Acres." She patted a bundle of papers in front of her. Finally, her gaze shifted down. She pulled some of the sheets in the file and rifled the stack of papers inside. "Not only did I get Bella Acres, I got all the bills that go with it." Her sardonic smile held no hint of amusement, but she laughed anyway. "I don't know how to run a ranch by myself." "I don't know how to." She lifted her worried gaze to his. "I was so focused on getting Bella Acres that I didn't think about what would happen when I had it, except that I would have it." "Isn't that the most ridiculous thing you've ever heard of?" "Nate tried warning me." She clenched her jaw and blinked again. Drake nodded slowly. He'd known it was going to happen, but he wanted her to have Bella Acres so badly, something good for once. He didn't think to tell her that he would make sure she didn't have to worry. Plus, it didn't hurt having her think she would need help. He narrowed his gaze on her, full of concern. "I know how to run a business. I know how to run land. I'm great with finances, remember? But I'm not a ranch hand. I'm not foreman material." That's where Nate would come in. With Nate's situation, right now, there's no way he's going to take on anything. "I'll be surprised if he wants to stay here at Bella Acres once Emma's gone." She closed her eyes and wiped her hands over her face. "I don't have the money to run this place. I don't know what I was thinking. I just so desperately wanted to keep my home. I'm sick of losing everything I have." Her eyes welled up and focused on him. "I'm sick of losing everyone I love." Drake stood and rushed around the desk. He knelt on the ground at Stefanie's feet and swiveled the chair toward him. He grabbed her hands in his. "Stefanie, I have the money. I have so much money and Emma won't let me use it. Nate won't let me help. I want to help. You have to let me." Drake rubbed her chilled fingers in his and leaned forward between her knees. He hung his head. "I don't want to lose my sister. It hurts more than anything that she's choosing this. Can you convince her to try?" Stefanie pulled one hand free from his grasp and placed her fingers softly on his shoulder. "Let's ignore the fact for a moment that it's too late for any type of treatment. Let's ignore the fact she's hidden how bad she is for a long time. If, in fact, she would let me before it went too far?" He glanced up to see if she was following him. She nodded, tracing the line of his hair to his neck with her hand. Her eyes warmed him. Her touch distracted him, but he didn't stop. "I would be all over it. I would help her without blinking. I would help right now, even if it was a 1 in 1,000 chance. I would do anything it would take for her. What I can't do is force her to accept what I want. She's always done what everyone else wanted her whole life." Drake turned his face into her touch, realizing finally that Emma just wanted peace. "She did treatments with marrow, I think, blood transfusions, radiation, You have no idea the things that she's gone through. I'm just now seeing that living with Nate has brought her a little bit of happiness. He would concede on a little bit. Drake refused to believe Nate may have been her entire reason for happiness. But he could give her and Nate a little bit of credit in the regards of love. I always wanted money. I was glad to go down there with my uncle. The fact I was able to earn an education and money made it easier to cope with being away from my family. Now, I have more money than I know what to do with. He jerked his head back. But that's all worthless. You and Nate won't let me help you. Emma won't let me help her. I have all this money and nothing to do with it. Drake shook his head. He leaned back, sighing. All that time I spent away wasn't worth it. My parents were wrong to send me away. His vulnerability stung, but he had to tell someone. He had to tell Stefanie, especially with how he felt about her. He needed her to know. To know how his heart hurt. Stefanie's words broke through his pain. Were they wrong? Look how you turned out. Your smarts were put to use, and you have all that money. But not only that, can you imagine what you would be doing now? With how smart you are and how capable you are, it would be sad to see that go to waste. Stefanie bent her head a little closer to Drake's. I'm glad you were sent away. I missed you, I missed being able to see you, but I'm glad you were able to get out of here and able to make something of yourself. I'm nothing. I don't have you. I have all this money, and I don't have you. Drake shifted on his knees, staring up at her. Startled, Stefanie drew back slowly. She pulled back from Drake, placing her hands in her lap and studying him. The absence of her touch left coolness behind. Why would you want anything to do with me? Because you're loyal. And stubborn. And willing to try anything. You won't give up on people, not if you can help it. You're a fighter. He was going for it, just like Cyan had told him to. He was going to go for it and make Stefanie realize she was so much more than she believed she was. Large tears rolled down Stefanie's face, and she sobbed into her open hand. My mom called me that. A fighter. Her cries moved the chair, shaking the form with persistence. Drake reached out and wiped at her cheeks. She was a smart lady. Drake's soft voice filled the room. I didn't know you thought that about me. Stefanie lifted her wet gaze to his. She lowered her hand and smiled timidly at him. You wouldn't. I don't run around telling people I love them. He threw it out there. If he was going to do it, he was going to be bold. Go big or go home, right? Hopefully, he was home. Plus, with everything else that he was wishing for, the one thing that he truly wanted was Stefanie. He couldn't keep that hidden anymore, and he didn't want to. What if she wanted nothing to do with him? Drake wasn't sure he'd survive that. He wasn't sure about a lot of things. Except the way he felt about her. Chapter 19. Stefanie. Stefanie couldn't breathe. She stared at Drake as she struggled to find a normal way to function. The tightness in her chest was like Drake had wrapped his arms around her chest, but not in an unpleasant way. Loves me? Had he just claimed to love me? Was it an offhand way of saying that he cared, like a brother? Or could she possibly hope that he might actually love her, the way Nate loved Emma? No. She couldn't hear him. Not right then. Stefanie acted like she didn't hear him. She acted like he hadn't just declared his love. Because he hadn't, not in a direct way. And her embarrassment if she was wrong would drown her. He couldn't love her anyway. Who would love her? She had too much baggage piled on top of her. Bankruptcy combined with Bella Acres' potential foreclosure, and even the auction date was gone, too. How would she ever be able to hide anything from Nate? How was she ever going to pull out of the mess she'd gotten herself and, by association, her family? He hadn't said he loved her, anyway. If she talked about Emma right then, she could cover her embarrassment over his comment. I can't handle losing Emma right now. I can't drop all of this. She spread her arms across the desk and Drake leaned back, moving to stand and lean against the desk. On Nate right now. I know he's worried about Emma. So, between you and me, I could really use your advice. As a business person. I think I can do this, with your help. Can you tell me what to do? He had no idea what that had cost her in pride points. To ask anyone for help wasn't in her nature. To humble herself in front of Drake was harder than she'd wanted it to be, but easier than she'd thought it would be. The dichotomy wouldn't hold up under inspection, so she left it alone. Drake pressed his lips together and clenched his jaw. He sat back, crossing his ankles and folding his arms over his chest. Look, I might not be making the best choices with Emma, sitting in silence and letting her do this to herself, her family, her marriage. But I need you to say something and I need you to hear it. He peered at her, waiting until she stilled. Stefanie swallowed, unsure what it was he wanted from her. I know I'm right about us. I just told you I love you. You need to say something. Acknowledge what I said. Don't make this about Bella Akers. Make this about us. He punctured her facade with his concern and passion. I know you feel something for me. I've known since the day I met you in high school there was something between us. In junior high, even as I watched you and never really spoke to you, I knew we would be in each other's lives, should be in each other's lives. I know that you feel something for me. I need you to tell me what it is. He had no idea what he was doing to her insides. She couldn't stand there and let him work on her weaknesses when she had nothing left to offer. Stefanie broke from the hold his words had on her and blinked. What do you want to hear? That I'm broken? I am. If I go to you, all I'm bringing is a brand new loan that I can't afford on a house that needs more work that I can do. I can't afford anything. I'm a fool who got a loan from a man who was kind enough to bet on me and I can't meet the payments. I'm nothing. She pressed her fingers to her forehead and sighed. Shaking her head, Stefanie finally raised her gaze to his. I won't let you take on my debts. I don't have anything going for me. You're so far out of my league. Like always. You've always been out of my league. She rubbed at her eyes. I have nothing to offer you. So what, if I love you? So what, if you're the only thing I've thought about for so long? So what, if every guy I've ever thought about dating never even compared because he wasn't Drake Benson? None of that matters. You're out of my league. And all of this is just, she clamped her lips shut. She was too raw, too vulnerable. She couldn't go any further. Holding up a hand, Drake peered at her, stopping her from losing control. Can you love me? Can you let me love you? He studied Stefanie and then took a deep breath. You're stubborn, but I'm worse. Let me help you with the land. I'll buy it for you. Outright. No repayment necessary. You can't do that. You might have money, but I can't take advantage of that. I need to come up with a plan to pay back Mr. Burns. I can't burden you as well. Stefanie wasn't sure what to do. She would give anything to shrug the problems in her life onto someone's more capable shoulders, but her integrity held her back. She couldn't do that. She wouldn't do that. Not to a man that she longed to love. She wanted his respect more than his money. Listen, Steph. I need to tell you something. Drake furrowed his brow and leaned forward in the chair, bracing his elbows on his knees. I'm Mr. Burns' financial advisor. I was planning on taking over your loan in a few months anyway. I told him to back you. He didn't even ask you for any information, because he didn't need any more information. He does what I tell him to, and that's that. He held up his hand as if he sensed the angry disbelief mounting in Stefanie. Don't get mad. Please. Mr. Burns knows we're connected through Cyan. He knows the whole story. I suggested he back you. He knows about my repayment plan and assumption of the loan. I have plans to reinvest in the land for you. Let's work the ranch together. I really believe we can make it profitable. There are some brothers outside of Colby with a dude ranch. We could do something like that, similar but simpler. Bison, something, anything that will make this your land that you'll never lose again. The possibilities stacked up as Drake spoke. His confidence warmed her. She could move past the way he'd cornered her into accepting his help. She wasn't an easy person to help. She knew that. She just didn't love that he'd gone behind her back. At the same time, she could appreciate the efforts he took to help her. He was doing whatever he could. Wasn't that what she dreamt of? Could he love her enough to take on the entire Montana Trails family? Enough to be a part of the family? You realize you would be related to my brother, if anything serious happened between us. You and my brother, Stefanie, couldn't think past the thought of anything serious happening between them. He'd declared his love for her. Wasn't that serious enough? Drake's eyes softened and his masculine lips curved upward. I'm already connected to your brother. He's my brother. He and I just need to get past the fact that a woman we love is dying. It's not something that is difficult to understand or even difficult to do. It's just that we are both having our hearts ripped out right now. So, it's safe to take out our anger and pain on each other. I love your brother, even as I hate him. He offered his hand to her. The good-natured humor shaded from his face, replacing it with a sadness Stefanie couldn't define. Taking his hand, she couldn't help asking, "What's the matter?" Maybe he was realizing it was a bad thing to love her. She did come with a lot and she didn't want to weigh him down. I'm getting what I want even while my sister is dying, she's shackled. And yet she isn't. She'll be free from all the pain of her life, but lost from her husband. And I have you. But all the good is blanketed with impending loss. I'm not sure I want everything I got. I'm not sure I got everything I wanted. I know I want you, though. I couldn't be happier for that. His tender fingers wrapped around the nape of her neck as he drew her closer. Do I have you, Stefanie? Are you mine? His whispered words caressed the tender skin of Stefanie's cheek as he moved closer to her. Reaching out, she wrapped her arms around his waist and looked up into his eyes. She didn't have anything to add to his declaration, except, always. I just wish I hadn't taken so long to see what I wanted. I could have come and claimed you. Her grin faded as she watched him lower his lips to hers. And she closed her eyes. The connection was instant, more so than when she kissed him in the yard. More so than when he kissed her at that pond. It was their real first kiss. Their first true connection, or they weren't doing it for anyone else. It wasn't a passing kiss that could mean anything. No, it was one of real intent. The kiss warmed her down to her toes and sizzled along her scalp. Tenderness and hope filled their contact. The salty remnants of her tears kept the contact slightly bittersweet as a cry for the loss of Emma. But it wasn't hidden. Nothing was. Not the sadness, not the happiness, not the jubilation or the devastation. Definitely not the hope for the future. Together. Stefanie curled her fingers into Drake's and leaned her head on his shoulder. There were a lot of things ahead of them. Together, they'd be able to face it. Together had a nice ring to it. Epilogue. Nate. Nate gently closed the bedroom door. He dropped his jeans to the floor, the chink of his belt buckle hitting the ground loud in the silence. Emma, are you sleeping? His whisper sounded like a shout. He hadn't meant to wait so long to come in, but things needed to be done, even as he needed to see his wife. Emma didn't move on the bed. She came in at night to sleep in their bed but spent the rest of her days in the living room. He stared at her. Her chest didn't rise and fall. At least from what he could see in the dim lighting. Panic welled within his chest. She couldn't be gone yet. She couldn't. Every time he saw her, he was so anxious that it was going to be the last. He couldn't remember the last time he talked to her. He ran through a list of things that might have been the last thing they said to each other. What would it be? Could he even remember? Nate pushed himself to the edge of the bed, watching her like a hawk. She lifted her hand and put it back to the comforter. She blinked blearily at him. Her constant exhaustion tugged at him. The pallor of her skin couldn't fade the beauty he'd always saw in her. His wife. He slid under the covers, taking her hand in his. Whispering, he traced her knuckles with his fingers. Cyan and Jareth want to try for a baby. You won't be here to see it if you give up. Kyle wants to propose to Sherry. If you leave me, you won't see their wedding. Nate spoke fast, his pleading growing louder and louder in the room. Drake and Stefanie finally realize they love each other. That they need each other. He stared at the ceiling. He couldn't look at her anymore. And then, finally, he did. He gazed at his wife. His voice lowered to a whisper. Please. We need you. I need you. Please, don't. Emma opened her eyes again, her lashes fluttering as she struggled for energy to speak to him. I'm going to miss out on all of you being happy. No, you're not. Not me. I've been happy. You're taking my only chance at happiness. Why? Why not try? They were the same questions he asked her over and over. He'd railed at her, he begged her, he'd offered so many things. He'd pleaded and bargained with her. She finally came up with an answer he hadn't heard. Because you deserve better. And I love you enough to want to give you that. There's nothing better than you, Emma. Nothing. He gingerly pulled her into his arms. He pressed his cheek to her forehead, careful to be tender, because she hurt so much. I don't want to lose you. I can't. I won't survive this. You aren't losing me, Nate. I'm still here. I'll always be here. She coughed, weakly, even her lungs only partially putting any effort into staying clear. No, you're not. You're already gone. You gave up, it's like you're trying to make it go faster. He blinked back the tears in his eyes. The moisture had become like a constant companion. For now, I'm here. You watch over this family. You watch over yourself. You be happy for both of us. She pressed her lips to his chin. Be happy. You have to promise me. But Nate couldn't speak past the tightening of his throat. 3 weeks later. Nate placed the palm of his hand on top of the cold casket. He couldn't afford much for his wife, but he did the best he could. She would go into forever without him. She'd abandoned him not more than 4 days before. Nate's decimated heart flittered along on the wind, broken into 1,000 pain-colored pieces. He ignored his cousins and his sisters and the rest of his family and community as he walked from the grave site. Watching as they put her in the ground wouldn't do anything for his soul. His wife wasn't in there. His happiness could not be buried that day. She'd taken that with her so long ago. The last horse he hadn't been able to sell, his horse, had been tied to a tree. His long dark brown duster whipped around his legs. If he survived, he'd be back. He told them he would. For now, he needed a break. He didn't want to live at Bella Acres anymore. He couldn't see anyone's happiness for now. Yes, they were all going to grieve Emma. But no one felt her loss like he did. Nate mounted the horse and shot one last glance at Emma's grave. He would never visit that site again. She'd left him. She'd given up. His whole life, his whole soul, everything that was him would be dropped into the ground. He'd never love again. Okay, I'm crying so hard right now. I promise I love Nate. I adore Emma. Nate's second story is coming, but to get there we need to read what happens with Rakia and find out if Cyan and Jareth get to have their babies and if Sherry and Kyle marry. And what about Hannah? Does she get a happy ever after? PSSST. She does. Read Rakia's story in Forgotten Trails, Book 5 of the Montana Trail series, and catch up with the rest of the family.